it's going to be a very enjoyable day. We have some very interesting speakers, intriguing speakers that will give us insight on a wide variety of environmental issues this morning. And I'm very proud of the Michigan City Sanitary District, all of their workers, and Michael Cuss's leadership. I couldn't have chosen a better person to lead and turn around the environmental issues in Michigan City than I did with Mr. Cuss. And so I thank all of you once again and welcome to Michigan City, Indiana.
I think it might have been a couple days where he was able to sit down and not really sure as he got back home. Okay, our next speaker is Chris Korleski. He served as the director of the U.S. EPA's Great Lakes National Program Office, or GLENPO, since August of 2011, except for 18 months when he was Region 5's, EPA Region 5's director of their water division. So he's really an instrumental person in keeping the Great Lakes clean and keeping our water clean. Prior to joining GLENPO, he was the director of the Ohio Environmental Protection Agency from 2007 to 2011. He has a Bachelor of Science degree in soil, and we won't hold this against him, from Ohio State University. Okay, but he has a master's degree in soil and science from the University of Nebraska, the mayor's team there, and a law degree from Ohio State University. He attributes his 40-year career in the environmental protection field to his involvement in the Ohio Youth Conservation Corps from 1976 to 1981. It's my pleasure to welcome Chris Korleski.
How's that? Yeah. Better? You like one now? Okay, I wasn't running away. I told Michael that I do better from the floor and I do better walking around. So, and if I can, I'm going to share my notes with these gentlemen at this table right here. So they're going to see my speech before anybody else. Good morning, everybody. I do a lot of conferences and a lot of events, and I have to tell you, this is one of my favorite. And you're thinking, yeah, this guy says that everywhere. It isn't. To come to Michigan City, Indiana, and see this kind of turnout on the Great Lakes and this kind of energy is remarkable. Plus, I will tell you, I woke up, I'm looking out, there's the beautiful lake. I went down to whatever the restaurant was, and had something called a double down sandwich. Oh, delicious, wonderful. And, I don't know, there's something in the air here. They were playing Start Me Up by the Rolling Stones. Even the people behind the counter at the deli were dancing. There's something in the water around here that just makes people feel good. It puts people up. So, I love it. But we're not here to talk about my double down sandwich. We're here to talk about the Great Lakes. So what I'm going to try to do in about 25 minutes or so is take you on a tour of what my office is doing across the Great Lakes, including our own Lake Michigan here. So first, again, I'm Chris Korleski. I'm the director of this thing called GLENPO, the Great Lakes National Program Office. You're going to hear GL a lot in the presentation today. So, okay, what's the Great Lakes National Program Office? Well, we're an office in Region 5, or EPA, and it's my job to really do two things. One, to manage a program called the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative, or what we call the GLRI. The other thing that I do is I oversee the U.S.'s implementation of something called GLICWA, the Great Lakes Water Quality Agreement with Canada. So I have a staff of about 8 managers and 42 people. We cover the entire Great Lakes in a couple of areas I'm going to get into, so there's a lot to do. But what don't we do? I wanted to take just a few minutes and explain what's unusual about this crazy program called GLENPO. We're not a regulatory program. We don't enforce. There is only, in the entire world of environmental protection, as many of you know, It is regulation after regulation after regulation, and law after law after law. There is one regulation in the entire universe that covers my program. That's unbelievable in the federal government, to have one regulation that covers what you do. So again, we're not regulatory, we're not enforcement. What do we do? Well, there's sort of before 2010 and after 2010. Before 2010, my program, I wasn't there then, was a relatively small program in Region 5, funded at about $50 million a year. Now, $50 million, even by today's standards, that's not a small amount of money. But in the overall federal government, that's not a huge chunk. What did we do back then? Research, did some analysis. We have a wonderful research vessel called the Lake Guardian. It's 180 feet long. It's a beautiful craft. I hope you get a chance to see it sometime. Keep the lights on, and a staff of probably somewhere around 40 people. It was a relatively quiet office, didn't get much attention. What happened in 2010? Well, to understand that, I'm going to go back even a little bit further. So for many years, many people, including, I know, some of you who are sitting in this room right now, across many states, many levels of government, many NGOs, we're thinking and talking about, we're seeing degradation in the Great Lakes. What can we do to address it? What should we do? And obviously, when you're dealing with something like that, a lot of people have a lot of different ideas about what to do. Well, amazingly enough, around 2004, all the effort of this huge collaboration resulted in something called the Great Lakes Regional Collaboration Report, which was really, to my mind, sort of a first of its kind, very comprehensive analysis reflecting the input of many people, many organizations, many viewpoints about how to address the Great Lakes, the various problems. That was in 2004. Okay, so you have a great report, that's a good thing, but a report is a report, as everybody in this room knows. Well, in 2010, for a number of reasons, the administration and Congress felt empowered and decided, you know what? We do want to do something more than just have a report about the Great Lakes. We actually want to take action. So let me put this in perspective. Remember how I said prior to 2010, my office was funded at about $50 million? Yeah, that's a lot of money. And it's your money and my money, right? That's taxpayer money. In 2010, the budget of my shop went from about $50 million to $475 million. You know, most people think, well, the federal government, you guys waste money and spend money, so that shouldn't have been any problem. One of the things that's really hard, it's really hard sometimes to spend money. And when all of a sudden you go from a $50 million program to a $475 million program, and Congress says, and you have 2 years to move this money, what do? Well, you scramble, and you do things on the fly. What's that? Hire his wife. We'll talk about that later. We'll get to that. Thank you. So, huge glut of money. Now, to make a longer story, a little bit longer, since 2010, we had $475 million that first year, and then since then it's been about $300 million a year for this thing called the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative, the GLRI. So what do? We don't enforce, we don't regulate, we fund. And what do we fund? We fund Great Lakes restoration and protection work. Who do we fund? Well, more than half of the money that we get from Congress goes to other federal agencies. And you know who they are: the Corps of Engineers, NOAA, Coast Guard. There's a total of 16 of us. The federal partners, there are 16 federal partners. Every agency that gets money, and the money we keep, where does that money go? Well, some of it obviously we use to keep the lights on, to keep our vessel running, etc. But most of it goes out in grants to states and tribes and local communities and NGOs to do various kinds of Great Lakes work. So we are a funding entity. Congress has decided that the Great Lakes are very worthwhile for funding, and they've been providing us what I think is extremely generous funding for a number of years. Okay, Chris, that's kind of interesting, maybe. What do you do with it? What have you done over the last 10 years? What do you spend that money on? So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to talk a little bit about what we call the 5 focus areas of the GLRI. And again, I'm going to use a lot of acronyms. Great Lakes Restoration Initiative. We focus on 5 things. Do we focus on everything that everybody wants us to focus on? Of course not. We can't. One thing that I tell everyone, because a lot of people come up and say, so, and it's much more diplomatic, but the question is often, how do I tap into that GLRI money? Because I got a great project that I'd like to do. We can't fund everything. It would take billions and billions to do all the work that we all would like to see done. But focus area 1 is what we call toxics and areas of concern. You're very close to an area of concern because one of the worst areas of concern was the Grand Calumet, a little bit west of here. The idea of areas of concern, which goes back to the Great Lakes Water Quality Agreement, was back in 1987 when these areas were identified, there was a recognition that there had been degradation across the Great Lakes. But the US and Canada got together and identified 43 really contaminated areas and said these require special attention, including the Grand Calumet area. Let me put this in perspective. That was in 1987. 43 AOCs identified, 31 in the US, 12 up in Canada. Between 1987 and 2010, and I always tell the story, you've probably heard me tell it before, how many of those AOCs were cleaned up and taken off that list? 1. Not impressive. Why? No money. Very little money. No concentration, no partnerships, no focus. Between 2010 and today, we've delisted 4 more, and we've finished the work at 8 more. What does that mean? Delisting means you've done the work, you've done the monitoring, and you've shown that you hit your cleanup targets. It's off the list. Now, that doesn't mean it's pristine. It means it's like the rest of the lake. It's comparable to the rest of the lake. When I say we've done the work at 8 others, that means to the best of our ability and belief, we've completed the physical work, removing the sediments, capping the sediments, doing the habitat restoration. Whatever it is, we've done the work, but the AOC hasn't healed yet. The area of concern hasn't healed yet. The monitoring isn't showing that we've hit our targets yet, so we can't take it off the list yet, but we will. So AOCs, we are spending, of all the areas that we do, a couple things about that AOC area. 1, Congress loves it. Because of all the work that we do, it's something you can very readily look at and see if you're making progress. How? There's a list. See that list of AOCs? You can check them off. That's very visible and very apparent where we're making progress. Congress has been extremely supportive of the program in recent years, I think largely because of AOCs. And one other comment that I'd make about AOCs is, we're all here, this is an environmental conference, but everyone here knows, and I'll put it in these terms, if you clean it, they will come. If you pick a city, I come from a Rust Belt city, I'm from Northeast Ohio. Take an area that has become degraded, depopulated, it's contaminated, nobody wants to live there, nobody wants to recreate there, nobody wants to do business there. You clean it up. You take a harbor or waterfront area. Used to be you would go and look and you would see dead fish, beer cans, unpleasant things floating in the water. Nobody wanted to swim in it, couldn't fish in it. It smelled. You clean it up. You can fish. You can take your kids. You might even be able to swim in it. It's a place you want to go. It's beautiful. The birds are there. The habitat's back. Hey, you know what? I think I'll open up a bait shop. Hey, there's a lot of people coming down here now. You know what I think I'm going to do? I'm going to open up a microbrewery. If you clean it, they will come. The economic restoration that is associated with environmental restoration is tangible. So that's a key point in the ALCs. Another reason why Congress loves this area. All right, very quickly, item next, second focus area, invasive species. People tend to think about, first, Asian carp. There are two things happening with Asian carp right now. Let me give you a very quick summary of what's happening with Asian carp. Right now, the scientists view the most likely avenue for a breakthrough of silver or bighead carp from the Mississippi River Valley into the Great Lakes to come through the Chicago River. The Army Corps of Engineers recently signed off on what they call a Chiefs report, advocating over $800 million be spent at a place called Brandon Road near Lockport, Illinois, to put in an extremely complex barrier that will keep the carp out of the passageway to Lake Michigan. Because nobody wants those fish to get into Lake Michigan. Nobody wants that. Right now, that's making its way towards Congress. Illinois has stepped up and said, yep, because you need a non-federal sponsor for part of that money. The state of Illinois has stepped up and said, we're interested, we want to be a non-federal sponsor, but boy, that's really expensive. We need to talk about the cost. But that work is underway, so please pay attention to that. The other interesting item on Asian carp right now is in Ohio. They have recently found evidence that grass carp may be a little further along in establishing themselves in Lake Erie than was previously thought. And the scientists are still arguing about that, what that means. Now, grass carp is not like a silver or a bighead carp. When you see in the newspaper a fish flying out of the water, hitting people in the head, those are silver or bighead carp. Grass carp is a vegetation and a bottom feeder. They are not viewed as environmentally dangerous or damaging as the silver and bighead, but nobody wants grass carp established in the Great Lakes because of the damage they can do to the vegetation and the habitat and so forth. So that's another issue to watch. Also, obviously, we're working on terrestrial invasive species. The most obvious one, of course, that everybody knows about is Phragmites, which you see everywhere across the Great Lakes. Also, dry-seated mussels. Everyone in this room knows about zebra and quagga mussels. A question that I get all the time is, okay, you have all this money, you're bragging about all this work that you're doing, how come you're not pulling the dry-seanids out of Lake Michigan? You've heard scientists say that you could start at Gary and walk all the way up to the Sioux if you took the water out, and you'd be walking on a bed of dry-seated mussels, of quagga mussels. How come you're not taking them out? We don't know how. Nobody knows how. There's been some experimentation with chemicals. It works in very small areas where it can be controlled. You can chip them out, like we do when they clog up pipes in utility plants. That's quite a work project, to chip out the dry-seanids from the bottom of Lake Michigan. We don't know how to do it, is the problem. Okay, item next, so invasives. We're spending a lot of money on invasives, a lot of money on Asian carp, not just GLRI money, but a lot of other government money is going to again, not just plan, but you may have read a couple weeks ago that they found an Asian carp very close to Lake Michigan in a body of water where there shouldn't have been one. What do? Well, you spring into response activity, or you send crews out that do a lot of fishing and netting, and they look everywhere in that area to see if there are any more. You mobilize to see if you can find any more. They didn't. They're not clear how it got there. But again, that's very expensive. We're also spending, the government, is spending a tremendous amount of money doing commercial fishing of Asian carp down on the Illinois River. To try to, basically, it's a war. It's like a front in a war. The fish keep wanting to move this way. We do what we can to push them back. It's almost trench warfare. If the mayor's still here, we could use some of that expertise you generated when you were young on those Asian carp. So, item next, nutrients, very quickly. Depending on where you go, people will say nutrients is a problem. Lake Superior, at least 2 years ago, people in Lake Superior would have said, we don't have a nutrient problem. We don't have enough ag up here to generate a nutrient problem. If you went to Toledo, if you just stood on the street corner and said, there is no nutrient problem in Lake Erie, you would be stoned to death by the people who had their drinking water shut off back in 2014 because of a microcystin bloom from the algae that was getting into the Toledo drinking water system. So depending on where you are, it's either a big problem or it's not. For us, it's a huge problem. And let me be really honest. You know, my click list with the AOC is done, not done, but working on it, done. You can't do that with nutrients. People keep asking, so Chris, when are we going to hit our target of a 40% phosphorus reduction into the western basin of Lake Erie? I don't know. We are spending, the government, state agencies, many different parties are spending hundreds of millions of dollars to do nutrient management. The primary tool in that toolbox is incentivizing farmers to implement conservation practices on their farms, which will reduce runoff. It's very difficult to measure progress, it's very difficult to see progress, and one of the things we've learned is so much of the nutrient impact is dependent on the amount of rainfall you get in the spring. You have a wet spring, you're probably going to have a pretty significant bloom in Lake Erie. You have a dry spring, it won't be as bad. This year, we've had a pretty wet spring, and we're anticipating a pretty big bloom throughout the summer and into the fall. Has anyone, you've seen the bloom, right? You know what the bloom looks like? It's that sort of yellow-green. That gentleman back there, see the gentleman in the yellow shirt? Yeah, right there. Just imagine that shirt being a little greener than, I'm teasing the guy. I picked on him a couple years ago, so I had to pick on him again. It's actually about as green as a Mountain Dew water. If you look at this bottle of Mountain Dew right here, that's what they look like. Do you want to swim in that? No, of course not. Do you want to recreate in that? No. But I can't tell you that we're making huge progress because we're in a war. We're struggling. But in my view, we have to keep struggling. We can't quit. Item next, habitat restoration. I'll just quickly say we are doing, and I'll get to we in a minute. Who's we? I'm going to get to that. But we are doing an incredible amount of work in habitat restoration, restoring wetlands. That's a dicey issue. Let's just digress for a minute. You can spend a lot of money restoring wetlands, and then what happens? You spend millions of dollars across the lakes when you're designing and you're building these really beautiful wetlands to replace the Phragmites that was there. And what might happen? Well, we're at lake levels this year. So if you design for what used to be the average lake level, your project may not be doing very well. If you were out in Lake Ontario right now, I mean, people are almost coming to blows in that area because of the really high lake levels. And what happens when something like that happens? They should have, you should have. Now, remember 4 or 5 years ago when everyone was worried about how low lake levels were? Now we're worried about how high they are. Again, this is the world that we're working in. It's not easy to manage these issues when you're dealing with that kind of natural flux. Item last, education and research. I'll just say we spend a lot of money doing research and also educating primarily the next generation. One of the big arguments we get from a lot of people is, it's great you're doing this education, but why are you focusing on the kids? And my answer is, I would love to focus on everybody. We can't focus on everybody, so I'm going to try to focus on the ones where we can hit them when they're young. And the stories about kids living a couple of miles from a lake and never having seen it, it's true. I wouldn't have believed it, but it's true. That actually happens. Okay. I want to talk about, got just a few minutes left because I want to keep right on time. I want to talk quickly about this thing called the Great Lakes Water Quality Agreement with Canada. That's the other thing we oversee. Well, what is it? Well, this agreement's been around since 1972. And basically it's where America and Canada back then, at the time the mayor was referring to, back in the 70s, when everyone knows that the lakes were very sick. Well, Canada and the US got together and said, let's work together. Well, it started in 72, the agreement was amended a couple times. Most importantly, it was amended last in 2012. I know because I helped write it, because I just came to EPA, and let me tell you, I never took a class in law school on how to write a water quality agreement with Canada. And when I got there, I was told, yeah, you need to go work on this treaty with Canada. That was a lot of fun. We'd always sit in the room eating pizza, arguing until 2 in the morning about 3 words in a paragraph. To quote Jerry Seinfeld, it was a wild scene. But at any rate, we got it done. We got a 2012 agreement done. And the agreement, it does lots of many things, but of note for today, one, it requires a couple of things. One, every 3 years there has to be a public forum. The Great Lakes Triennial Public Forum is going to be 3 days in June, June 17th, 18th, and 19th up in Milwaukee, where we will do 2 things. We in Canada will first discuss this thing called the Progress Report of the Parties. Every 3 years, we in Canada jointly work on the Progress Report of the Parties, where, amazingly enough, we try to put down, and this year it's going to be about 130 pages, we try to identify the progress we're making and the success stories that we've had in the Great Lakes. That will be public within the next 2 weeks, I expect. That will be on our website. You'll see some noise about that. The PRP will be coming out. The other thing that happens at that forum, we're going to talk about the SOGL report. S-O-G-L. Okay? Yeah, Chris, GL, get that part. What's the S-O? State of the Great Lakes. It's a report card of how the Great Lakes are doing. It goes lake by lake, and it looks at things like, is it a good source of drinking water? How are the fish doing? What's happening with invasives? What's happening with nutrients? A lot of the issues I've already talked about. That report we also expect to have public, at least we hope so, within the next couple of weeks. We're working on that right now. So, big forum where we talk about this. Now, let me give you 2 websites. I'm talking about a lot of stuff here. If you're interested in this, 2 websites where you will find a wealth of information of everything I've talked about. They're very easy. The first one is glri.us. Go to Google or whoever you use, glri.us, and bang, you're going to see a website pop up. Click on news. We try to post every other day or so an update on work that's being done. If you go there, and if you haven't looked at it, I think you'll be amazed by a description of very specific projects that we're working on. Also, if you're interested in the water quality agreement, here's another easy one, binational.net. Type in binational.net, bang, you're going to find out everything you want to know about the Great Lakes Water Quality Agreement with Canada. Okay, with the 3 remaining minutes I have, I'm going to close with 2 things. We've been, as much as I would like to say, I've been doing great work. I've been running a great program. Boy, if there was ever a need, a demand for a we, this is it. We can't get any, the U.S. federal government, can do very little by ourselves, even with the funding. If there was ever an area where you're not going to succeed unless you truly have a partnership, it's this one. I mean, just even if you look at the sketch of the lakes, I forget, I should remember how many hundreds of thousands of square miles that basin encompasses. And again, how many states, provinces, tribes, cities, people. It's an enormous number. When I say we, the reason I think our program has been successful is because of our collaboration with our federal partners, our state partners, like the state of Indiana, the tribes in the tribal areas, local governments, local communities, NGOs, academia, industry, ag, everybody. That's the only way you're going to get it done. So when I talk about we, I'm not talking about Glenn Poe, I'm not talking about Chris, I'm talking about everybody, including you, because I know some of you well enough to know that you have been involved in some of the activities under the GLRI that have been successful in restoring and protecting the lakes. This isn't going to get done. We can't buy our way out of this. We need to work our way out of this. And the only way we're going to work our way out of this is if we work together. One last comment before I go. 3 areas that we're struggling with right now. They're great policy issues that we're dealing with in the GLRI area. Let me put it to you like this. Issue 1. What do? Do you spend a lot of money up front on a great project, do that investment, and then walk away? Or do you keep some money in reserve to maintain that project over a period of time? How long do you maintain that project? Should you transfer that project from the federal government funding to other funding sources because the federal government can't carry that indefinitely? The GRI, I don't expect, is or should be a permanent program. At some point, I'd like to think it will end because so much great work has been done. But then who carries it? Who maintains it? That's an issue we're struggling with. The other one is, okay, Chris, thank you for that interesting presentation, all the great work you're doing on AOCs. What if I don't live in an AOC and I know I've got contamination? My rivers aren't clean. Where I live it's not clean, but it's not an AOC. I don't have a great answer. We don't have enough money to treat every contaminated area like an AOC. We just don't. And a lot of people are asking a very good question. Okay, I get it. I see why you need to focus on those, but what about all these other places where so many people live? It's a great question. And we're struggling with that one. I don't have an answer. Lastly, I just, like I said, I love this conference. I'm just blown away by the participation. And the double down was good too. Let me tell you. Just one. Just one. But I would just want to just tell you, and I really mean this, thank you. Thank you to the people who organized the conference, the people who were here, the people who put this together. But in whatever aspect you are working on or care about or interested in the Great Lakes, thank you, and we need you. We can't get this done by working individually. We have to do it with each other. So it's been an honor and a privilege to speak here. I thank you so much for the invitation, and we'll see you around. Thanks so much. I do.
Thank you very much, Mr. Korleski. It's really quite an honor to have him here at our conference and speaking. A wealth of information and certainly high-level viewpoint of what goes on the greatest fresh body of water in the world. His comments about we always reminds me of the saying, working together really works. That's one of the things our attorney always reminds us of. Working together really works. If you think about that, there's a lot there to think about, and together we can certainly accomplish great things. I also wanted to, he was talking about the state of our Great Lakes. I wanted to remind everybody in their folder is the 2018 annual report on the Lake Michigan Area Management Plan report is in your folder. So if you want to read up on the state of Lake Michigan a little bit. I'm very excited about our next speaker. I had the pleasure of meeting this man after he'd been on the job for I think about 3 or 4 days. He is the state of Indiana's state conservationist, responsible for the entire state. He is joining us from North Carolina, where he spent a 30-year career as part of the conservation partnership there. He began his work at the NRCS as a student trainee in 1988. In 2012, he was selected to serve as a state resource conservationist and acting director of the National Plants and Materials Center in Maryland. In 2013, he returned to North Carolina as an assistant state conservationist for operations, later transitioning to the assistant state conservation for management and strategy. Jerry was selected as Indiana's state conservationist in July of 2018. Jerry comes to his position with as a proven leader in agricultural and leadership qualities. He was raised on a farm in Sampson, North Carolina, and usually we go to North Carolina every year, so we like North Carolina. He has a Bachelor of Science degree in Business Management from North Carolina State University, and he's also a graduate from George Washington University's Emerging Leadership Development Program. Mr. Jerry Rayner, State Conservationist. Good morning.
If I start to fade out, just somebody in the crowd just wave at me. If I'd known I could have gotten on the floor, I would have been a lot more comfortable. But I appreciate the introduction. I've been around the Conservation Partnership for a while, and one of the things that I love about this agency and what we do is impacting people's lives. We just heard a presentation about the Great Lakes and all the work that we are doing, but all the work we still have yet to accomplish. And he's correct. We, as a federal agency, there's no way we can get all of this done by ourselves. Before I get started in the presentation, show of hands, how many know what the Natural Resource Conservation Service does? Small group, small group. Now, how many of you who visit your local soil and water conservation district? Well, I saw a few hands. They work there. So those that work with the local soil and water district and with the Natural Resource Conservation Service, stand up. Now, when I'm done, these are the folks that you need to go visit. Set an appointment, get in front of them, because they're going to be the ones that will assist you in your conservation efforts. Challenges. And you guys are looking at what I'm looking at. The blurred screen with all the people running and the hustle and the equipment and the dry soil that we're viewing here. These are some of the complexities as an agency that we deal with, that we offer assistance on. But this is what we're dealing with as a nation, growing. The number of people that we're adding to the U.S. Right now, you're looking at 7.6 billion, 9.8 billion, in another 40 years. Someone's got to feed all of these folks. And if they're like me and food have no problem. So somebody's got to make sure we're able to keep farms productive. The amount of land that we're losing when it comes to development. I've moved here from North Carolina. I live right outside of the Raleigh area. And when I say right outside of the Raleigh area, that's like 40 miles now. It's not like a 5-mile drive. That's how the number of people growing in the area. And then I moved into Indiana, and my God, it's stretching and growing the same way. So we're adding people that are going to depend on food and fiber. And that water that we so preciously need. So conservation is one of those tools, just one of those tools that will help us achieve that. NRCS, and you're going to hear NRCS and CTA and a lot of acronyms for those who haven't visited a soil and water office or grabbed one of our pamphlets. All of these acronyms, they mean something to us. So I'll try to make sure I clear a lot of that up. But on an average, $8 million is the investment NRCS makes in conservation across the nation. We, as EPA, grew from one of those small agencies to almost a $5 billion agency now. And we are that agency that incentivizes farmers or landowners and ranchers and forest owners to simply change management styles in some aspects. Some of the things that we will work on or offer assistance with is correcting environmental issues. So if you've got major erosion problems on your landscape, we're the agency that can help assist with those. The agency, we provide one-on-one service. Now, everything we do is voluntary. We're not a regulatory agency by any means. If you have concerns, you seek our assistance. We provide you with a conservation plan. I'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. And it's totally up to you what you decide to implement, what you decide to do. But the biggest part of our agency is that one-on-one personalized service that we provide of walking the landscape, noticing the issues that you have, and then working with you on what you would like to do to correct those issues. Making the investment back into the local community. Because again, we're meeting you on your terms, your county, your farm, and we want you to be productive. We want your farm to be sustainable because that impacts the entire, not only agriculture, but the local community as well. I think I talked about that. And the other thing, the data that we collect, not with our partners with EPA and the local soil and water districts and universities, and you're going to see a slide in a few minutes with a whole list of partners. The amount of data we collect to prove that these practices and conservation measures that we install work. Everything that we do, guys, is science-based. We want to make sure that we're helping you make the best decision. So not only in Indiana, but in every other state, we're collecting the same information to ensure that these practices are effective in doing what they need to do. Now, some of them, you can see a change immediately. Some of those are going to have to be in place and measurements are there to say, are we making an impact? And it's one of the things I noticed in the presentation there. We talk about cleaning up the areas so the Great Lakes are beautiful at all times. But there are things that we as an agricultural community have done 40, 50, 60 years in the past that we're still having to do. But what we do now will dictate where we are in the future and how well off we are in the future. Making conservation work, working with those landowners, that one-on-one service. Conservation does work. Cover crop works. No-till works. But we have to make sure we consistently do those things. I was talking with a gentleman earlier. One of the things we'll do, and I know some of you that farm may have had a terrible time with cover crops at some point, and you said, you know what, this is just not working. One of the things I've noticed about us as farmers, growing up on a farm, we can try something new, and if it doesn't work one year, we'll quick to scratch that. But when it comes to planting a crop, we'll plant a crop year after disaster after disaster after the next disaster, and never change the way we do business. So one of the things that we strive on is trying to help change the management, change the mindset that yes, some of these things will take some time. They're going to take some adjustment, just as any other change in life. Most of you, if you're like me, you grew up probably, I would say, go back, I'm going to date myself here. That rotary dial telephone, and then we got the push button one. The sad thing is they both had a cord when they first came out. Then they went to cordless, and you never carried that cordless phone, very far away from home. Then they went to a flip phone, and that was the greatest thing since sliced bread, and now you've got a smartphone that makes us look slow at some point, just all the things this phone will do. But if you pull out your smartphone right now, everyone knows how to work that phone. And you never grumbled one time about the change that it took for you to go from that rotary dial to your smartphone. And that's the mindset that we're trying to input into the agriculture community. It's taking time. I remember when we first started pushing no-till and working with farmers and just showing the positive and the benefits of no-till. And a few of them grabbed it and said, you know what, this is great. I want to do this and the next thing. And we still in areas that we struggle with no-till, cover crops, and making those improvements. So, working with the landowners, getting those systems and showing you where the improvements are and promoting those. Some of our best advocates are the farmers that are doing these things day in and day out. And if you don't believe their work, when you visit with one of them, you're going to be hard pressed to tell them why it's not working. With the data, again, that they have, that proves it works where they are. But farmers, and we call you guys heroes. I know at the state fair in Indianapolis this year, there's a hero section. It's a farm, that's kind of the theme for the state fair this year. Those local heroes, the things you do when it comes to, we boil it down to feeding the nation, but the adjustments you have to make, the weather you're having to deal with. I'm driving up, seeing I know there are going to be some late nights around trying to get crops in the field right now before the next rainstorm comes. So you guys can keep your fingers crossed and pray it holds off for a few days. I know they'd be very appreciative of that. Some of the improvements that we've made, the agency and the gentleman just talked about wetland areas, huge wetlands that we're restoring here in the state. Now, as the storms came through and all the rain, I'm driving around the state just pointing out, yeah, that's a wetland area, that should be a wetland area. Oh yeah, there's 2 wetland areas in this field. The amount of water that the soil is holding. Now, we can all agree there are probably areas we should have never cleared to farm. There is a way of restoring those to their original capacity. The improvements that wetlands make when it comes to nutrient reduction and runoff and filtering those nutrients out before they get to those areas that we all like to visit on vacation. These are things that we're having to work with the local ag landowners to implement. And one of the things, and you're looking at an area here, the wildlife habitat that has come back, the endangered species that are at the point of coming off of those endangered lists. It's incredible what these wetland areas, the impact they have on our environment. So, if any of you guys, I mentioned earlier, there's a few folks that we can visit with when I'm done. If you have any of those areas, have a visit with them. Let's talk about those. Jeff in Newton, Indiana, soil health, purchased this farm and wanting his family to kind of get back to nature, get back to those things that he grew up with. And with it having a history of just being tilled, this entire area went into a WRP program, Wetland Reserve Program. Currently one of our easement programs. Permanently protected area that's going to be in an easement really for 30 years or more. That has a tremendous impact on not only his farm, but the area around it. When you're talking pollinator habitat, wildlife habitat, and I know in this crowd and in this state, we've got a few people that like to fish, that like to hunt, growing the fruits and vegetables that those habitats are beneficial for. What he thought he was doing just on his small acre will have an impact in that area surrounding him. These are the folks that are actually thinking, I want to do something beneficial for my farm. But how beneficial is that for everyone? We talked earlier about soil health. Coming from North Carolina in an area that I spent years putting in drain tile to dry places up, spent years doing wetland determinations to clear as much land as possible for farming. And every bit of it was plowed and disc and plowed and disc and planted and plowed. And if we had a piece of steel equipment, it could not sit still. Sitting still meant it had rust on it, so we had to get the rust off of it. One of the things that has come about, and it started with that no-till movement and soil health, this has made one of the biggest impacts when it comes to agriculture, when it comes to nutrient reduction, when it comes to consumption of fossil fuels. fuels. Now, we all know if you've been on a tractor, you've seen a tractor, they're massive. They burn a lot of fuel. These type of practices reduce the number of trips across the field. They reduce compaction. Soil health will allow the soil to do what it was designed to do. It will heal itself. It will help produce what it needs to produce. Now, a lot of the things that we're dealing with in the Great Lake area and the phosphorus that's in the soil now, it was put there, some of it was there years ago. And there are areas we're still adding. This is a way of helping to reduce that impact. Helping farmers minimize their risk. Now, one of the things as farmers we focus on is production. How do I go from 150 to 200 to 250 and 300 bushels per acre? And how much, it's going to cost, and what do I need to add to it? At some point in time, we're going to maximize the capacity of the resources we have. Soil and water are two of the greatest resources we will ever have. Water, we have plenty of it. Just get far enough off the shoreline, you can see all you want to see. How useful is that to us at this point? But the soil we have, and going back to the slide earlier of the construction and the people and the number of houses we're building, I don't think there's any more being created. So what we have now, we need to make it as productive as possible for a longer period of time. Now, that may mean we don't grow 300 bushels today, or we may only grow 200 bushels today. But at the same time, how does that affect the bottom line of the people that are producing these crops? Soil health is one of those practices. It's a suite of practices, but it's one of those things that, as an agency, we offer that can help impact profitability, the environment, at the same time. Coming here to Indiana and hearing all the soil health stories, I told the staff, I want to meet some of these champions around the state. So one of the first farms they carried me to is Anson Farms. And hearing the story of this farm family, this family was at the point of saying, you know what, farming's expensive, all the inputs and everything we're having to deal with. You're talking a farm operation of approximately 20,000 acres. They were at the point of saying, you know what, this is really not working. Went to a meeting about soil health and started hearing all of the things they could do to make some changes. So they actually went back and started making some changes, not whole scale, small steps, take those baby steps at first, and started seeing that, you know what, these things are working. It's having an impact on our bottom line. And they have since, this is the message that they go around the state, not only this state, but around the nation, telling the story of where they started, how they got there, and where they are now. So it's not only one cover crop, but they're at multiple species cover crops on certain fields. So, but the great thing that one of the things I'd share with the agency nationally is that one of the things that we are not great at, one is telling our story. The other thing is economics behind these changes. Well, I feel even better that I'm not the one having to tell that story. These guys will tell you their story. They're willing to show you their bottom line. And when you see those type things and the return on their investment, it's amazing. It's a wonder why we all don't do it, even myself. But it's a struggle. It's a struggle trying to get that change. Being in the world of conservation, and as I said earlier, growing up on a family farm, family doesn't like to listen to family all the time. And then when they're older than you are and they don't think you know anything, man, it's really a struggle. But I finally convinced them, as they were getting out of farming, that this was probably the best thing to do. But now that they see the improvements, they see the changes, and they know that there are other folks out there doing these things, it makes a tremendous difference. But that's the reason. I mentioned to a gentleman earlier, saving the habitat, cleaning the water, all of that's great. We have to do that. That's a must do. But for me, my passion lies in being able to change that mindset. But it's not a mindset for me, it's a life. Impacting someone's life that they see there's a better way of doing something is, for me, is a greater accomplishment than anything else. Our IT guy who's here today, I won't call his name, he and I were sharing some stories earlier, and I told him the same thing. And I know it's made an impact. What we do will make an impact in their lives, because he mentioned to me all the things that he's thinking about doing next. All the conservation efforts he's thinking about doing next. And then my next spiel was, make sure you visit your local soil and water conservation district office. So I think I've got him plugged in already. But landowners protecting wildlife efforts, we're doing it across the nation, restoring those areas. It's a tremendous benefit, and we don't only focus on ag and production. So you're looking at wildlife habitat, the water quality, water quantity. It doesn't seem this year we have a problem with quantity of water, maybe the quality of water. And I'm sure Missouri and Nebraska and Colorado will let you borrow some if you're low on water this year. But partnering with those landowners is critical. Federal government don't own any of the land that we work on. It's all privately held. So the only way we're going to make these changes is to be able to work with those private landowners. And with it being a voluntary effort, it's not us convincing you, it's us working with you on what you would like to do. But the more we hear the improvements we need to make in the environment across the board, whether it's wildlife or water quality or soil, or our soil health, all of those things matter to the point that we need to make sure we're giving you the best information we can. Goose Pond, I visited this area, and coming from the East Coast, I saw a lot of wet areas. I've 60,000 acre fields that, depending on the tide, could all be a wetland. It's almost 8,000 acres restored. And the first question I asked, so why did we clear that in the first place? Well, Jared, they thought they would be able to farm it until they realized they could only grow a crop 1 out of 7 years. So we cleared 7,000 acres to grow a crop and be productive 1 out of 7 years. This area now has been restored to the wetland capacity, and the visits to this area from bird watchers nationwide it's just impressive. But the thing about the thing about the restoration is the local economy benefits from all of those folks coming in to visit. The hotels, the food, all of those things, it's a benefit to the community. But the least tern is one of those threatened and endangered species. Now, within this 7,000 acres, they created about a 2-acre island that's fenced, is protected from other predators. It was created just for this particular species. Now there are dozens of species that are visiting the same island, nesting, and when those areas of protection and conservation, we never know what we may impact, but it's been a big impact on the wildlife habitat in that area. Great Lakes, 21% of the world's surface freshwater. And what are we doing to make sure we can maintain that 21% or increase that 21%? Everything we do as an agency and as a conservation partnership is to make sure we have the quality of water and the quantity of water that's going to be needed for that growing population years to come. The coastlines are beautiful to look at. I've grown up in North Carolina, I saw it all my life. But then to come to areas that have a different coastline and to see the gentleman in the yellow shirt and it turned green, it's a little disturbing. But then understanding why it's doing what it's doing, why those changes are happening, again, it's just a challenge for us to say, what can we do to mitigate that risk, to reduce those issues that we have out there. And as an agency, that's one of our charges. Again, another family. My presentation about impacting the lives of folks, it is so powerful in what we do. You'll realize when you start visiting with your local soil and water office, these guys love what they do. They love it so much, I can get them to work overtime and not pay them. I can get them to show up at a meeting and not feed them. I mean, that's just how much they love what they do. Don't carry that back. We'll have to talk about that later. And they have the same passion of impacting the lives of the folks they work with. But when you have those farms that have major issues, this family had a farm that they had some major erosion issues on the farm, water quality issues. We were there to work with them through that process, develop that conservation plan, help put those practices and things in place that we can then say, you know what, now you can move forward with production. But when we leave you, you have something more valuable than anything else. That conservation plan can lay out for you what are those next steps. So we're not there to try and help you fix your entire farm and you go broke doing it. We're there to help you take the steps that you want to take to improve. It may just be production up front. It may be a soil erosion issue up front. It may be just to dry up a wet spot in the middle of the field. But you will know you have a friend when it comes to conservation, because when you pick up the phone to call about the next issue, we're going to be the people show up to say, how can I help? Organics. I know we talked about organics a little earlier, me and our IT guy, and he's thinking about moving in this direction. The more he talked, the more excited I got. You know what, I feel like I could reach in this pocket and pull something out to help you, and the same thing out of this pocket to help you out. We have so many tools available to assist you, and they just cover the entire gamut of agriculture. But the story of this young lady and what she was looking at doing on her farm with organics, her and her husband bought this farm, both being veterans, came back to Indiana, decided to start a small farm. Well, during that process, he became ill with cancer, and they started looking at their health and the foods they were eating and how it's being grown. So they decided to move in the direction of organics. Well, after that, and after his passing, she continued. But what she does with her farm it's just something that she should really be commended for. Invites veterans out to the farm so they can see the things that, that may impact their lives. There have been many programs in agriculture that we bring veterans to help on farms or to work on farms. It helps with some of the conditions that they may have as veterans. She wanted to be able to show that. But at the same time, she uses this farm as education for students as well. So again, another life impacted, but look at the number it's been impacted beyond that. But with that, now you've got a product that Coca-Cola and Walmart and all of these guys are really saying, we want to put this on our shelves. And we're getting a better premium price for it. So these are the local growers we're looking for. We all want to know where our food came from. Now we can make that connection in the local community. 2.6 billion invested in planning, 1 billion economics, generating that economic activity even as we're installing those practices. That's the economic benefit that's actually coming back to the local area. Over 12,000 jobs nationwide for our agency. Again, these are impacts to the community. Programs, 4.2 billion, and that's new and existing conservation investment, and those are investments being made. And guys, I'll lay those out nationwide. We're making those investments, those same programs here in Indiana. Simply 3.5 is being invested, and these are new conservation practices, from forestry to just our row crop practices as well. Again, look at the number of jobs. The number of jobs there is increased. Our agency, we have about 12,000 employees on board. But because of the amount of work we have to do, we can't do it all as an agency. Those are partners. Those are the local soil and water conservation district employees that we may be reimbursing parts of their salary as an agency because we need the manpower. There's a tremendous amount of work to be done nationwide, and this is a way of us getting that done. You see the investment in easements. Again, the economic activity that comes along with the conservation easement. Community projects, even here in Indiana. So if it's a project that we can't fit on one landowner's farm, we may be able to do it for an entire community and that truly make a benefit in that area. We talked about wet areas and the drain tile in the background there. We have some of those. We're still installing that. But there are also practices, as you see the picture above that, when we're talking about cover crops and what we can add to help mitigate some of the practices that may help mitigate the cost of having installed drain tile. And then just the practices itself. It's a benefit, environmental benefit. I don't think we're going to take any questions at this point. I will be in the crowd, so if you need to see me, you have a burning question, don't hesitate to find me. Again, for me, for the staff here, first I want to thank the staff for what they do. Farmers, all of the farmers in the crowd, thank you for what you do. If you need our assistance, it's the local soil and water conservation district. That's your first stop. We're typically tied to an office directly there with them. So you can get all of this at a one-stop shop. There are other federal agencies, state agencies that we work with. We're all trying to do the same thing. We're all trying to make sure the Great Lakes are still plentiful. We've got plenty of water. We can fish. We can recreate. We can do all of those things that we love to do. But without the voluntary efforts of the people in this room, and whether you're farmers or not, without your efforts, there's no way we're going to be able to do that. We've got a number of people in this nation to feed, and we're going to be successful at feeding those people. But we must protect the resources that we have. And I'll lay those out for you if you're struggling with what those resources are, and they've grown over the years. Soil, water, air, plants, animals, energy, and humans. So we've got practices that will help protect and conserve all of those. And the last one, the humans, I really love because I fit in that category. And I want to make sure that whatever state we're in right now, we leave better than we received it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry, very much. It's truly our pleasure to have the state conservationist here. I understand there might be some people looking for seats. There's more seats to the front and to the left over here. Our next speaker is Janet McCabe. She has a very long title. She's the Professor of Practice at Indiana University McKinney School of Law and Assistant Director for Policy Implementation at IU's Environmental Resilience Institute. Okay? She is also a Senior Law Fellow with the Environmental Law and Policy Center. From 2009 to 2016, Janet worked at the US EPA's Office of Air and Radiation, first as a principal deputy, and then as the acting assistant director. Prior to joining EPA, Janet McCabe was the executive director for Improving Kids' Environment. Ms. McCabe was also the assistant commissioner for the IDEM Office of Air Quality from 1998 through 2005. She's also served as the assistant attorney general for environmental protection for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. She grew up in Washington, D.C., and graduated from Harvard College in 1980 and Harvard Law School in 1983. We're very proud to have Ms. Janet McCabe as our next speaker.
Good morning, everybody. This is really a great turnout and crowd. I'm really impressed. I love coming up to Northwest Indiana. I've lived in Indiana since 1993. My husband grew up in Plymouth, which people usually know because of the rendering plant and how lovely it smells there. But we met in law school in Boston, and at some point we talked about whether we should move back to the Midwest. And he said if we moved back to the Midwest, I could get a dog. So that was pretty much it. And so I've lived now in the Midwest longer than anywhere else. But I always love coming up to Northwest Indiana because it reminds me of home. The communities, the architecture, the people, and especially this huge body of water that you can't see to the end of with these lovely dunes. It's very much like the beaches that I went to and still go to on the East Coast, including Cape Cod, which is my special place. So I'm really happy to be here and talk to you about the work that the IU Environmental Resilience Institute is doing. Let's see if I can make this work. So I don't know about you, but I feel like every day, there's some article or story or thing on the news about what's happening with the climate. And that the coral reefs are dying, and that Miami streets are flooding just on a regular routine basis, that the ice sheets in Greenland and elsewhere are melting and crashing into the water very dramatically, that there are wildfires. Now it's in Canada. Soon it will be in the western U.S., I assume, for the summer season. The picture in the middle there shows you the erosion that's happening in the state of Alaska because the winter sea ice doesn't build up as early in the year as it has for years and years. And so the fall storms that come and pound those barrier islands and coastal areas in Alaska are not protected by the sea ice. And they're starting to erode, and people are losing their homes. And there are probably a dozen villages in Alaska that have essentially been determined to not be savable, and that the people who live there will need to be relocated. We'll need to move those villages somewhere else. So it does seem like it is increasing in the number of stories, and a lot of them are very far away from us. Right? So we care about all of these things, but it's hard to relate it to what's going on in Indiana. Newspaper articles from all over, wherever you get your news, you're hearing these stories. This was yesterday. I opened the Indianapolis Star, CO2 levels highest in millions of years. So the science continues to evolve, and we keep hearing these stories. Well, what about us? Indiana's been a state for a couple hundred years. The shape's kind of the same as it was before. We're not near the coasts. We don't have these big forests that are burning. We have changed our landscape a lot in 200 years. So what's going on with us? Well, fortunately, we know an increasing amount about what's going on with us because of something called the Indiana Climate Change Impacts Assessment. Does anybody, raise your hand if you're familiar with that study? Okay, not very many of you. I want to commend it to you. This is a study. It's centered at the Purdue. I am allowed to say Purdue, even though I'm from IU. I know. So I'm not from here, so I don't have this sort of genetic, inbred sense about red versus gold and Bloomington versus West Lafayette. I just don't care. I love them all. Incredible science and work going on in both institutions, and we're so lucky. So the Climate Change Impacts Assessment is a study that was started because, and I'll try not to make this story too long, but I love these stories. So about 10 years ago, Senator Richard Lugar, more years ago than that now, thought he was going to have to vote on cap and trade, climate cap and trade legislation. So he went to Purdue, to the Climate Research Center, and said, hey guys, what can you tell me about how climate change is affecting Indiana? Because I think I should know that in deciding how to vote on this legislation. That's a novel idea for a legislator. So good for him. So the guys at Purdue said, well, of course, we will put information together for you. And he said, great, I need it in 3 weeks. So, they hurried around and they put something together, but that kind of laid the seed for, you know what, we really should do this in a legitimate way. And so there's been a study going on now for the last couple of years. I'll talk about it, I'll show you a little bit more about it in a minute. But one of the things that they have done is looked at all the modeling and tons of data, lots of scientists working on this, peer-reviewed studies, and have evaluated what's going on in Indiana. And one thing that they have identified is that our temperature has gone up. So the average temperature in Indiana has already gone up, as you can see here. We know that there are increasing amounts of extreme weather and flooding. These pictures should look pretty familiar to you guys up here because these are both from Northwest Indiana. We've been talking about what an incredible resource the Great Lakes are, and they certainly are. Here's one of the latest headlines about how the water in the Great Lakes is rising, and that is having impacts. We are seeing periods of time where we don't have enough water. Now, I have a friend who works for the USGS, he's a water person, and he says, people never think about water unless there's too much or too little. And we are seeing increasing occasions where we have too much, we have more water in the times when we don't need it so much, and we don't have it when we do need it. We're seeing changes in vegetation. So I didn't know about this thing called mile-a-minute weed. It seems to be our version of kudzu. It grows really, really fast. And plants like this are increasingly coming into Indiana as the climate changes. We have animals coming in, but we also have animals who are struggling in the habitat that they've had that is changing. And this is a very special, the Karner blue butterfly, whose habitat exists, as I understand it, only in the dunes ecosystem and maybe a little bit into Michigan. And the Karner blue is having a harder and harder time surviving there. So these are changes that we are seeing, and you are probably observing them yourself. We even have armadillos in Indiana, if you can believe it. So I think they're mostly seen in the form of roadkill in southern Indiana now, but really, armadillos in Indiana, seriously, if I wanted to live in a state that had armadillos, I would move south. But they are moving north, and the reason they're moving north is because the climate is changing and they're finding it possible to live further north. Here's an example of the kind of material that the Climate Change Impacts Assessment puts out, and also clear information specific to Lake County. So they've done a lot of forward forecasting. Of course, all of that is subject to uncertainties. They've tried to take that into account. But generally, what they're showing, all these climate models, is that the number of very, very hot days across the state is going to increase significantly. So it is generally cooler up here. In fact, I was driving up I-65 yesterday and it was 85 and sunny, and then I got to 80, 94 and the temperature dropped to 59 and there was fog. So we do have some changes here. It's generally not as hot up here, but look at these statistics. What they're predicting is that by the middle of this century, which now is not that far off, you guys are going to experience a month worth of days over 95 degrees. So when I talk about that with audiences, I can see some people saying, well, geez, that's great. I like hot weather, and that's more days at the beach. And maybe so, but think about what that really does mean for the way people live, the way our houses are built, especially the way poor people have to struggle. They may not have air conditioning, they may not have a place to go. They may be, when you have more hot weather, you have more air pollution, you have more ozone, you have more asthma, you have more people needing to go to the emergency room. So there may be some pros to this, but generally it's going to have a lot of impacts that we need to pay attention to. It's not going to get as cold in the winter. Our systems are used to an environment that has a certain range of temperature, and we're going to be seeing differences. Notably, they're predicting about a 15-16% increase in spring rainfall, and that's when we have enough water already. So more flooding, we can expect more flooding. All right, let me talk about IU for a minute now. Sorry. A couple of years ago, President McRobbie, who was looking at the bicentennial of IU coming up, he wanted to do some significant things. He wanted IU to do some significant things to give back to the state in gratitude for the university having been around for 200 years. So he announced these 3 grand challenges that you may have heard of. One is through the medical school. It's about precision medicine and cures for cancer and other diseases that use your own genetic whatever to figure it out. The second is about addictions, bringing people together across disciplines inside and outside the university to really focus in on how do we get a hold of the addictions crisis in Indiana. And the third is called Prepared for Environmental Change. And the idea is that we want to make sure that as we see the climate changing, some of it there's just nothing we can do about, it's coming. How do we make our state more resilient in the face of these changes that are coming? Ellen Ketterson is the director of the Environmental Resilience Institute, which was set up as part of this grand challenge to bring people together, both physically and in our minds, across disciplines throughout the state to work on these issues. She is I didn't realize she's a very unassuming person who loves birds. And I didn't realize what a big honking deal she is. No pun intended, or maybe pun intended. She speaks internationally, and she's a member of the National Academy of Sciences. And she is the spiritual and a technical leader of this group, totally committed to making sure that we're doing the work that we need to do, and that the university is applying its special skills and talents and expertise to these problems. So we're not, you notice that it's called Prepared for Environmental Change, it's not called Prepared for Climate Change. I don't have to have an argument with anybody about whether the climate is changing or why or power plants or anything like that, although I'm happy to discuss all those things. We do talk about the science and the facts on the ground and what people are seeing. And if you talk to people in their communities, they know what's going on. And whether they call it climate change or not, they want to make sure that their businesses are protected, their farms can remain productive, that they're creating a good life and environment to raise healthy kids, productive kids in the state that we all love. So this is what we're all about, is talking to people. We did a small survey back in April in anticipation of Earth Day, to ask people across the state what they were thinking about climate change. And some of the results were a little bit surprising in terms of the large number of Hoosiers, and this was a random sample, Republicans, Democrats, urban, rural, whatever. There is general support among people in the state to recognize that things are changing and that we ought to do some things about it, because there's potential harm to us. In addition, the not surprising thing, but the thing I think that shows us we have work to do, is that if people themselves believe that things are happening and we ought to be doing some things, they don't believe that their neighbors feel the same way. And it's not actually on here, but even more concerning to me was the number of people, which was about 30%, I think, who believe that there is significant debate in the scientific community about whether these climatic changes are happening. It's good to have this kind of baseline information to help us understand how we can be most effective. So what is it to be resilient? To me, it means you don't just sit and wait. It means you inform yourself. Being resilient is not just saying, okay, we're going to have lots of floods. Let's build a lot of, let's put sandbags out, you know, not adapting only, but figuring out what are the things that we can do to minimize the impacts that these future changes are going to have, as well as being ready to inform the public, hey, you know, it's going to be hotter. Here's the things that might happen, and here's where you go if it's 100 degrees and you don't have air conditioning in your house. There are 3 pillars of work. It's a university, so we have a lot of researchers doing science work out in the field. Accurate predictions, working with the scientists at Purdue and on other research. Where are the well, I'll tell you about that in a minute. So predictions, solutions, and effectively communicating all this material and information to Hoosiers, very important. So let me talk about these a little bit. So this is the Climate Change Impacts Assessment, and it has all these chapters on these different topics. This is amazing stuff, truly, and we're so lucky to have it. Not every state has scientists doing this kind of work for their state. When I was at EPA, and I would talk to people back in Indiana, they would say, Janet, can you give me the impacts of this or that program on Indiana? And I would usually have to say no, because at the national level, EPA is not looking at a state-by-state impact level. But here we have all these scientists looking at things together. Each one of these chapters is lengthy. It refers to a lot of science that's out there. It's all being published. But then for each one of these, they have about a 6 to 8 page summary, which is very accessible. It's written for the general public with good graphics and explanations and stuff like that. So please do go to this site and look at this information. I showed you the graph before about how the temperature has gone up. This shows that, plus the predictions out into the future at sort of a business as usual, that's the pink, and a moderate CO2 mitigation scenario. So under any circumstances, we're going to be seeing higher temperatures in our state, which is going to affect us as we've talked about. So here's another predictions project that's going on as part of the Grand Challenge. Ticks. I feel like anymore, I can't go out on a hike wearing shorts and a t-shirt. I don't know how about you guys, but we're now being advised very seriously to cover up and check yourself for ticks. So we have people at IU who are going out into the forests with bed sheets and gathering ticks and taking them back to the lab and analyzing them for the kinds of ticks that they are and whether they are carrying disease. So this is important information for us to have. You're sort of at the tail end in terms of tick migration up here in the northern part of the state. But that little mouse, not so fun for him to be bitten by many ticks. Okay, feasible solutions. Here's an example of one of them. We are big about not reinventing wheels, but the first time that the wheel is invented sometimes takes a long time. This is a part of Pleasant Run, which is a creek that runs through Indianapolis. It is a very urban creek. You do not want to go play in this creek. I'm sure there are lots of things that live in there, but it's very hard to see them, and it doesn't seem like they have a very nice life. We have a big project going on in Indianapolis now on the sewer system to create this huge underground tunnel and dramatically change the way wastewater and stormwater are handled. And it is going to allow areas like Pleasant Run to be restored in a massive way. So we have scientists from IU working with community groups in the city of Indianapolis and others on this stretch of Pleasant Run to figure out what are the best practices to do this. And then these approaches can be taken other places. It's a great project. Effective communication. Used to be, when I was at IDEM, we had a couple of reporters in Indiana that covered environmental news, and you guys know what's going on in the newspaper industry and the news industry. They have zero money and no resources to do specialized reporting on things like the environment. Well, this is an area where the Grand Challenge can help. And the Grand Challenge is funding Rebecca Thiel, who works for Indiana Public Radio. She doesn't work for IU. She's totally independent. And she does stories on the environment in Indiana. And I bet that she's had stories on the whatever local Northern Indiana public radio stations there are. So you may have heard her reporting. She's excellent. We also have more in-house, 2 journalists producing stories through the Indiana Environmental Reporter, which is a website you can access. The idea is to create sort of a mini Associated Press type thing, where any outlet in the state is free to take this material and just run it. So to pick on Plymouth again, the Plymouth Pilot does not have an environmental reporter. I can assure you it does not. So it can pick up stories that are of interest geographically or subject matter from the environmental reporter and put those in the pilot. Things that I work on are, I get to work on connecting with the change agents and implementers out in the state. So who are those people? People like Mayor Muir, who has to make decisions every day. Do we approve this proposed subdivision that, if you look at the FEMA maps, is not in the 100-year floodplain, but we know from just observing that it actually now is in the 100-year floodplain? Well, is that a good place to approve a subdivision where flooding is probably going to get worse over time? Or Mike comes to him and says, Mayor, we need to spend X amount of money on Y project. Does Mike have the kind of information about future conditions that allows him to bring a sound project with appropriate fiscal impacts, understanding how long that project is going to be successful? And then the mayor has to make a decision on that. So I work a lot with mayors, but there are other change agents around the state. We heard from Jerry about, he's a change agent, and a lot of the people that he works with are, as are those wonderful farmers that he showed who are exploring these best practices. I work mostly with mayors and have a colleague at the Institute, and we develop a lot of resources for mayors and local governments so that they won't have to reinvent wheels. So I'm just going to talk about a few of them because I'm very proud of them actually, and I'm so grateful that IU has decided that this is worth spending money on. We have something called the Environmental Resilience Institute Toolkit, which we adapted from a national mayor-focused adaptation website that EPA put together. But what we're doing is doing a deep dive and tailoring this resource for the Midwest, because the mayors in the Midwest, they love the coral reefs, but what's going on to save the coral reefs is not going to help them make decisions day to day. So we wanted to focus on the Midwest, we wanted to focus on small and middle-sized cities because there has not been as much focus there, and because the information that's out there for mayors is really hard to access. There's website after website, and people can spend days clicking around. I do it. I hate doing it, but I do it. But I don't want a mayor to have to do that, or a mayor's staff to have to do that. So we're trying to do that for them. One of the key features of ERIT is that we have case studies. I picked the 3 from Northwest Indiana, including one from Michigan City. But so if Michigan City has done it, then other towns can do it too. And the case studies all have information about how much it cost and what were the barriers and what have been the results, and they have an actual person that you can call. In fact, Mike might be the the person to call for the Michigan City one. So we're getting a lot of interest in the site, and it's designed for mayors, but anybody can use it, of course. We're working on something called the Hoosier Resilience Index, which will be a way, we're not going to rank all the cities in Indiana, that won't help anybody, but we're going to put together, we're going to derive information about city and county vulnerability to flooding, excess precipitation, and heat. And then the second part is going to be any mayor or county that wants to work through sort of a worksheet of, okay, here are my vulnerabilities, how ready is my city or my county for those? So that'll be coming out this fall, and we're actually looking for cities to help us beta test over the summer. So if you're connected with any local government that you think might want to do that, please let me know. We have a webinar series. This is an incredibly small investment of time, 1 hour a month. Anybody is free to join on different topics that we identify based on soliciting input from people. We usually have an expert in the field, and then we try to have a local government official from Indiana or somewhere else in the Midwest who has actually worked on this issue and can share their experience. So the next ones coming up are on solar energy and electric vehicles. There we go. This is a great program, the Sustainability Externship Program. This is funded by the McKinney Family Foundation, and we cooperate with Sustain IU on this. It provides an IU undergraduate or graduate student for 10 weeks in the summer to work with an organization. It could be a city, it could be a nonprofit, it could be a business on a sustainability or resilience project that the organization puts forward. This is our third year. We have 30 of these students working around the state. And you guys have one this year, right? Yep. Yep, they do. Oh, you're here. Excellent. All right, so a bunch of those interns this summer, or externs, I always get that mixed up, are working with 13 communities in the state of Indiana that want to do greenhouse gas inventories. That is, they want to get a sense of where are the greenhouse gases coming from throughout their city. There's an old saying, you can't manage what you don't measure, right? And most of the successful environmental programs over the decades have started with people actually measuring their pollution, whether it's the toxic release inventory or air quality inventories, because nobody wants to be number one in terms of emissions. But it also it helps you, where is this coming from? So if I want to reduce carbon, if I want to reduce my carbon footprint in this city, should I be focusing on transportation? Should I be focusing on energy production? Where should I be looking? So that's going on this summer, and that's great. There are so many great things going on in the state of Indiana, whether people talk about them or not. But there's so much more to do and so much more to share. Businesses are doing their part. Cummins Engine, which I'm just so proud of, and so proud that we have them in the state of Indiana. There is no company that is more associated internationally with diesel engines than Cummins, right? For 100 years, they've been building diesel engines. Well, now they're starting to build fully electric drivetrains because they know that this is the way technology is going, and good for them, and they're out there leading the way. We have companies like Aardvark Straws. Do you guys know about Aardvark Straws? So when it sort of exploded about plastic straws, here we have Aardvark, which is located near Fort Wayne, who held the only patent for a paper drinking straw in the country. And they've added 200-300 people to their workforce since all of that happened, and we have them here. We have wind energy in Indiana, although I will say that it's starting to sort of hit a wall in terms of local opposition. Very challenging. Solar energy also increasing in Indiana. People do have some concerns about that, but it seems to be less concerning than wind energy. But these are issues that we need to work on together. Another thing we did at IU this spring in honor of Earth Day was we recognized what we called Hoosier Resilience Heroes. This was not a rigorous application process. It was the fact that we happened to know at least this many people who are doing incredible things in their community. So we have academics on here, we have young people on here, we have community people on here, we have local government people on here. And in fact, one of them is Leah Thill, who works with the Michiana Area Council of Government. Some of you may know her. So these are people that and we have the Forester from Goshen on there too. These are people that are doing amazing things out in their communities, and we want to lift them up. That's one thing we can do, is just lift them up and get a little attention to the work that they're doing. So thank you for your patience, especially after you've been sitting for so long. But I hope that you have the opportunity to go look into this information a little bit more. I am very, very reachable. You can also send an email directly to the Institute. If there's any of this that's of interest to you, or you have ideas for us, what is it? Because I see taking back to the Institute, well, here's what I'm hearing out in the state. They need this, they need that. It would be helpful to do this or that sort of thing. And then I have this whole university of people to see if there's somebody who's working on that issue or wants to work on that issue. So thank you very much, and thank you, Mike and Mayor Muir, for inviting me.
Thank you very much. That's our first round of speakers. I challenge you all to take the environmental challenge, and if you are a member of a local city here in Indiana, please contact your mayor's office and see if they can participate in this program. I think they'll get a lot out of it. The break's going to be a little shorter because we're a little bit behind schedule. If you want to go on the W.G. Jackson, go by the registration table and sign up for one of the tours. The first one's at 1:30. And if you want continuing education for wastewater, drinking water, professional engineers, or attorney, that's all. Sign up for that's also by the table. I'll round you up in a few minutes to get started. Mr. Babcock will be our next speaker. Our next speaker is Don Babcock. He gave me a very long bio, a couple of pages long. It's in your packet. Obviously, this man is a very accomplished person, and he's an inspiration to many of us here in Northwest Indiana. He's a very positive person that always likes to talk about how things can get done, and also, trying to keep you awake. In summary, Donnie is currently the Director of the Economic Development at NIPSCO. And he's also the president of the Michigan City Redevelopment Commission, where he is helping to lead multi-million-dollar revitalization of the city of Michigan City. He also serves on a number of boards, including the Lake County Economic Alliance, the Gary Economic Development Corporation, the Michigan City Economic Development Corporation, the Greater LaPorte Economic Development Corporation, the Elkhart Economic Development Corporation. He's an economic guy. He's also a past chairman of the Energy Solutions Center in Washington, D.C. He was also the president of the Boys and Girls Club in Michigan City from 2013 to 2016, and he helped lead the reconstitution of the board of directors. The club now serves over 500 young people, helping them to strive for a great future. He also holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Mechanical Engineering from Purdue-Calumet and a Master's degree in Business Administration from the University of Chicago. Now, I know many of you have heard Don speak in the past. This is going to be like a metamorphosis for you. He's actually going to go through these slides quickly, and he's going to pick up the pace, and you'll be very surprised, and pleasantly surprised, I'm sure, by the time he gets done. So without further ado, Mr. Don Babcock.
Mike, and I will try to live up to the expectation that he set. I do have an opportunity to be in front of a great group of people here today, and with that, it inspires me to be very long-winded. So he said that I could speak again this year if I kept it short, and then and also speak on something that I'm familiar with, but not necessarily expert in. And by the way, I want you to go through these 57 slides in like 15 minutes. So I'll do my best to fulfill that expectation. But one thing I do pretty routinely is to try to put a little extra energy into any endeavor that I have. So, and I've come to become known for my welcome to the group. And so without any further ado, I'll get started with the program. So, good morning, Michigan City, Indiana. And thank you all for joining us for the 6th conference on the environment. And could we have a more beautiful day in all of Northwest Indiana than right here, what we're enjoying in Michigan City. And I hope you partake of the opportunity to go on the boat this afternoon and also enjoy the other amenities in the city. As he mentioned, I'm honored to be the president of the Michigan City Redevelopment Commission. And normally, I'd be speaking about the phenomenal things that are happening in this city under the leadership of Mayor Ron Muir. I know Mike gave him some accolades here earlier, and I'm a long-term, I guess not long-term, but a reasonable term person in Michigan City. And then I came here in 1989, and I was here and then out of here, because I had a lot of different jobs in NIPSCO, and I'd come back every few years and people go, this place has just got tremendous potential. It's got so much potential. And I come back, 4 or 5 years later, this place has got so much potential, so much potential. And, a few years later, and some things were happening, but not a lot of things were happening. And when Mayor Ron Muir came in, he decided, and he told his city planner, his brand new city planner, Craig Phillips at the time, we're not doing any more plans. We're not going to create another bunch of books to put on the shelf. We're going to do some things that are actually going to happen. And so one of the first things Craig did was the Lake Michigan Gateway Implementation Strategy, which described how we were going to rebuild the north end of the city. But you'll notice there is no plan in that plan. That is a strategy for achievement and making things actually happen. And you'll see the fruits of that as you work your way around the city. I do want to give a shout out to Jenna Lee Haynes with the Economic Development Corporation of Michigan City. If you take a look at this book, it's on your tables. This is a great summary of what's going on in Michigan City in 2018 and prior. And it talks about some phenomenal things that are happening. And normally that would be the gist of my pitch. But today I'm going to be talking about something a little bit more important to the theme is sustainability and resilience in Michigan City and what we're doing relative to the environment. And in general, I end up being a cheerleader to any number of things, and I love to cheer Michael Kuss and his team and what he's done here for our city. So I spoke last year about create, play, and repeat, and this year I'm going to be focusing more on repeat, 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 because it takes a tremendous amount of focus and drive to make things happen. And we heard here earlier, and it just resonated with me very well, that nothing happens all by itself. And so routinely I give the pitch, it's not about me, it's about we. It's not about my pride, it's about our success. It's about being part of something bigger than ourselves. That's what inspires us all to work toward a better future for all of us. And that's why I'm so impressed with the theme of this year with sustainability and resilience, because and the other speaker we had was talking about if it's green and you clean it, people will come. And so I spent a lot of time in my job trying to attract new business to northern Indiana. And this state's been on a tremendous roll, and the region's been on a tremendous roll, and particularly the city is an example of being on a roll relative to, in my job, it's a little bit more, it does have a green component, but it's a little bit more about putting green in your pocket rather than a green environment. But the two of those things do go hand in hand, and we're seeing some tremendous things happen in Northwest Indiana as a result of the leadership that we have. Quality of life, quality of place, as I spoke to that, leadership is what makes the difference, and without leadership, nothing happens. So Mayor Muir came here, I don't know, it's going on his third term now. Hopefully he'll prevail this fall, because he's the guy that put the team together and hired Michael Kuss and Craig Phillips and Spike Peller and Rich Murphy. I saw him someplace here in the crowd. He's got a really great team working with him, and he's the type of leader that sets the expectation and that then lets them run the play. And that's why we're seeing so many good things happen here. But one of the things I'd like to talk about in leadership is the Committee on Lead. It was established by Mayor Muir in January of 2017. It's a proactive approach to addressing lead contamination and lead poisoning issues that impacts particularly low-income and minority families at an alarming rate. And we are the only city in the entire state to have such a committee. In the creation of the Lead Committee, just quoting from Mayor Muir, although we are confident that the city of Michigan City not only meets yet exceeds state and federal standards in regards to supplying our citizens clean drinking water, lead contaminants can come from many forms beyond just water. It's firstly important that our citizens have the knowledge and resources at their disposal should they want to further investigate any potential lead concerns they may have. And I'm sure we're all familiar with the lead problems we've had in Northwest Indiana, and in particular some of the challenges we've had in East Chicago, Indiana, where kind of lead got in front of stuff rather than behind things. And in this community, we're not afraid to address issues relative to the environment and get one step ahead of it and protect our citizens from those contaminations and problems. And the objectives are a working committee. The committee will be working, that will meet and report regularly to the mayor, to the common council, and the public. It's as an educational drive and an awareness drive to strive to find better ways to promote awareness and access to resources at the local, state, and federal levels on lead. Committee members, led by Michael Cuss. I thought I saw Deb Chubb here earlier. Deb, you're in the audience. You wave your hand. John Prisbalinski, President of the Council. Chris Johnson. Is Chris here? Anyway, some of these people would stand up. I'd appreciate it. Rob Johnson, Sue Downs, Albertine Allen, Kimberly Williams, Sean Fitzpatrick, our city council member, Dan McCoy, Sherry Wilson, and Destiny Morris. So please give them a hand because their contribution in moving the city forward on lead has been critical. Health effects of lead. You know, it does have an effect on adults, not just children. So it can have abdominal digestive issues, but doctors now believe, particularly for children, that there is no safe level. Any amount of lead has negative effects that can be permanent, and also particularly in pregnant women. This shows the connection between lead poisoning on violent crime in the United States. And if you look at the axis on the bottom, there's a 20-year lag between the green line and the blue line. So it takes about 20 years for the effects of lead poisoning to show up in people. So if a young person's exposed to lead at an early age, it slows their cognitive processes. It makes it more challenging for them to learn, and then they have a higher potential to get involved with crime and other things that negatively affect our communities. So a direct correlation, so the science is there, and we know that we need to do more to protect particularly young people and others from lead, and the greatest source was lead-based paint. You know, years ago, and probably many of you know this better in the audience than I do, is that lead was put in this kind of a filler, stretcher kind of process in paint to make it more resilient and last longer, and well, we didn't know the negative effects at that time. Old housing pre-1978, they're more likely to have it. Very fine base lead paint dust, it's inhaled or ingested, weathered and impacted surface, exterior paint, soil, and the drip line. And so it actually becomes in the soil, in the ground around the home where children are playing, or in the basement, or the dust in the home. So it needs to be removed. And the old housing stock, in particular, Michigan City has a higher prevalence potential because 76% of our housing was built before 1978. And that's when they used a lot more lead paint. The lead committee's been very active. They've had 35 meetings, 30,000 educational flyers, letters to area physicians, work with the city water department, research networking, workshops, It drafted lead-safe housing ordinances, meetings with state legislators, letters to the school. Michigan City area schools, under the leadership of Barbara Easton Watkins, Dr. Barbara Easton Watkins, stepped up and tested the water in all the buildings. A presentation was made to the Michigan City area schools, outreach to the churches. There's information available online, local grant, and secured participation in the state of Indiana lead abatement grant program, and secured a $2.3 million HUD grant for helping us with lead here in this very city. For the area schools, the drinking water came out that all drinking water fountains were tested for lead. Preschool testing, first and only system in Indiana to require lead screening for all incoming kindergarten restaurants. And that is not an easy lift. And I know that the dedication of this team really helped convince our area schools that this is an important issue. And there's a social justice kind of issue with this thing, because there's some sensitivity in the low-income and minority community to having this testing done, because what's in the records and will negatively impact the image of either my child or my family at some point in the future. But if we really want to be bold about it and do what's really required, it is to do the testing for the child and then have the community come and support improvements in the environment for that child. Because that's what it's really all about. It's helping young people have the best opportunity for the best life, and also come back and help us grow our cities, right? So, state of Indiana grant lead abatement program. Eligibility was participation in the state of Indiana, and was only available to a handful of Indiana cities: East Chicago, Evansville, South Bend, Indianapolis, Gary, and Hammond. And this is where the kudos go to our lead committee, because they persisted and hung in there and committed to our young people and our city that we were going to do something about lead in our city. And they were invited to the club in 2019. So kudos to the committee. I think we ought to give them a round of applause, because this is community activism at work, and it paid off for all of us. It covers lead assessment of your home at no cost. It covers 100% of the cost of any lead abatement. So that $2.3 million is going in a good place. The application is available online at the sanitary district, or you go to the office. And to date, approximately 30 applications have been received from Michigan City residents, more, again, than any city in Indiana. So we're doing the right things here. The HUD lead abatement program, oh, there it is, okay, $2 million. I was trying to get to the 2.3 million. It's actually 2.7, I guess. So $2 million for the lead hazards control grant. The city matched it with $420,000. The Healthy Homes grant was $300,000 what been required to match. So in all, we're approaching $3 million available to address lead. They were awarded a grant program, the focus area out of Michigan City. The emphasis was on the neighborhood and the children and areas that were at greatest risk of lead exposure. Today, the goal is to make 120 units lead safe, protect 105 children under the age of 6, screen 1,500 children through lead testing, train 6 residents as certified community health workers. And as I understand it, at this train 360 individuals, either lead-safe cleaning practice or lead-safe work. So there is an economic development component of this also, in that we have people trained to do the lead assessment and cleaning, and not only clean our environment, but also potentially go to other communities and do similar type of work and expand the program for others. Let's say Michigan City assists 30 Section 3 eligible individuals, conduct 126 community outreach events, conduct comprehensive healthy homes intervention in 90 units, and create lead-safe Michigan City housing and registry program. The benefits of lead abatement are well known. The For every dollar you spend on it, you get $1.17 in return for enforcement, compliance, or renovation. This probably has to do with the improved value of your home. For every dollar spent, you get $3.10 in return. And Mother Jones, factoring in the crime potential reduction, for every dollar, you get $10 back. So it's not only good for the environment, but it's good for the economy and good for all of us. So okay, so that's, I'm sure there's many of you understand a lot better than I do, and I think we're all well aware of the issues, but this is another important thing that I'm a little bit more familiar with, is that in any number of communities have brownfield sites, but it takes leadership to address potential hazards on a brownfield site. So as I mentioned earlier, I'm honored to be on the Michigan City Redevelopment Commission. I saw Larry Silvestri in the audience. He was previously on the Redevelopment Commission with me, and now Mayor Mears on the Redevelopment Commission also. But Larry in particular was outspoken in insisting that, with the support of the mayor, that when we determine from a piece of property that we acquired through a tax sale, so in essence, the way redevelopment commissions work, right? You try to partner with people to eliminate blight or improve the value of buildings and businesses in your community. And one of the ways you do that is you get control of property, and you either buy property or you get it through a tax sale or whatever, and then you make investments in that, and it improves the community and everything gets better. So the Redevelopment Commission had identified that this is the former Chrysler building on Michigan Boulevard, 11th and Michigan Boulevard, and we wanted that piece of property because it was blighted for a long time. It was dragging the community down, and we knew that if we improved that site, that there would be other development related along Michigan Boulevard in the entire city, and everybody would benefit. So when we acquired it, we suspected that there was some potential contamination, because that is part of our due diligence. We do a phase 1 and phase 2 and some other things. And we identified that there was some historical contamination at the site from a previous dry cleaning use. So we hired some consultants and environmental experts to help us identify. There was a release of dry cleaning solvent that was discovered on the site, and we did some testing and studying on it. And at least the reports I read on it, the concentration of it was actually pretty heavy. I don't know if they had actually spilled the material on the ground or how it got in the ground, but you'll see here one of the few upcoming slides here that affected a significant area. And it was limited to, there's over 64 residents that we notified in a 4-block area from Tryon Road, Walker Street, Michigan Boulevard, and 8th Street. So this is the area of the plume, if you will. And at the bottom of the screen, you'll see the little purple triangle, if you will. That was the site of the former auto dealership, the Chrysler dealership. And a portion of that had also been, prior to the auto dealership, was this dry cleaner. And you can see the plume originated down in the corner on the screen, but proceeded all the way to Trail Creek. So some of these contaminants from the cleaner were actually getting into Trail Creek. Now the city also owns the area in red up there at the top, and we're currently doing some work there to clean up that so that we can redevelop that. But the Begley plume, as it's designed, identified not only was it affecting this property for future development, it was potentially affecting negatively these people that were living in the homes. And I can't say enough about Mayor Meir and Larry Silvestri and Michael Cuss and his team for stepping up and getting in front of this, because it's not easy to raise your hand in the community and say, particularly if you're in an elected office, that we think we've got a problem, and it needs to be fixed, and we're putting our area of residents first rather than go the way some other communities have gone, is ignore it. We don't know how bad it is. We don't know whether we should invest any time and effort in it or not. We don't know who's legally going to be responsible, rather than taking the bold, solid move to, we're going to put residents first, or protect the residents in our community, come hell or high water. And that's been Mayor's theme since, I mean, that's how he first got into office, because of some issues with our previous leadership at the sanitary district. So it takes courage to do that. But one thing I do want to identify is, even though the city now owns a property, we are not responsible for the contamination. That is the other potentially responsible parties. But we have taken a proactive approach. We're sampling and monitoring the conditions, and we'll be pursuing the responsible parties for reimbursement to the city. So we went through 2 rounds of vapor intrusion testing. First round was August through November of 2018. So this is a really recent process. And the second round was in February 2019. The good news was all the indoor sampling, and this involved going into the basements of these homes and drilling a hole and taking samples out of the hole and screening for potential agents that could injure a child or somebody breathing these fumes in the home. And the good part was all the indoor air samplings were below the IDEM immediate action levels. All the sampling results were also below the IDEM screening levels, with the exception of 2 residents that showed slightly above screening levels for tetrachloroethylene and trichloroethane and ethylene. Okay, so I'm in the range. I do want to identify, by the way, because somebody here who's really going to coach me is Maureen Turman. If you just stand up or hold your hand up. Maureen is our Director of Environmental Policy at NIPSCO. So she knows I'm way out of my field here, so hopefully she'll correct me if I get too far astray. But very proud to work with her, and I'll comment a little bit on some NIPSCO things in a minute. But Mayor Beer, as I mentioned, his leadership, extremely proud of his staff for quickly implementing this work and for their dedication to the health and well-being of the residents. The recent reports from around the state of the health effects of potential groundwater contamination demonstrates the need for communities to step up and act quickly in the best interests of public health when such situations are discovered. No matter when it's discovered, you know, who knows what's where, but when you discover it, the important thing is not to run away from it, but to take the action. And get your team of people focused on this becomes a priority, and we make it happen. And his comments are, my administration will continue to react quickly and to take the necessary steps to ensure the safety of our citizens and residents. And you can't get better leadership than that. As long as he's mayor, he assures us that he's going to continue to be a leader in the area of public health and safety, and hopefully other communities throughout Indiana can work toward what Michigan City has done to set a strong example of why such efforts are needed, and in a proactive and positive way to create good results. So I missed that whole quote, Mayor. Sorry, I think I was in the range. Mayor, are you still here? Please raise your hand. Big hand for Mayor, because I mean, he inspires all of us. I love working. So the blue swag, the storm advisory groups, and I'll switch gears again here, remind us of clean water. So they meet monthly, discuss and address stormwater issues throughout the city. And the sanitary district and planning, parks, engineering, central services, and urban forestry departments, also private citizens, city council members, local engineers, and Northwest Indiana water quality experts are on this team. Their major accomplishments were they developed a land acquisition strategy and also developed a green storm water streets policy. On the land acquisition, they have tools and processes for the city to acquire land, for stormwater management, and conservation and recreation. They developed a decision tree tool, of legal templates, protocols, and processes to acquire land, and identified the top 20 parcels for prime acquisition. They also have a green stormwater streets policy, provides guidelines for green stormwater streets as a standard for inclusion in green infrastructure, to manage the stormwater runoff on new streets and when designing or reconstructing existing streets. Now, wasn't necessarily part of the green stormwater practices, but you can go out and see the example of what Michigan City has done on Wabash Avenue over by the outlet mall. It's a newly refurbished street, and it's got a nice greenway down the center. And if you'll notice on the sides, there's these little pond kind of areas that are designed to retain stormwater and slow it down and use native species to constrain the water for some period of time so it doesn't just arbitrarily overflow into the stormwater system. So it's a much better way, a more sustainable way to try to manage stormwater. They also worked on these primary projects, the Carwick dump site remediation, which is a $2.4 million cleanup. For those of you that don't know, I don't know if you know out by Carwick Elementary School here. We had a park at one time, but now the park's been pretty much leveled because we had determined that was an old dump site for prior to even the time it was part of the city. And so you got some buildup of trash underground. And unfortunately, we had talked about the high water levels here. Some of that material was actually going right into Trail Creek and causing issues. And so again, the city proactively started working out there to clean up that site. And if you drive by now, you see it's all been leveled, and they're going to restore the habitat on top and put some type of cap to control the contaminants on the site. The Chain Run Wetland Stormwater Treatment Facility, that was $2.1 million stormwater treatment plant. In total, $4.5 million in funds to these significant projects, and only 15% local match was required. So I'm sure you can hear more about these later in the conference, and somebody else do a lot better justice to it than I have. The Michigan City Resilience Cohort is the project name of a new group for greenhouse gas emissions projects. The project is funded by a grant and is part of the Indiana Development Sustainability Program at Indiana University. Our leaders, I'm going to make it easy, AJ, first year SEA MPA student from Indiana University, is the project lead, and I know NIPSCO's also doing some stuff with him to help with some of our knowledge on greenhouse gases, and in general to identify ways to reduce greenhouse gas emissions citywide. Maybe this is the place where I had to put the plug in for the NIPSCO leadership, and that we have committed that we are moving away from coal. And in fact, the Michigan City generating station is slated to go out of service in 2028. And thank you. Hopefully people believe that we are genuine and it's going to try to do stuff that is right for the environment and sustainable, and to also make good decisions from a market standpoint, because the challenge has been for a long time. Everybody loves green, but green tends to be more expensive, or at least it used to be. It's becoming more economical. And frankly, when we did an RFP for our new generation, as we started to close some of these coal plants, we were quite frankly positively surprised at how competitive the renewable projects were. And frankly, it would have been very difficult for us to make an argument to continue to stay with coal or even natural gas generation. Now, that could change over time depending on what happens in the marketplace. Obviously, the advancement of the greater and greater discoveries of natural gas have made it much more abundant. So, and with the combined cycle gas turbine technology, you have a very efficient way to produce power at a low cost. But the interesting thing for us is some of these renewable things were coming in where it even beat those economics. So we will be continuing to evaluate as we launch into a new era at NIPSCO. It's your energy, your power, your energy, your future. Maureen, what's the slogan we're using? Your energy, your future. So we're trying to do the best we can to make good decisions for northern Indiana, and particularly our customers and our communities. And not only that, but also our shareholders. So the reduction in greenhouse gases, particularly here in Michigan City, with the reduction of this coal-fired plant here, should have a very positive effect on that here. But there are other sources of greenhouse gases. It was established in March 2019 by the Commission on Sustainability. And is it Delia? I thought I saw Delia Zeigels. Are you the chairman of this committee? Would you like to stand up, please? And hopefully, if she does get a chance at the podium later on, it would be good for you to link up with her and talk a little bit about what we're trying to do here. It's wonderful to see, as I suggested, leadership in our community step up and try to do some things. Their first meeting was held just a couple of weeks ago on May 29th. And their purpose is to coordinate communication between agencies, departments, commissions, and other entities, perform outreach, and provide information about current and planned local environmental projects. Purpose and objective is advocate for energy conservation, renewable and clean energy, encourage more recycling, promote green spaces, sidewalks, bike paths, ensure a coordinated citywide effort in achieving a comprehensive sustainability program. So thank you, Delia, for your leadership there. It's much appreciated. The next point I'd like to talk about is the Michigan City Brownfield Coalition. And in 2018, an EPA Brownfields Assessment Grant was awarded to the city in the amount of $600,000. And I want to give Mike Cuss kudos here for leading this effort and working with Craig Phillips and the Rita Vaughn Commission to pursue this grant. It addresses hazardous substances and petroleum. The grant period started last October and runs through September 30th of 2021. And the idea is to stimulate brownfield redevelopment. Now, one of the challenges in many communities, and I do know a little bit about this from an economic development standpoint, is we tend to get, I guess we just get tired and we get accepting of what our communities are like. And when we drive into the city every day, past that old gas station that had been sitting there abandoned for 20 years, we think, well, that's just part of the city. That gas station is going to be there 20 years from now. It'll probably outlive me, and if I want something different, I'm going to have to leave this community. And the challenge with whether it's a gas station or a dry cleaner or wherever the blighted site is it drags down all the neighboring property. People, when they come new to your community, they're coming in, they're not like the rest of us that are used to seeing the gas station. We might have even known the person that owned the gas station. They're not used to any of that. They're just seeing that, wow, this town, what kind of pride do they have? They don't care that the crummy looking station there on the corners. Been there, maybe there's some nostalgia. I don't know, some probably would have those old gasoline pumps kind of thing on them, whatever. But that stuff has got to go. And it takes a long time to do that. I know I didn't see Commissioner Burleson Matthias here, but years ago she was our mayor of Michigan City, and just down the street from us here, she worked with IDEM and the city and the Rita Vaughn Commission and the EDC on the old Joe Sam Foundry, and got a grant for that. And right now that place is being put back into productive use, but that's 10 or 20-year project. Similarly, in LaPorte, you have the old Alice Chalmers facility, now Newport Landing, 10, 20-year effort. The point I'm trying to make is that nothing ever happens without leadership and starting to get some funding for it and somebody believing that we can get rid of that thing within our lifetime. So I'm very proud to be part of this. We're going to use it to stimulate some brownfield redevelopment. We have a Brownfield Coalition contractor, BCA Environmental Consultants. The partners are there at the bottom, the Sanitary District, the Michigan City, the Rita Vaughn Commission, and of course our Economic Development Corporation. The assessment grant, most of you know what a brownfield is, but it's property that has property expansion, redevelopment, or reuse, which may be complicated because there is either the potential presence of hazardous substance, pollutants, or contaminants, or the perceived, and it doesn't say that there, but it's either one of those, whatever's holding back the redevelopment of that property it's either perceived as being contaminated or it actually has some potential contaminants on it. So you have to go through the assessment process to prove that it either is clean or it needs some level of remediation. Here's what we can do with the grant. We got a brownfield inventory. We can do the phase 1 environmental assessments and the phase 2 environmental assessments, and we can plan for the cleanup and engage the community, but the funds can't be used for the actual cleanup itself. That's going to take some more work to get beyond that. This is our brownfield inventory across the city. They've identified at least 17 high priority areas to be considered. I know one is right across the street here in the blank property. You can see right on the corner of Trail Creek. And I know that that is going to be high on the list of places that we want to see put to a better future use. There's the benefits of it, job creation, obviously removal of blight, property values, reduction of contamination, better tax base, affordable housing. Clarifies the property benefits, or clarifies the environmental conditions and makes it more marketable. And most lending institutions, servicing companies, and purchasers require these assessments and so that you do know what the contaminants are, and require the new developer or whoever currently owns it to clean it up before any additional investment is made. And I think I'm getting near the end here. So this is a project that I'm extremely excited about. This is the Singing Sands Trail. It's the potential, and it's fixed in with Congressman Visclosky's effort for the Marquette Greenway, is to have a way to the trail that literally extends from the Illinois state line up to the Michigan state line. And a good portion of this trail has been completed. But the Singing Sands Trail has been floating around here since it was one of those potentials that I talked about when I came here in 1989. In fact, NIPSCO has a piece of property that has been committed to this project. It's our right-of-way right in front of Mount Baldy on Route 12, that right where it makes a swing after you go forward to the railroad tracks, and then it gets the second set of railroad tracks. So we have our right-of-way running right through there, and we have committed that we will partner with the development of the trail along there. So the trail will connect to Porter County. It'll come across the street at the west entrance of the Michigan City Generating Station, and then it will parallel, I think I got a picture here somewhere. Yeah, so it will parallel Route 12 for a while, and then it swings back between the homes and the cooling tower, and then comes up, and the first spot ends in front of City Hall. And then the second phase starts at the the green portion of the line, and goes from City Hall over to Liberty Trail. And then finally, the third phase is Liberty Trail to Muir Road. But my prediction, particularly with the announcement of the Dunes National Lakeshore becoming a national park, is that we will see many more visitors come to Northwest Indiana, and being able to bike from Mount Baldy down to City Hall will be a big plus, because I'm one of those adventurous person that actually rode my bike on Route 12, and it's got that little S in there, and I'm always nervous about people texting or calling or whatever else, and they're going to veer off the road and hit me. So I feel a lot better about riding my bike. Anyway, let me back up, make sure I hit the stuff. All right, I got it. Is that good enough? Am I in the range? All right, got it. So it's a good thing. I've been waiting 20 years for this thing, so maybe 30 years. I hope it gets done in my lifetime. But here's our future, and we're going to be focused on implementing, executing meaningful and visually impacting projects, transformative public improvement projects with a focus on job creation and centered on quality of life and further quality investment. I loved our very first speaker, Chris, when he mentioned that if it's green and if it's clean, they will come. And this is the foundation of sustainability and resilience for our community. I grew up in Northwest Indiana. I'm a Highland guy. My parents were Hammond High, Morton High grads, and I used to go down to the beach, and I could never watch the sunset over Chicago because it was just too dark and smelly and gross. And I'd go to the Little Cal and see the dead fish and all the mud and everything, and we never ever saw an egret. I thought you had to go to Florida to see egrets. So we're seeing all that come back, and it's also the reason You know, people wonder why we had the decay in downtown Hammond, downtown Whiting, downtown Gary, downtown East Chicago. Well, part of the reason was because of the steel mills and refinery and some other industry. There were some very good paying jobs, and as soon as somebody got some money in their pocket, they were taking their family out in the boonies, right? I got to get away from that choking pollution or my car covered with a red dust every time I go to the parking lot at the steel mill. So through regulation and investments by those companies, we do have still a resilient steel industry. You will have a sustainable, resilient power provider with NIPSCO, and together we will create a phenomenal future for all of Northwest Indiana. And from our mayor himself, it's a wonderful place to live, do business. Our city provides opportunity for fun, endless options for recreation, leisure, shopping, dining, and nightlife. Northwest Indiana is ranked as one of the top job-creating regions in the country and foresees growth for years to come. As a hub of innovation in manufacturing and the arts, you'll find no better place to live and be inspired. So, thank you very much. It's been my pleasure to speak with all of you. Those who missed one of my, not that I'm a country western fan, but I am a Jason Aldean fan of recent, and one of his recent songs is, "We may not be around in 20 years, but they're sure going to remember we were here." Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Babcock. I'm not sure the metamorphosis was quite complete, but you did better. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is our keynote speaker. This is our 6th keynote speaker that we've had. Had some really inspirational speeches over the last 5 years, and I'm really looking forward to our next presentation. In 1970, at the age of 12, Dave Rarick took his first sail on a sunfish sailboat off the beach west of Michigan City, Indiana. Exhilarated by the experience, he sailed ever since. In those 50 years, David has completed many sailing events on the Great Lakes and internationally through his real passion, although his real passion is sailing single-handed. This passion was sparked while sneaking a sailing book from the library in middle school, and that dream has allowed him to complete a trip around the world. In 2013, 4 years later, he boarded the Bodacious Dream out of Jamestown, Rhode Island, and 8.5 months later, he sailed around the world. Dave's home harbor is right here in Michigan City, where he's completed many sailing events, including 33 Chicago to Mackinac Island races, 7 solo trips, and 2 super solo trips. Internationally, he sailed in Europe, North America, and Oceania, and among his many achievements, as he has been inducted into the Great Lakes Sailing Racing Hall of Fame. How about that? Off the water, he's a coordinator of Kids Educational Outreach Program for the Atlantic Cup race, speaking to students about the environment, ocean health, and sustainability. Our keynote speaker for 2019, Captain David Rarick.
Thanks for having me. This is really kind of a neat thing to see an environmental conference here in Michigan City, Indiana. Let's see if I can get this out. As Mike mentioned, this is my home territory. I was born and raised in Gary, Indiana, and we moved to the Indiana Dunes in 1966. Sailing became a passion at the age of 12, and that's afforded me the chance to sail in some of the most amazing places in the world, from Europe to New Zealand, St. Lawrence Seaway, and everywhere else. And I still have to say that sailing here on Lake Michigan, on the shores of Michigan City and the Indiana Dunes, is still some of the most beautiful sailing I've seen in the world. As Ron Mayor said, it wasn't always like that. When we moved to the dunes in 1966, I was probably 9 years old and probably less than 5 feet tall. And when we went swimming in the lake, which is often 3 or 4 times a week, what we considered a really clear day, and we kept track of that, was being able to see your feet at waist deep from a 5-foot kid, not a 6-foot adult. Obviously, things are tremendously better now from the concerted effort of a lot of people, both sides of the fence, the industry and the environmentalists, and we're all kind of grateful for that. So that's kind of a neat thing. I'd like to take you on a trip around the world, sailing around the world, single-handed. As As Mike said, that's been my passion since I picked up a book in middle school. And sailing around the world single-handed means you're the only person on the boat. So if you can imagine stepping out of the cab of your truck or your vehicle and walking up to work on the headlights on the car and then turning around looking back and seeing no one in the passenger seat or no one at the steering wheel, it's kind of the same thing when you get on the bow of the boat to change the sail and you look back and there's nobody else on board and it's thousands of miles to anywhere in land. The best thing about this trip around the world for you guys, it's going to happen in about 30 minutes. It took me 8.5 months. You're not going to get wet, cold, tired, hungry, lonely. You will miss the anxiety and exhilaration, but I kind of covered that in my book, which I've got some outside in the table there. So the first thing we need to do is get a boat, and when this whole project came to be, I had taken on a job taking care of boats for a family out of Chicago who had become quite successful with their business. They knew of my passion for the single-handed sailing, and I was taking care of a boat down in Fort Lauderdale, I guess it was, and I got an email text, and it said, I think if you really want to do this single-handed race around the world, we need to get you a boat to do it in. So just like that first little love note you got when you were in grade school that said, you like me, yes or no, circle 1, and you took that note home and you read it 10, 15, 20 times to see if it meant something else, I read that email about 150 times that night, thinking that this can't be true, but it actually was. So we identified the boat we wanted. It was being built in Wellington, New Zealand, designed by a guy named Bruce Farr, who was one of the preeminent yacht designers in the world. It had to be a Class 40 boat, which is a specific class of boat, 40 feet long, 60-foot high mast, 10-foot draft, and had to have a build weight of less than 10,000 pounds, or right at 10,000 pounds. So that's the Class 40, which is a class rule, a box rule designed by the French. The French countrymen and sailors in France are the preeminent single-handed or double-handed sailors in the world. So that's where the sport, the sort of epicenter is. So we went to New Zealand on my first trip, and this is what I just, you fly 24 hours from Chicago all night through LA and on into Auckland and then down to Wellington. And at 8 in the morning, they pick you up at the airport and they take you right to work at the shop. And here we are putting the deck, which you see in the background, is going to meet up with the hull here. And the guys lined it up. And after the end of that week, when I went for home, the hull and deck were glued together. We had to do a little bit of work on the, oops, that went a little bit fast. We had to do a little work on figuring out the tiller angles, and while the boat was all built with pretty significant technology and engineering with CAD/CAM systems and designs, the panels would be infused with resin and then cut out with a CAD/CAM so everything fit together very perfectly. We still had to do a little bit of good old boy in engineering with working out the tiller angles. Here we've got Maddie and Will and I just kind of working out which way that's going to work out best. I then went home for a month or so and let them have their way with the shop and the work and the tools. And I came back for launch week in the middle of December of 2011. And Lapo picked me up at the airport and drove me to the yard. He says, come on, let's go to the office first. Well, we're walking past this big, huge open door, and there sits Bodacious Dream, ready to be launched. And I said, we're not going to the office first, guy. I got to go kiss this thing. It was like Christmas for me. It was the most beautiful boat I'd seen. I've sailed a lot of boats, but this boat was really special. In that process, Dave Miners had to do a little bit of work on the rigging, and then they do things a little bit differently in New Zealand. They get out there and they just push that rig on down the road to the marina. So it was about a half a mile down to the marina, and we put it on dollies, and we just walked it on down there. We came on back, and they just put the good old boys to it, and push the boat out of the shed and push it over to the road. They drive the lift down the road, pick the boat up. We have to install the keel, and you'll see this is a little bit different engineering arrangement. There's only 2 bolts that hold this 6,000 pound counterweight onto the boat. So I called one the Jesus bolt and the other one the Moses bolt. If either one of them failed, I was hoping the other one was strong enough to carry on. But then with everything in place, they just drive the boat right on down the road and down to the marina. So it's now time to launch the boat. She's ready to go in, and one of the most specifically fun times for a boat owner and all is when the boat gets her first kiss of water. So watching the bulb of the keel go into the water was just really special for me. At that point, I knew this was going to be a really special boat and a special dream. It was then time to do a little bit of sailing, and get a little bit of experience with the boat. So we did what we call sail testing, and these are some of the guys here from the shop. You've got, on the left, you've got Casper from North Sails. In the red shirt is Will, who's the shop foreman. In the center of the gray jacket was Lapo, who's the brainchild behind the whole boat, and then the host of other guys from the shop. We took it out the first day and did a little bit of motorboat testing and some of this testing and that testing. Did a little bit of sail testing. And these sails are all this new special space age technology, and North Sails was very kind in giving me these sails at a very, very reduced cost in order to get them on a boat to try them out. This is called the 3DI technology. These sails are just incredible how they build them now. It's no longer the old day of cutting cloth and sewing it together. These are actually laminated and glued and shaped on a bladder like in a mold. From there we did some sail testing and some sailing. We had to do some tip tests and weight tests because the boat has to meet certain standards in the design criteria and specifications for it to be qualified as Class 40. So you could build this boat lighter and stiffer, but then that would be outside the design rules. So we have to tip the boat over, and you'll see the guys in the blue boat at the end of the mast there, they've got a pull down weight scale so they can determine the weight necessary to keep the boat inverted like this. And that gives you your stability factor, and it has to meet a certain stability factor. Like I said, it could be stiffer, which would make the boat faster, and then it'd make it unfair in the competitiveness of the Class 40 race. So then we did some sailing around Wellington Harbor, which is a beautiful place in New Zealand. The harbor's probably about 5 miles long, and we got some good sailing in here. You guys got a little bit wind in the sail there, and then we ease it down a little bit. But you notice how kind of relaxed everybody is. If I go back to this page here, you'll see the rudder sticking out of the water on the right-hand side. One of the unique features of these boats is they have twin rudders, so they have one on each side of the boat. So there's one on the starboard and one on the port side. So right now the port rudder is in the water, and if you're all into sailing, you'll notice that's me in the blue jacket on the helm. The helm is deadline center. Now normally if you're on a traditional boat, you'd have that helm way up trying to fight the battle and the forces to keep the boat from rounding up. These boats are very stiff and very well sailed, and very well balanced. This is a particularly beautiful photograph, and this one garnered us the cover of Yachting World, which is an international sailing magazine. When this boat was built, Bodacious Dream was hull number 3 of the FAR 40 series, and it was considered one of the fastest Class 40s in the world. So here's the video here, if you can... This gives you an idea of what it's like to sail this boat. We're sailing in Wellington, New Zealand, and look how casual the guys are going. You'll hear Lapo holler out here in a minute that the boat's doing 18 and a half, 19 knots. Very stable, very flat. You see that container ship in the far distance there. We're aiming on them very quickly. So one of the funny things about that, in Wellington, New Zealand, everybody disappears for the holiday season, for the Christmas holiday season. So it's long about December 18th, and they're saying, Dave, you know, you might as well go home, spend the holidays with your family, come back after New Year's, and we'll do some more sail testing, we'll do a couple races around, teach you the boat more, and so on and so forth. And I said, yeah, that makes good sense. You guys are all going on holiday out to the beach and stuff, so, you know, if you do want to use the boat while I'm gone, feel free to use it. That's kind of like telling the kids to guard the candy store. These guys are on vacation. They got nothing to do for a couple weeks, and the guy who has the fastest boat in the world just asked them, gave them permission to sail the boat if they wanted. So they took it out, and then afterwards they sent me that video, and I thanked them and congratulated them. At some point or other I asked them, I said, you know, you all look so casual on board, like that was nothing really special. And they said, well, you know, we didn't really know what to expect either, but we were just hoping we wouldn't break anything. So nothing broke. The boat was very solidly built. So the game plan and strategy at that point, with the Global Oceans race to begin in 2013, was to practice with the boat for the year of 2014, the season of 2014. We shipped the boat back, we did a couple races in New Zealand. We shipped the boat back to Charleston, South Carolina, and the first race we competed in was the Atlantic Cup race, which runs from Charleston, South Carolina to New York City, and New York City up to Newport, Rhode Island. It's a Class 40 specific international race. It garners some of the finest racers in the world, a lot of them from the European continent and around the world, came to compete with us. And it was our first race, and of course I was doing the good old Hoosier boy, well guys, you know, this is a new boat to us, we really don't know what we're doing, and don't expect much from us, we're just kind of here to learn and see how this goes, and I'm trying to learn how to sail the boat. We pull into New York City, we get in third place, and the French guys are a little bit ticked off about this, and the one guy, JC, comes up to me and says, you know, I don't know how you Americans you call it sandbagging. I think you sandbagging. If you beat us again, I'm not going to talk to you again. So we started the race over again in New York to Newport, Rhode Island, and we showed up in Newport, Rhode Island in first place. So JC walks up to me and he goes, and he just walks away. He didn't say a word to me. So that was our first introduction into racing the boat. We knew at that point we had a real racehorse. From there, we took the boat on the Green Line here up to Quebec City and did the Quebec-St. Malo race from Quebec City out the St. Lawrence Seaway, across the North Atlantic into St. Malo, France. We came in about the middle of the fleet there, which was not bad considering we're up against some of the best sailors in Class 40s in the world. You can see Bodacious Stream number 118 about the center of the picture there in the beautiful port of St. Malo, France. If you've never been there, it's an amazing place. From there, we did the Normandy Channel race, which started on the beaches of Normandy near Caen. You all heard about D-Day yesterday, so we sailed along to D-Day beaches, on up the Cherbourg Peninsula, across the channel, around the Isle of Wight, out to Land's End. At Land's End, we had some problems with the boat, so we chose to drop out of the race. We were headed down to do the World Cup Championship for the boat in La Rochelle. And here's a group of guys that I did the World Championship with in La Rochelle. These are a bunch of Kiwi sailors. And we actually were doing real well. We were in the top 3 or 4 positions going into the last day. We'd actually won a couple of the races end for end, wire to wire. But in the last day, the last couple of races got messed up and we ended up in 8th place in the World Championship. But still, a real nice summer of sailing, getting to know the boat. But now it was time for me to learn how to sail this boat single-handed. So I then took it from, the intent was to take it from La Rochelle, France, across to the US. But there was a big storm called Sandy. Hurricane Sandy came in and gobbled up the whole Atlantic. So I sailed the boat single-handed down to Cascais, Portugal, and then from Cascais across the Atlantic to Antigua, and then on up to Charleston. Before I left Cascais, I learned that the Global Oceans race was going to be canceled for the next year. So now I had a pretty significant boat, pretty significant sponsor, pretty significant game plan that all kind of come into a crushing end. I sailed across the Atlantic, went home, met with my sponsors, and they said, you know, you're all dressed up and ready to go to the dance. You really want to do this single-handed thing around the world? Let's go ahead and go. So I decided to leave as soon as I could without them changing their mind. We did compete in the Atlantic Cup in 2013, and we won that race. And then from there, I took off from Jamestown, Rhode Island on October 2nd, 2013, on a single-handed sail around the world. So the route I chose was to go from Jamestown or Newport, Rhode Island, Narragansett Bay. I stopped in Bermuda to check on some electronic stuff, and then on down all the way to Cape Town, South Africa, which is 42 days. From Cape Town, South Africa, through the Southern Ocean, underneath India, underneath Australia, to Wellington, New Zealand, which is 52 days. Then the game plan was to go on around Cape Horn from there and come up the eastern seaboard. So we'll get started on this. Of course, the first thing you have to do is pack the boat with a lot of fun gear. So this is my friend Tim Eads helping me, packing all the kinds of spares you possibly need. It's a Category 0 race, which means the boat needs to be self-sufficient, able to sustain long periods of time at sea, significant storms, and you have to be able to prepare everything and fix everything yourself. Much of the time I would be beyond any kind of help from helicopter or rescue missions. When you're beyond about 700 miles offshore, nobody's coming to get you in a hurry. You might get a passing ship if you're lucky, but they're not coming to get you with a helicopter. So all of a sudden it's October 2nd, you wake up in the morning with kind of cold sweat because you realize you're supposed to leave at noon today and sail around the world. So here I am backing out from the harbor there on October 2nd and heading off into Narragansett Bay to put the sails up. And here's one of the most heartening pictures for me. my friend Bodacious Dream and I sailing out of Narragansett Bay all alone. So I'm just sitting on the rail, the autopilots are driving, the beautiful day, we're sailing very well, and headed southeast towards Bermuda. My good friend Joe Harris, who's also a solo sailor, on the right-hand side of this picture, came out to join me and send me off, and after we sailed for a couple miles, he kind of tipped his hat, waved, and wished me a good trip, and off I went. Shortly thereafter, I realized, I'm living my dream. I finally made it to the point that I wanted to be at when I was 13, 14 years old. It took 40 years, but I got there. And now it was a matter of putting miles behind you. So when you sit down and you first think about the fact that, okay, Cape Town it's maybe 30 days away. Well, it turns out it's 42, which is almost 2 weeks longer than you planned. But nonetheless, there's a lot of sunsets. It's a lot of time sitting there. You can see in my little office area, I got a book and my iPad for reading and a little bit of music. Every day has the end of the day and the beginning of the day, so most of the time you get a sunrise or a sunset. There are a few weeks and sometimes a couple of weeks in a row where you don't get either, but you still, you get into this rhythm of the change of the days. The food on board, since you're going for 30 or 40 days, I would only take a little bit of fresh food to get started the first couple of days, and then it was mostly freeze-dried food. So I would have this mixture of freeze-dried options, beef stroganoff, lasagna, spaghetti meatballs, chili mac. This is a chicken fajita mix. I'm out there all by myself, not much going on. The weather's calm, sailing's decent, it's nighttime, it's time for dinner, and I realize, I don't like beans. I really do not like beans. And I have all the time in the world. I can pick the beans out of this. So I sit there at about midnight and I meticulously pick the beans out of the dried food before I make it, and I'm throwing them out and trying to throw them out over the rail, and I finally get it down sufficiently where there are very few beans in there, and I boil the hot water, mix the meal, let it steep. I eat it, go through the rest of the night, check my navigation, get my naps in, all that kind of stuff. I get up the next morning to find I wasn't very meticulous about throwing those beans over the rail. They were scattered about the cockpit, and the dew had rehydrated them all. So I had a bit of a messy bean, and I stepped on a few of them in the middle of the night. But so the meals were not the most culinary, exciting thing in the world, but warm food in the middle of the night is always a great thing, no matter where you're at. Sleep is the other big thing that everybody really wants to know something about. This is a timer that I would use, and oops, hopefully that's okay. I invented selfies when I was out there. I hadn't heard the word selfie before, but that's my arm standing out there taking a picture to show you how I slept often in the cockpit. I sleep with my gear on because you never know when you're going to wake up and have to do something in a hurry. Life preserver for a bit of a pillow, but you slept in 15-minute increments. So I would take that timer you saw in the previous picture, clip it to my shoulder or my collar, and set it up for 15 minutes and fall asleep. And it would go off, I would get up, check the rig, check the horizon to make sure there weren't any ships coming at me, click it again, go back to sleep, they would wake up in 15 minutes, and I do that 5-6 cycles in a row. We call that a cluster nap. So you kind of get maybe an hour and a half in 15-minute increments. It's not that refreshes you for a 10 or 12 hour day like we do in our real life, but it refreshes you for an hour or so. So you're kind of in a perpetual game of trying to always get some sleep whenever you can, because there's going to come a time when the storm's going to hit and you're not going to get much sleep at all. And now you have to really battle the hard fatigue and function in hard fatigue, and that's kind of difficult to do. Birds were kind of a constant companion on the boat, as was a lot of live wildlife. The squid joined me one night, beautiful little fish there, and the dolphins would come by from time to time. And there were a lot of times when it's just day in and day out of sailing. And we often say that sailing is hours and hours of boredom interspersed by moments of extreme terror. But you'd have these days like this, and then you'd have the storm days where it would just rain really hard or a squall would come through. Again, the birds, and it was so neat because I could just sit in the back of the boat and look out at the birds flying back and forth, and it was as if they were sewing together the wake that I was creating, because they would just wander back and forth off the back of the boat as the wake would just disappear. This is my friend Franklin. The week before I left on the trip, a bunch of my friends gathered in Newport, Rhode Island. We went out to dinner and they had a bit of a roast. And if you remember the movie Castaway, it was called Wilson. This is from the Franklin Sporting Goods Company and was my companion most of the way around. So I didn't think much of it, just took it down to the boat, stuffed it up on the bunk, and 2 days into the sail, it starts talking to me. Dave, put your fall weather gear on, it's raining out there. Dave, that wasn't very smooth, you tripped and fell. And by the time the end of the trip, actually Franklin still sits on my stairs at home and talks to me every night when I get home. Again, more hours and days of sailing, some beautiful, interesting clouds and sun, a lot of books to read. This is what down below is my office looks like. The orange you see in the lower left-hand corner is a survival suit. It's like we call it Gumby suit, so you would climb into that if the weather got really bad and you had to abandon boat to try to sustain your life as long as you possibly could in the hopes that somebody would come get you. Again, when you're 2,000 miles away from land, nobody's coming to get you. But I always thought it made a good pillow to sleep on in case something went wrong. I'd wake up and there it was, and I could at least hug it. My computer, which I use for communications, because I send a lot of blogs off, and in mitigating the self-indulgent experience of sailing around the world by yourself without the base of a race going on, I endeavored to blog a lot and help bring the experience back to not only adults like you all, but to kids in schools and stuff, and we did quite a bit of that. You'll see beyond that a lot of the electronic gear, the satellite communications, the navigation, the radios, and over on the right-hand side are all the dirty clothes. After 30 or 40 days, you get to looking like this, a little bit bewildered, a little bit wondering like, what am I doing out here? Why did I choose to do this? The hair is kind of long, the beard's kind of long. Your eyes are a little bit puffy, and then out of the clouds shows up Cape Town, South Africa. So that was the end of 42 days. This is Table Mountain in Cape Town, which is beautiful. The tablecloth just flows over the top of it. One of the really interesting historical things that happened while I was there is Nelson Mandela passed away. And I have to say, I really had a very limited knowledge of South Africa and Nelson Mandela and the amazing struggle that took place over our lifetimes there and the freeing of the ending of apartheid there in South Africa. This is Cape of Hope, which is the very southern tip of Africa. And you look out there, it blows windy like that all the time there. It's always blowing 30 or 35 knots windy, and I've got to leave Cape Town, South Africa and sail around that. They call Cape Town, South Africa the Tavern of the Seas, and often a place where people have a real hard time leaving on their next journey, and I could see why, because I would sit there and look at that and think, I don't really want to sail into that stuff. It's blowing hard, and it's going to be cold, it's going to be wet, it's going to take 5 days to get around. But when I left, there was a strange weather phenomenon, and that weather dissipated as I started. I prepared the boat for it. I thought when I got out there about 10 hours I would start to hit it. It never really showed up, and I got around the southern tip of South Africa quite cleanly. Franklin and I enjoyed a Christmas dinner here with my bean-free fajita mix and a book to read, and you see a little can of Coca-Cola in there, which is a real treat in the middle of the ocean. Just southeast of Madagascar, so if you're good with your geography, you understand that there's South Africa here and then Madagascar off to the east a little bit. There's a whole area there that get these really intense little cyclones that are small little pinpoint hurricanes, but they're significant. And I was trying real hard to get past that area, and I got a phone call from the weather commanders, and they said, hey, Dave, we got to talk. There's a cyclone chasing you down. And I said, but hey, you told me to get to 80 degrees longitude. I got here. He says, yeah, but this one's going to go out to 100, and it's going to catch you. You got to sail really hard for the next 7 days to get out beyond it. So the next 7 days is a real hard push. And like I talked about sleep, this is where you end up with a little bit of sleep. I did get to just to the other side of the cyclone. We passed in the middle of the night. The highest winds I saw were 60 knots of winds. The seas were enormous, much higher than this room ceiling is. It was really, like I said earlier, you're missing out on the anxiety and the exhilaration. It was a combination of both of those. The anxiety was pretty high. The waves would pick me up and just toss the entire boat like it was insignificant. But the exhilaration of being there, where I'd always wanted to be, to see if I really had the mettle to be there or not, was pretty intense. And I think this is a picture just shortly thereafter. I'm a little bit weary and tired, but a few more cups of hot chocolate, a few more nights and sunsets, and underneath Australia, and across the Tasman Sea, and I come into the South Island of New Zealand. Now, as I got into the Tasman Sea, The next phase of this journey would be to go from Wellington, New Zealand around Cape Horn. But as I got in the Tasman Sea, I got a note from my sister saying, call Mom, she needs to hear your voice. And I thought to myself, it hadn't been that long since I talked to Mom, I wonder what's up. So I called home and my mother told me that she had been diagnosed with terminal cancer. And that left me a little bit bewildered, but maybe to add insult to injury, my electronics went down the next day, and I had little communication for the next couple of days. And my mother had cochlear implants, so talking to her by satellite phone made it very, very difficult. And all I wanted to do was get to New Zealand and make a phone call to her and talk to her and see how she was really doing. But as I got to the South Island of New Zealand, I had very little fuel, and the wind decided to crap out on me. So I made a call on the radio. I could see no ships around anywhere or anything like that. And I called to see if there was any harbor or whatever that might be able to help me out with some additional fuel so I could help myself motor sail up the coast to into the Cook Straits and down to Wellington. And this fishing boat came out of nowhere and offered me kindly 30 gallons of diesel fuel, fresh fish. They offered me to get on board and take a hot shower. I declined all that. I just couldn't quite leave Bodacious Stream floating there while I went and had some luxury. So I accepted their fuel and went on my way. Spent a few weeks in New Zealand, did go home to see my mom, but this is a part of New Zealand here. We're walking through some craters where the sulfur is still coming out of the ground, so New Zealand is still very geologically young in its life, and but at the same time it's very contemporary, very modern, in that they have the world's most southern Starbucks. And you have to stop in there, you know. I don't drink coffee, but my other friends do. But New Zealand's just a beautiful place, some amazing landscape. If you ever get the chance to get down there, it's really worth the trip. One of the great experiences I had was we went and toured a glacier. So we went to the Fox Glacier, and they actually take you out on the glacier. You put on crampons and you walk out into the glacier with the guides. You can't see it all that well, but the rushing water is coming out of this cave. That's the melt off from the glacier. The guides were telling us how this glacier was slowly shrinking and how it, where we were walking on ground was under glacier just 3 or 4 months earlier. At lunch break, the guide, Jessie was her name, said, we found this ice cave and you guys will be the first people to go into it, but it'll only be here for a day or two before this glacier changes and it moves. And so we got to go into this ice cave, and it was really intense. It was like walking into the heart of this glacier, and being a waterman and being out in the ocean in the middle of all that water and those storms and all kind of stuff, this is sort of the same thing, only the water's hard. And it was just a great experience. You can just see how massive the ice field is there and stuff. But then it became time to leave New Zealand and head on further. Now going back to the glacier just a second, I went back to New Zealand in January this year, so it's been 5 years, and made a stop by the Fox Glacier to see how it was doing, and I'm sad to say it's gone. The glacier is gone. They no longer offer tours there. What little tongue of it is left way up in the mountains, they'll take you up on a helicopter if you want, but everything we saw is gone. It's happening around us. But as I got ready to leave New Zealand, I realized I couldn't put my family through the worry of me going around Cape Horn while they were trying to worry about Mom. It had also gotten deep enough into the season that it's getting imprudent to go around Cape Horn. Cape Horn is one of the most treacherous waters and weather in the world. And so I decided to take a trip and go up to the Galapagos Islands and go through the Panama Canal and get home. So sailing from New Zealand up to the Galapagos Islands was a 35-day trip. A lot of heavy weather, cool seas and cool waves. That's a storm sail up there as I battled. I had about 2 weeks of battling upwind in the storms to get to the point that is 1 degree latitude, which is just below the equator and right where the Galapagos are at. And the Galapagos is a collection of 17 islands, kind of a beautiful place, very stark in some ways, but full of all kinds of interesting, these huge tortoises, which are the big ones you saw at the zoo when you were a kid where you wanted to ride them, but I think they're even big enough for me to ride. This iguana was just amazing. He was just huge. The girth on him was probably, 18 inches wide. But the scaling and the shell and the shielding on him was just amazing. We got to see the frigate birds, and they're mating. The male bird inflates his big red chest to attract the female bird, and that's happening on one side of an island, which is the leeward side of the island. on the windward side of the island where there are no trees are the blue-footed boobies. And the blue-footed boobies actually hollow out the sand, lay their eggs, and hatch them right there. And they actually do have blue-footed boobies. So this is the little town of Santa Cruz there in the Galapagos, and this is a little area here where there's a internet cafe on the left and the bar Cerviche on the right. And at the end of the day, it's kind of the most amazing collection of people because all the explorers and the sailors and the scientists and the National Geographic people all kind of gather there at about 4 or 5, 6 in the afternoon and have a few beers and tell stories. And the chairs just kind of spread out in a big circle and the banter goes back and forth. And as I was telling my story, one of the National Geographic guys said, "So what was the most interesting thing you saw out there?" And I said, "Well, when I was sailing underneath Australia, I had a thunderstorm happen, and you don't really have a thunderstorm out in the middle of the ocean that much. It was the middle of the night, saw the flash, came up on deck, heard the thunder, it rained for a little bit, and then that all went away, and the sky started to open up a little bit. But then all of a sudden I saw these floating, glowing globs in the water, hundreds of them, probably about the size of a softball, iridescent in color, and just floating all around me, and I'm sailing through them at 8 or 9 knots, so they're flowing by, and I'm trying to figure out what they are, and I'm shining a flashlight on them. I can't make sense of it. And it finally just slowed my mind down and said, hey, look, you're in the middle of the most beautiful planet in the world. Just relax, enjoy what you got, don't try to figure it out. So I kind of let my mind relax, and I let my eyes relax, and I just watch these things flow by, kind of like a slow motion hyperspace in Star Wars, you know. And so I was telling this to these guys, and they said, oh, you know what those were? I said, well, here comes the spoiler, right? They're glow-in-the-dark bioluminescent squid. And I said, wow, okay, that kind of makes some sense. They said, yeah, the first time we saw them, they were flying through the sky. And I'm like, what do you mean they're flying through, they're flying squid? And he said, no. He said, there's one species of seagull that only feeds at night. And they were in a very, very dark night, so they couldn't see the seagulls, but the seagulls would fly down, pick these things up, and fly off into the sky. He says, and we were really freaked out. We saw these things flying in the sky, floating by us in the water. We didn't know what was going on. And we So anyways, the Galapagos was quite an interesting place. And then it was on to the Panama Canal, where we shared the canal with these huge ships as we transited from the Pacific side to the Atlantic side. These big ships just barely fit in the canal with maybe 6 inches on either side of them. 37 of them each day go back and forth through the canal. Just this endless conveyor of goods that create the world we all live in. At this point, I'm looking out the last lock. When those doors open up, when the water goes down and those doors open up, we're off into the bay and then out into the Atlantic Ocean. It's a couple more sunsets, actually a couple more weeks of sailing, but there's a few more sunsets as we go up through the Yucatan Peninsula in Cuba, between those two, around the western tip of Cuba, and then up towards Key West and underneath Florida and up the seaboard, the eastern seaboard. And of course, there's always one last storm, right? Just when you think, oh, geez, I'm just 2 days away from Narragansett Bay, this is all going to be over, it's going to be fun, I'm going to get a cold beer, a hot shower, and a good steak. This storm comes on me, and it's a storm like the Lake Michigan ones, where it's very intense, heavy rain, heavy wind, and I'm prepared for it because I've been practicing this, but still not what you really wanted to go through. But eventually, we got out of each other's way. The storm went west, or east, and I went west. And a couple days later, I ended up entering Narragansett Bay. This is Beavertail Light. My mother was able to meet me at the dock, which is a great thing, and a bunch of good friends as well. So that's how you get around the world in 30 minutes without getting cold, wet, and tired, and fatigued, and having to eat beans and freeze-dried food. Now, we did accomplish a lot of things. I'm going to kind of skip right through that because that's not as important as what you really take away from this is, what I really take away from this is that, the world is round. I figured that one out. There's a lot of water out there, and there is trash in every corner of the earth. I'm sorry to say, but even in the middle of the most remote parts of the ocean, there is trash. I did see plastic all over the place. What makes this important for me is that you have to give back. I think we can debate about climate change if we want, or we can debate about how to fix climate change if we want, but I think the one thing that we probably all are going to have to come to grips with or agree with is that for the rest of human existence on this earth, on this amazing round blue marble floating through the universe, we're going to be cleaning up after ourselves. Our generation is cleaning up for the previous generation. The future generations are going to be cleaning up for us. Even though we're trying to do the right things, it's someday in the future there's going to be a boneyard full of the big windmill propeller blades, and we're going to have to figure out what to do with them, because they're going to find a more efficient way of generating electricity. But so what I do in my efforts to give back from what I learned going around the world is to work with kids and educate with kids. And as Christopher, our first speaker, said, you know, you teach the kids because the world changes through generations. If we teach the kids will grow up to carry it on. If we can try to teach ourselves, but we're not going to be around long enough to make the change. So I get to take my big blue inflatable globe to the schools, and it's kind of fun because all these kids touch where they're from. In this particular classroom in Portland, Maine, a lot of them are from different refugee countries, and they all get to tell me which part of the world they're from. We get them down to the boats, we get them to meet the skippers, we get them to, in this one, the third grade class in Portland, Maine is teaching the other kids about lobstering and the climate effects on lobstering. We get them inside the boats, they get to climb around, they get to see electronics, they get to meet all these different foreign people. This is one of my favorite shots here on the dock there in Portland, Maine. I'm somewhere in that mix with all these young kids. In France, as a Class 40 sailor, you have a little bit of prestige. So if I pull into a harbor in France and say I'm on a Class 40 boat, they're all like, oh yeah, come on in, come on in. In the US, you're really not anybody, but if I go to the Charleston schools or the Portland schools and walk down the hallways, the kids are high-fiving me, hey, Captain Dave, Captain Dave. So I'm a superhero in those areas. So you know you're getting it right when you have an experience like this so many years.
Reduce, reuse, recycle, or you could also help by picking up trash like on the beach or in your local playground or neighborhood or something like that. And just help the earth. Darn it, it's our home.
Awesome, that was perfect. High five. Thanks.
So that, I don't know how well the speakers were there, but that young girl says, help the earth, darn it, it's our home. And I think that's just precious. And so I thank you very much for having me here. I'm glad to take you around the world. I would entertain questions, but I know we're running late, and maybe we want to get on to lunch. I'm around in the afternoon. I've got some books out here for sale, and I'm happy to engage your questions. Do you want me to take some questions, or do you want to move on? Thank you. Thank you. I'm happy to entertain a question if anybody wants to. Yes, sir.
Have you done anything with hydrofoils?
He asked me if I'd done anything with hydrofoils. I've read a lot about them, but I've not. I got all this gray hair, which kind of keeps me limited to monohulls and very little catamaran work. Yes, sir.
How many container ships did you see?
He asked me how many container ships I saw. Actually, out on the water, I probably saw, a half dozen. Not as many as you might think, but most of my travels were down through areas where they don't go anymore. So when you're in the Southern Ocean, below South Africa, below Australia and stuff, most of the shipping is going, through the Panama Canal and staying up in warmer climes. What I find interesting is no matter when I'm crossing the Atlantic Ocean or sailing somewhere, even here on Lake Michigan, sooner or later I'm going to cross paths with a ship. And what I always find sort of an existential question is, how is it that these two boats need to share this same square foot of water? They could have left 15 minutes earlier, I could have left 15 minutes later, we'd never seen each other. But,
Hey, Dave, just really curious, what's it cost to get a 40-foot boat through the Panama Canal?
what does it cost to get a 40-foot boat through the Panama Canal? Is that the question?
Yes.
I hired an agent to help me get it through. It's kind of a complicated procedure, and you need to have good command of the Spanish language to help fill out the forms and all that stuff. I think the actual fee to get a 40-foot boat through was about $850. I had management, the agent fees on top of that. I think we got it all done for probably $1,500 or $1,800. I don't remember the exact number. One of the interesting things is the Panama Authority has slots, and you have to get there in time to get prepared and get into a slot. And in talking to the agent, he was telling me a story one night. He got a call from a guy, a captain, who said, look, I got to get my boat through tomorrow. And the guy said, I'm sorry, it's more of a procedure than that. We probably can't get you through tomorrow. It might be a week. And he said, I got to get through tomorrow. They went back and forth for a while, and the agent said, well, the Panama Canal Authority has usually 1 or 2 slots a day that are up for auction. And if you want to go that route, he says, fine, I'll take it. He says, no, you have to put a bid in. He says, I'll take it. And the agent said, well, it could be $50,000. He says, fine, I'll take it. And so eventually, they made the connection, they got his boat through, and he asked me, he said, what's so important that you need to get through the Panama Canal and you're willing to pay something like $50,000 to get through? And he goes, the boat belongs to Bill Gates and it has to be in a certain place and location for a meeting he's having in 2 days. So the cost of getting through the Panama Canal is kind of relative, I guess.
Any worries about the keel hitting ground or anything like that?
I never worried about it's a very deep keeled boat, so when you're in the harbors you have to be kind of concerned about that. It's also designed it's a very thin length of keel there, and so it doesn't stay real stable at slow speed. So when I'm slow motoring in a harbor or whatever, the boat can blow sideways as if you had a laser without a centerboard in it. But I'm very cautious about these boats. I consider that I have all the time in the world to avoid running aground. That doesn't mean I haven't run aground before and I won't in the future, but I try everything I can to avoid that.
I think we'll go ahead and let people start getting their food. And if anybody else has any questions, you can keep asking your questions of Dave and he can answer a few more. But those of you that want to get your food, we can get started on lunch. Any other questions for Dave?
Thank you. If you have questions, just come on up or meet me out by the books, and I'm happy to tell you more about it. Thanks so much.
Yeah, you did real good. I'd like to thank our keynote speaker one more time. I really found this presentation fascinating. We'll give him a round of applause. That would be great. Thank you all. We're going to get started back at 1 o'clock. I'd like to thank the Blue Chip staff and the Blue Chip Resort and their staff, especially Susan Rapata for putting all this together for us and helping us organize this. If you've ever worked with her, she's wonderful to work with, and I really couldn't be more pleased with the service that the Blue Chip provides. Yeah, exactly. I'd like to again thank all of our presenters and our speakers and all the folks that had a table or a booth out in the foyer area. I don't know about you, but I always like doing that. I think sometimes you learn just about as much out there as you do when the speakers are talking. Again, I'd like to thank our Mayor, for allowing us to do this work and for allowing not only myself but all the city workers to take a step out and try to do the best job that they can do for the citizens of this city and for the citizens of northern Indiana and all of the visitors that come to this area. And of course, we're protecting the largest fresh body of water in the world, helping to protect it, that is. I'd like to again thank our board president, Gary Mitchell, our board members, Tim Smith, Holt Edinger, Frank Harris, and our city engineer, Mr. Fabulous, Spike Beller. And Spike told me once, I said, why do you always say everything's fabulous? He says, well, I used to complain a lot, and I decided I'm not complaining anymore, and everything's just fabulous. So that's our man, Spike. It's a good attitude, positive attitude. I'd also like to thank our receptionist dispatchers. Rachel couldn't be here today due to a commitment with her family. But I'd like to thank Rachel McCline and Destiny Morris. They helped me put the packets together. And usually I mess something up, but again I did this year and we had to go back and put some more things in there so they don't get too mad. I'd also like to thank our operations manager Steve Stanford for all the help he provides us, and our superintendent Milorad Milatovich. I'd also like to thank a man that do anything for anybody at any time, and that's Jim Michaels. I don't know, is Jim in here or is he out? He's probably out in the lobby. There he is, he's in the back. Jim is a very helpful man, really appreciate it. You know, and I got a lot of our staff here just from the sanitary district, our collection crew, a lot of our operators are here, and I just want to tell you that I'm really blessed to have a lot of these workers with us. They do such a great job. They work so hard every day. You know, that last storm we had, we still did not have an overflow from our combined sewage storage basin. We were able to get everything in there and everything treated through the plant, and just around the clock effort by all these people. And I personally just want to give that a chance. I really appreciate all they do. And then I need to make sure that I give a special shout out to our IT department. I don't know if everyone realizes what goes on behind the scenes, but all this equipment over here, we've got these little monitors set up for everyone, the speakers, and all this stuff. They spent 2 days putting all this together. And I'd like to thank David Hutchins, James Welford, Van Odell, Terry Barloff, Nicole Michaels, Caleb Goodwin, and I'd also like to thank Tony, Mr. Maps, Basil. He put all the maps together and everything. He does a great job. So if I can hear it for those folks. And then it just goes, without saying, Jerry had the pleasure of talking with Andy this morning about farming. He's an IT guru. He can tell you anything, can help you fix anything, whether you're calling him on Saturday night, Sunday night, on a holiday, he'll help you. But he's also a pumpkin farmer and does grain farming too, and raises 3 or 4 kids. I don't know how many children you got now, Andy. How many? Huh? 3. Okay, it's only 3. It seems like 4. But he does all this stuff. He's incredible. And that's Andy the Man Botanic, our IT director. Thank you, Andy. We're ready to start our next round of speakers. And again, I remind everyone to sign the CEU forms. There's a blue form that you need to check off what sessions you were at and have that signed by either me or Milorad. Where's Milorad at? Right there in the back. You can sign. He's standing up, myself or someone, and then get those forms to us at the end. And then also make sure your name's on the list and so forth. Our next speaker is somebody that's been bugging me for about 3 years to speak at this conference, and I'm finally glad that we could work him in, and that's Harvey Corning. He's a professional geologist, and he's from Michigan City. He's a native of the Chicago area, and he spent most of his summer since 1955 on Michigan City's Sheridan Beach at his family home at Stop 5. He's been practicing geology since 1972. He spent 13 years of his career working in the oil and gas business, and since 1989, he's also been employed as an environmental geologist and manager. He's been employed for the last 8 years for the U.S. Navy, how about that, and located at the Naval Station, Great Lakes Naval Station. However, he retired from the Navy last March. He's received his Bachelor of Science degree and Master's of Science in Geology from Northern Illinois. He's trained in sciences at the Colorado State of Mines, and he's a licensed professional geologist in Indiana, Illinois, and a certified professional geologist through the American Institute of Professional Geologists. And here to tell us about the history of Sheridan Beach is Harvey Corning.
Thanks, Michael. Glad to be here. I got limited time. So the title is Geology and Recent History of Sheridan Beach, Michigan City, and it says made land along the Lake Michigan shoreline. Made land means that essentially Sheridan Beach would not be here if it were not for the endeavors of mankind. This is how it looked in about 2015. See, we had a large expanse of beach back then, and now the beach is much thinner. As you all know, the pier. So what we're going to do here is we're going to go through the geologic history, the creation of Lake Michigan, and I'm going to veer off and talk about what we call the Anthropocene, which is a recent geologic event. And then I'm going to go into essentially, I got into this in about 2005. I said, well, I'm going to make a little ditty on where I live right now and try and describe it. And I'm using it, the Phase 1 environmental site assessment techniques, which I learned through over 30 years in the business. And that involves going through old aerial photos, plat maps, USGS topographic maps, geologic literature, and personal knowledge in preparing a document which would be defensible in court. So that's kind of how I set it up. And at the end, we're going to see how the beach got platted after I go through my dog and pony show. And then you'll see, have a better idea of the history of how Sheridan Beach got to be. So we're starting out I chose to start at around the 600 million year mark. I didn't go further back, but that'll be my next endeavor, is to add a little bit more to this presentation. So eventually, the stars indicate on the slides where we're talking about. And being in Michigan City, if we go under the sediments that we're walking on right now, and would involve the first bedrock, it would be Devonian in age. And the circular area to the right portion is the Michigan Basin, and that has been around for a long time, and a cross-section of that would look similar to this. The star itself is on Lake Michigan, and Lake Michigan and Lake Huron are essentially the same body of water. They're at the same elevation, and it's a rather interesting way of looking at things. The Lake Michigan Basin, where the star is, the Antrim Shale and other soft sediments get eroded in the lake there and move down, and what we see when we see crinoids on the beach, they're a result of the erosion of the strata that underlies Lake Michigan. So let's get up to the Pleistocene now, which is the last 1.5 million years. And what this shows on the bottom is that there have been at least 4 pulses of major glaciation in the last 1.5 million years. And we are living right now in what we call the interglacial. And there have been, 4 interglacial periods already. So in addition to the climate change that man has put on, we see the natural progression. We're also in an area of warming between glacial pulses. And if history says anything, even though we're warming up, something could happen and the glaciers could come back just that easy, based on past history. So let's go in from about the 11,000 years ago was essentially the last glacial age ended, which was the, hold on a second, the Wisconsin age. It ended about 11,000 years ago, and the ice retreated, and the north arrow indicates where we're calling Lake Algonquin, which was Lake Superior and Lake Michigan. It's all one lake at that point. And then we get into about 9,500 years ago, and there was a major dry up of the lake, and it's called Lake Chippewa. And that's also been documented in work done by Chris Stokowski from the Illinois Geologic Survey, when they dove down to about 350 feet off of Chicago area and found old tree stumps at the bottom of the lake, which also corroborates this history. We go down to about 4,500 to 3,500 years ago, and the levels were still higher, about 605 feet, and most of the drainage went out through North Bay of Lake Huron, instead of down the Great Lakes and down through Lake Erie in Ontario. That was more of a minor drainage. The major drainage went out the Ottawa River. So moving on, this is a idea of the water levels in Lake Michigan. On your right is we're about, this goes back to about 15,000 years ago, and the low lake level stands are in the middle, and the star on the left is the present lake level, which has been more or less stabilized for the last, 500 years or so. Of note, which is a curiosity, again, corroborating the past histories I've shown, is it's called a Drop 45 site. It's underneath the northern portion of Lake Huron at about 250 feet in lake level depth. And they've been able to dredge up and through side scan sonar prove that there was caribou hunting going on about 7,000 BC over the dry lake bed of what is now Lake Huron. And there's some remnants of hunting shards and other things from the caribou trap. So how did this all get here? This is post-glacial dune formation. This is a map of northwest Indiana. The star over there is Michigan City. And essentially the beach ridges were created during a fairly low sand level of the lake about 4,500 years ago. And the dune creation at about 2,500 BC. We had the major dunes, which formed the backdrop, actually Mount Baldy and the old Hoosier Slide. That was formed there, and in back of those were what they call the early Great Marsh. And if you want to see remnants of Great Marsh, you can go over to Beach Walk today and walk in back of the dune and take a look around, and there's a remnant of the old Great Marsh there. And of course, the marshlands are also observable in the Indiana Dunes. This is the critical piece of evidence that sets up the recent beach effect that we have. On your left, we're sit back going to 1918, and it moves forward up to 2018. This is the lake levels. And I have the red arrow indicates the level, the area from the years 2000 to 2014, where we had a major pulse of beach building all along Lake Michigan. And the low pulse of the water allows the sand to accumulate and form beach ridges, which essentially are like tree rings. You can see them if you look. You can examine aerial photos closely. You can actually see each year has its own little berm that was created during this low stand. And after the low stand of 2014 to 2015 jumped up, and then by 2016 we see a drastic difference in the depositional patterns, and instead of creating beach, since 2016 and late 2015, we've been losing beach rapidly. Let me digress a little bit to the Anthropocene from a geologic standpoint, because the beach itself is man-made, as I'll show, and it's a proposed geologic epoch, and it essentially says that the humans were terraforming at a rate faster than anything we've ever seen, and enough to say that if we're looking back 1 million years from now at the strata, we're going to find evidence that we were here and we disturbed. For example, what's going on right now is, and people have alluded to this in earlier talks, so I'm not telling you anything really new, but right now we're pushing the extinction rates of animals and plants far above the long-term average. And if things continue, and I don't see why they wouldn't, approximately almost 75% of the full species on Earth may be gone within 200 years at the rate we're going. Now each one of these things I'm saying could be a talk in itself, so I'm just pointing out some high spots that why the Anthropocene would be itself would be an extinction event if we're looking back in time. We're also increasing the levels of CO2, which we've talked about, and we're above 410 parts per million, and it's increasing at the fastest rate since the end of the dinosaur age, which is the Cretaceous. We've also put so much plastic in our waterways. The microplastic particles, the plastic itself will leave an identifiable fossil record. So if we're looking back in time, 1 million years from now, we're going to see this layer of plastic. So it's going to end up in the fossil record because it's everywhere. As our former speaker alluded to, it's in the middle of the oceans. It's everywhere. And the last thing is we've left a permanent layer of airborne particulates and sediment and glacial ice. And the key thing there is also we've left radionuclides in the sediments. They're identifiable, and they will be identifiable for ad infinitum into the future. That's enough on that, and I'll go back to Sheridan Beach. What started this whole thing is commerce. The world revolves around money. And in 1825 through 1829, the Erie Canal and the Welland Canal, which is where the Star is, allowed us to get from Lake Ontario to Lake Erie, and also the Erie Canal offered a way to get barges down and back to New York City, which was the center of commerce at the time. So it said, it's time to develop the Great Lakes. So it's all based on elevation. You've seen this slide before too. And essentially we've got to get over the Niagara Falls escarpment. The Star is where Lake Michigan and Lake Huron are. Again, they're at the same level. Lake Michigan has a bottom depth of 923 feet, but of more significance, Lake Superior is the high point. So as Lake Superior goes, that has a large portion determination of where the lake levels lake level elevations are each year. So moving on, lumber was the great, logging was the great commerce at the time. That's just a setup that they had at the turn of the century. Said, oh, look what we can do. Not like those two horses could really pull that, but it's a good picture anyway. Let's go to Sheridan Beach history and Michigan City itself. 1836 it was incorporated, Michigan City was incorporated, pretty much because it was a natural harbor for the lumber. And from 1837 to 1873, Michigan City received over $420,000 from the federal government to develop the harbor. So that's where the bulk of the money came from to develop essentially initially what we see today for our harbor area. And in 1891, Washington Park was constructed over the Shantytown relic, and I have some pictures of that. 1904 to 1906, the existing lighthouse was constructed, and in 1907, Sheridan Beach was finally platted, because before that, it wasn't really there. This is the first hand-drawn plat of Michigan City. I think it's 1836, 1837, and it just there to show that this is actually the hand-drawn version of the initial plat. We get to 1847, all of a sudden, this is the first appearance of a harbor. And it says harbor, and it does have the initial abutment out into Lake Michigan, and also we can see the railroad tracks are there for the first time. This is the first breakwater construction that really appears on the map, and again, I'm going back to plat maps, and whatever I can use, because prior to 1939, there were no aerial photographs to document any of this stuff. So we have artist work and we have plat maps to go by to reconstruct the past history. In 1869, this is about what the harbor entrance looked like. I have the star placed on this map to show where the old lighthouse is, and that's the Michigan City Historical Society today. The old lighthouse still sits there. But initially, you can see it sat on what there was of the beachfront. And back in 1869, if we're looking north toward Hoosier Slide, which was the biggest sand dune in northern Indiana at that point in time, you can see Baldy off to the far left, but the one at the harbor entrance is Hoosier Slide. It was the largest one. So we're looking down the beachfront to the north in 1869, and again you see it. And there's one thing missing from this rendition. There's no beach. So the initial large dunes we saw that were created about 4,500 years ago, give or take, essentially slope right down into the lake. And if there's beach at the low stands of Lake Michigan, but there isn't really much to talk about. And again, there's another shot of Michigan City facing west, and we don't even see hardly the lake over the dunes. So by 1890, we have the harbor developed, and you can see that the eastern portion of the harbor, to the right of you, the figure, is totally out in the water in the lake. So all this harbor development sits there. Now this picture itself was taken from Hoosier Slide in about 1890. So if you look at the next picture of the harbor, you see the easternmost part of the harbor is actually all completely within the lake. There's no beach, and those plants there are actually lumber companies and other things waiting for, they used it for lumber storage and other things, and there was a lot of heavy industry going on, so air pollution-wise, things weren't all that great in the 1890s. This is a shot I just took. It didn't come out so well, but again, that shows the harbor in 1899, and just down to the south of the star where I put where the harbor is, and you can see that all the abutments in 1899 have been built in preparation for installation of the lighthouse itself in 1904. And you can see to the south, if you compare the plat map to the south to this one, you can see it's platted for industrial development. In 1899, Washington Park shows up on the map. And there's the lighthouse in 1904 with all the fishermen off the front. And that's the same one we got today. And in 1906, there was a storm that was documentable up through Chicago. And when I did some work on the near south side, I found sandbags inland about almost a quarter of a mile as the result of this storm. Sandbags that were buried in the Chicago fill after that. So it wiped out part of the abutment, and I always liked this particular picture. So now the first map that I could find was platted. This is actually a copy of a copy of a copy, because this map was dated, is dated 1927, but it predates the plat for Sheridan Beach. There were hotels and other recreational areas that existed, but this is before Sheridan Beach itself was platted. I just showed that for informational purposes, and it showed that they wanted to use this as a sanitary dump, I believe. Sewage disposal area. There was a proposed sewage disposal area in the 1920s because it suffered from disuse at that point in time. And in the 1930s came in the Depression, there was even more pressure to convert it from a harbor to this sort of use. Luckily, it didn't happen. So what do we have? By 1910, we put the lighthouse in 1904. The infrastructure for it was put in around late 1890s. And as a result of putting in that pier, we have the whole beachfront. We've created a beach. And I'll talk about that in a minute, but this is how it looked. And you can see facing the beautiful dunes, which went essentially right down to the lake after the beach area here, but that's facing Washington Park from essentially the edge of where the boat basin as exists today. Now by 1915, this beach had become so popular that the steamships would sail from Chicago to Michigan City to enjoy probably the best beach at that point in time in the entire Chicagoland area. As a result of that, the Eastland was one of those ships that was coming over. It capsized in Chicago Harbor on the Chicago River, and 844 people died as a result of that. There is an Eastland Memorial at the Michigan City Historical Society right next to where we'll be boarding the boat if you're going to do that later. And there's a memorial to the Eastland disaster. And along with it, they have chains that were identical to what was on the Eastland surrounding the memorial. One of my favorite talks about Hoosier Slide here. This is how it looked about 1900, and it's already a little bit less than it showed the original picture, because they're taking the sand, and here it is in 1920, Hoosier Slide, and they're mining it for foundry sand. Now when I was a kid, I used to climb over on Stop 7. Stop 7, which is where Beach Walk is right now. Used to be the highest sand dune left remaining in the Michigan City proper. And from the top of that sand dune, I could see the Prudential Building at that point in time, which was, that was the largest building in Chicago. And we really couldn't see across the lake very well because the high-rises weren't there. But I was able to talk to the people who were mining the sand and gravel at that point in time, actually the sand. And it was 90%, 97% quartz at that point. And if you walk on Sheridan Beach today, it's the equivalent of barking sand. Why? The sand squeaks. Why does it squeak? Because it's 97% of what we call well sorted. The particles are the same size, so you walk on it and the sand squeaks. Because it's almost pure quartz. Why is it quartz? Well, the quartz is sand detritus from the Pleistocene epoch. When the glaciers came through and scoured everything, quartz is the end result of that. It's called physical weathering, and essentially all the rocks are made out of different minerals. The minerals, they go from high temperature to low temperature, and go from pyroxenes to amphiboles to feldspars, but in the end, after the glacier's done its job, most of the ground out particles have gone into the clay, which is also called glacial drift, and it's pretty much all clay and silt from these pulverized products of rocks. And what we end up and why we end up with the quartz is it's most resistant so we end up with beaches around the lake. It's one of the explanations. Now, as part of the Phase 1 project also, I went to our local soil conservation district and obtained a 1939 aerial photo. And this is back in about 2005, 2006. And because I wanted to see where my property was in relation to the beach at that point. And this is the 1939 aerial, and notice that by 1939, the east portion of the harbor, which I talked about before, which was in Lake Michigan with nothing around it, now it's filled in with sand by 1939. And you can see that we've got a pretty good beach in there. And if I zoom in on where I live in Stop 5 on the star, my house is essentially on the beach. And we can tell off the albedo of the aerial photographs that there's something missing here. What's missing is there's no beach grass in the picture. I'll talk about that in a minute. This is a depositional process which shows Waukegan Harbor, and each of those lines that you can see along the lakefront are different years which have been dated to, that have formed after the Waukegan Harbor buttress was put in there. So what what happens is you have longshore drift coming along the lake from essentially north to south. It's also north to south on this side of the lake, which I'll show in a minute. It hits an abutment, and because the sand is transported across the lake, when it hits the abutment, the sand essentially drops out of solution because the velocity of the water has slowed down, so the sand actually drops out and then gets washed up on the shore as a result of that. So if we look at this for Michigan City, we'll start from the oldest topographic map, and if you look along the right-hand side of the picture, you'll see the entire dune field mapped, including Stop 7, which is no longer there. And you can see the dune field, which still exists in its entirety, outside of a few areas where the development has taken the sand away. So here we go. It shows up, I use this 1962 topo. The southward longshore drift over time creates a new beach. The red over by the star is where the lighthouse is. So again, we have the deposition coming essentially, well, I say north to south, but here it's more like west to east to west. So it's going to hit that lighthouse buttress and drop out, and then the beach is created, essentially upgrading from the shoreline longshore drift. So this also means that if you're going anywhere around the lake and you want to walk on the beach, you find yourself a city with a lighthouse in it, and then you can go to the up portion side of the lakeshore drift, and you're going to find a big beach. And this holds true in Wisconsin, Illinois, wherever you are on the Great Lakes. If you want a beach, you go where mankind created it, which is on either side, the upslope side, essentially of the created lighthouse. Now, let's talk about beach grass for a minute, and what we have. I showed you the low stands of the lake, so there's one way to make sure that stays in place, and that's with beach grass. And the beach grass itself is if you want, an invasive species that was imported from Europe into the U.S. in the 19th century. And according to my aerial photos, and if you compare recent aerial photos, you can see around 1940, all of a sudden the beach grass does start popping up. So that stabilized the dunes and essentially allowed for the beach to move away from the original berm, creating beach and beachland and property. And as was mentioned before, I have a personal vendetta against it, but I think it's pretty hopeless, but that's Phragmites, which is the big invasive species now. And that's a picture of me on the other side, over in North Chicago. And to the left is the beach itself. And due to a situational process, we got a Phragmites growing right down to the shoreline. And that's on the other side. And It grows to about 8 to 10 feet high. It destroys your view field. It's almost impossible to eradicate. And how close is it to the beach right now? Well, if you go over to Beach Walk and you walk in the back where the Great Marsh remnant is, Phragmites is there. So it's right in our face, and we really don't want it to get down to the beachfront because it's not a good thing. It's hard to get through, and once these mats, they grow in mats, once it's established, even the birds don't like it. So you lose your nesting birds, and it's just not a good thing. So if you see it, beware, get rid of it. Where it's possible to get rid of. And the only time you get rid of it is right at the beginning. I couldn't go through the history of Sheridan Beach, 1967, as has been alluded to by our mayor and other people. Approximately, this is an approximation, they assumed that 5 billion alewives died in one summer. And I was there, and it stunk to high heaven, and we introduced the coho salmon, and they cleared out most of they created the balance that we needed. And these alewives came in, when they opened the St. Lawrence Seaway, they came in from the ocean, and they just took over because there were no natural predators at the time. They exploded, we had this disaster. That's the best picture I could come up with, but that's pretty much how it was. So, let's go back to where we were. Sheridan Beach, present day. This is facing east toward Beach Walk, which was established in 1992. When I was walking the beach in 1992, that yellow star indicated there, that was beachfront. That's where the beach was. So the low stand from 2000 to 2014 created about 200 feet of that flat green grass that you've seen there. That was not there before 1992. So here's how Sheridan Beach looked in 2016. This is maybe 2015, 2016 is when I pulled this off the internet. And you can see the great expanse of beach adjacent to the green, okay? Now we'll go to 2017. Oh, let's go back again, look. Beach, much less beach. So it was pretty drastic. When the water started rising, obviously we're losing beach now. It's also interesting to note in front of the boat basin too, how much beach we did have for a little while. Now it's gone back down again. It's gone back further. This is a shot I took. This was obtained from Google Maps in about February of 2017. It's when they were updating their entire map process. And this is actually taken off the internet just like this. And the 2016 is on the right, and the 2017 is on the left. And that's where they had to merge two aerial photos of different years. And you can see as the lake water rises, how much beach we really lost. And this is over by West Beach, which is now part of the national park. And here's a shot of New Buffalo in 2016, just to show that the same thing. We have the harbor creation in there, and essentially up gradient or up current from the harbor. We have the same, literally identical, and I can show you the same for St. Joseph also. So how does all this fit in with the platting of Sheridan Beach? This is the first plat of Sheridan Beach. This is 1907. It's the official plat of the Sheridan Beach Park first. It doesn't say, it just says edition. So it's really the first edition. And those are the plats as they exist today. It's platted out, and there's Washington Park. And between those plants, adjacent to Washington Park was a place called Mother Goose Village. And they had riparian rights, and they built the large condominium that exists on the beach now. And that's the only area of the beach in Indiana that I know of that has riparian rights all the way to the water. So the next one on the beach was the third edition. because the second edition was actually on the landward side of Sheridan Beach. So this is the third edition. This is where I live, and it shows consistent with what we know about the aerial photographs. It shows Sheridan Beach right adjacent to the subdivision. So by 1921, this is what we had. We had the first edition, which is closest to the lake. We had the second edition, which is actually on the landward side. And then we have in the middle there is the third edition, and on the fourth is what we call Chaunet Park, and all the other platted lots all the way up to Long Beach. So that brings us back to the modern day plat, which is the Sheridan Beach Park fourth edition, which was put in 1927. So we've had all the beach creation since the first edition. So what do we do when we have additional land created? We sell it. So all the people that bought Sheridan Beach Park edition, the first edition on beachfront property, now are looking at, oops, well wait now, we're not beachfront property anymore. So anyway, that just shows the modern plat, and the third edition is over on the right where we have essentially parkland now in front of us, and on the Shawmut. And a note about putting this thing together, which is interesting if you're going to do your own research, that copyright laws have made recent changes, updates, revisions in geologic nomenclature, much more unavailable to independent research. You got to pay to play. The best way to do it is to take a course at your local university, get an EDU email, which will allow you to have access to at least more articles, but you still got to pay to play. The public domain seems to be diminishing because unless you have the bucks to research an article, because if you want to see if it's relevant to what you're doing, you got to pay to see the article and read it once. And it gets expensive if you want to do your own research. So it really is pay to play now. And all I can say is a big kudos to State Geological Survey data and to public place like even the USGS, but just everybody. It can be done, but it's not as easy as it used to be. Here's a few of the references, which I won't go through now, and that's it.
I'm sure you really enjoyed that. I know myself, I found it very interesting to see all the change. And when he said he was going to start 60 million years ago, I wasn't sure how much time he had. He got through it really well. And it's very, very, very good. But I'm sure there's a couple of people in here that really love geology, and I'm sure they got a really big kick out of his presentation. Our next set of speakers have been asked to speak for about 10 minutes each, and what we're doing here today is we're trying to give a shout out again to Northwest Indiana. As you may be aware, the governor of our state each year gives out environmental excellence awards, and there are 7 categories for these awards, and 4 of the winners last year were right here in Northwest Indiana. So we're going to let them give about a 10-minute presentation on each one of their awards, and hopefully we can go through that a little quickly. So what I'm going to do is read all their introductions first, and then I'll let them come up one at a time. Our first speaker is Ryan Stout. He's with he's a renewable energy professional, and he focuses mostly on K through 12 schools. And since 2001, Ryan has managed over 85 installations and developed over 100 megawatts of solar projects. He also was the project manager for the Indianapolis Airport project and the Michigan City Area Schools project, which was one of the award winners. Amanda Lanners is a graduate from Purdue University, a Bachelor of Science degree. She works for the LaPorte County Health Department, and she's been in that department as an environmental specialist since 2014. Before that, she worked with the Lake County Parks Department and as a park ranger at the National Park Service. She's been the environmental health food supervisor since 2015. and she was awarded the IEAH Environmental Health Specialist of the Year Award also last year in 2018. Matt Lake joins us from the Maryville Stormwater Utility, where he's the Executive Director. Previously, he worked as a stormwater consultant for Christopher Burke. He's also worked for the Division of Soil and Conservation as a statewide program manager. He received his Bachelor of Science degree from Michigan State University and a Master's degree in Biology from Governor State University, where he also received the Science Research Award. Recently, Matt received the INAFSM Excellence in Stormwater Management Award in 2012, and I didn't realize this, they also won a Governor's Award in 2015, so he's got 2 Governor's Awards now. Along with Michigan City Area Schools, they've got 2. And our last speaker will be Christopher Krause. He's the Executive Director of the Shirley Hines Land Trust, which is a nonprofit organization that protects, preserves, and restores natural areas in Northwest Indiana and inspires people to enjoy nature. Chris serves as the Land Trust Alliance Leadership Council, the Indiana Land Protection Alliance Board, the Calumet Collaborative Board, the Chicago Wilderness Steering Committee, the Indiana Invasive Species Council, and last but not least, the Indiana Benjamin Harrison Conservation Trust Committee. So we've got some really good speakers here. They're going to go through each one of these awards, and then after they speak, we're going to hear what I think is going to be a really good presentation by the Army Corps of Engineers. So Ryan Stout's our next speaker.
Well, I'm excited to be able to stay here and talk about Michigan City's environmental impacts and their energy conservation measures and their projects. Because of my introduction there. I work for Performance Services. We're a building contractor, design builder, guaranteed energy savings company that really focuses on trying to help out K-12 schools and municipalities become more energy efficient in their buildings. The reason why you're seeing a lot of solar and the LED and a lot of the public entities these days mainly is because financial. Solar pricing has come down enough where they're able to be lower than grid parity. So their power from solar is actually cheaper than what they're buying from the utility company. Obviously, the environmental impact, showing stewardship in the community, and again, the educational piece that we tie in to really enhance that outdoor classroom that we put in. Again, one of the big reasons why you're seeing the solar, the massive solar installs in schools is because just from a pricing standpoint, it's dropped so much over the last few years.
Can't hear you very well.
Oh. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. We're seeing the price of solar drop so much. So 10 years ago, it was around $6 a watt. Now it's under $2 a watt. And that really, again, it gives the school systems a reason to move forward with creating their own energy. So Michigan City specifically, we were under a time crunch because some legislation had changed and took away some of their incentives for the long term. So we had to pick as many schools as we could that we could have. Typically we look at land because that'd be the quickest install. So we came up with 7 schools. We had 2.73 megawatts of total design capacity, about 3,628,000 kilowatt hours to the grid. And we also did the LED lighting upgrade, which is very important because we lowered their consumption and then try to match that with their current consumption after the LED reduces it. The first school we looked at and we installed was Joy Elementary. This was an exciting project for me, or the site was exciting because we actually were able to utilize an old kind of wasteland that they couldn't build anything on. They weren't really sure what they were going to do with it. It was overgrown, kind of an eyesore. So we were able to clean that out and put the solar arrays in there. Neiman, this is another one we just used. They had an open field, so it really just fit in really nice into their school. And all these, the elementary schools, we were able to offset 95+% of their consumption with this solar and LED upgrades. Pine's another one. We actually were able to use an unused soccer field that they had. And, we're looking at other places, but this is pretty much the best place to put it in proximity to the school and the tie-in. Kruger, this was another one that we were able to use a baseball field that wasn't used anymore. So the nice thing about the solar, as you can kind of see, is we're able to utilize grounds that aren't used anymore. A lot of times helping reduce costs in mowing and whatnot. Barker, we also used an old baseball field, kind of had to tie it in really close to the building there, but this one actually we were about 90%. In the high school, I like this project because they were kind of in a quandrum where they didn't know what to do with their parking lot, and it needed resurfaced, but they didn't use a lot of it. So we just kind of came up with that concept of just putting the solar field over the parking lot. And it actually worked out really well. It was a really clean install. In the administration building, we were able to put a nice size array there just for people coming into the area, meeting with the administration, really kind of makes a statement for what Michigan City kind of been engulfed in this project. Also with the educational piece, we were able to tie in the NEED program, the National Energy Education Foundation project, and really we had a champion at Kruger's school there that really took it on, and they actually won an award in Washington, D.C. For the Indiana Junior Achievement Award in 2018, and then the National Junior Rookie Award for just starting the project. So Kate really took this on and made a lot of things happen, really went beyond just the basic curriculum and enhance the students. It really is, it helps with the behavioral changes of the students as well. They realize where their power is coming from, how they're using it, and a little bit more cognizant of conservation. To sum it up from an environmental impact, we were able to reduce the electricity consumption of the 7 schools by 52%. Like I said, all of them were, 6 of the 7 were at over 95%, right at 95%. The high school, though, was about 36%, so that's why we lowered it to 52. It's still 2,700 metric tons of greenhouse gases and enough power to 292 homes a year, which is a pretty big statement for a school district. And again, going back to kind of the original goals that we set out and we talked to the districts about, they had $704,000 in annual energy cost savings in year 1, which is a huge amount for the district that they can put back into other programs. The educational piece, they were obviously recognized, got the Governor's Award for excellence and in Washington, D.C. and in the state. And then again, the environmental impact with the reduction of CO2. It was just a really great project with a lot of statements. Here's just a short video of kind of an overview of the project as well.
Michigan City Area Schools is a wonderful school district. We have 1 high school, 8 elementary buildings, 2 middle schools.
These solar panels will generate $23 million in savings for our district. We are truly paying it forward for future generations.
The combined ground-mounted solar arrays cumulatively add up to about 2.83 megawatts of solar power. 6 out of 7 of those are actually designed to offset about 95% of the electric energy usage at those buildings.
Not only is Performance Services provided us with a way to harness a clean, renewable energy source, but they've also placed a valuable teaching tool right here on our campus for us to use. These solar fields will allow teachers to teach not only science, but also math and engineering concepts to students by providing us with real-time data of how much each solar panel is collecting in a real-life application that students know is affecting their lives on a daily basis.
The Michigan City Area Schools were able to take advantage of the 30-year debt metering, which we're going to get over $700,000 a year. And so we are just excited about the opportunity. We know that Performance Services was just ideal because they have the expertise and they're also committed to working with the local community. So it's just a great time for you to take advantage of it, and you don't know how long it's going to be in place. And so I would say, move forward because it will be a win-win for your school community.
congratulate Michigan City on their awards, and they're taking a step above and beyond what a lot of districts do, and really incorporating it into the educational piece as well. So, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Amanda Landers. I'm the Environmental Health Supervisor for the LaPorte County Health Department, and we were awarded the Environmental Education and Outreach Award by the Governor of Indiana last year. Sorry, this is a little high tech for me over here. Usually have one screen and it's simple. So I think about local health departments and what we're charged with doing, what our main purpose is for preventing the transmission of communicable diseases. And we do that in a number of different ways. We're doing that by having vaccinations, STD clinics, flu clinics. We do food inspections, septic inspections, as well as tattoo parlors, swimming pools, and it goes on and on and on. But in all our codes, the septic code is just a little bit different. And that septic code, if you have a little insomnia, you want to read something in the middle of the night, it's 410 IAC 6-8.3. And in that code, it not only challenges us with preventing the transmission of communicable diseases, but there's one sentence in there that says, by the way, you will also do the best you can to protect the ground and surface waters of the state of Indiana. No big deal, right? So why should LaPorte County care about that? We have a lot of ground and surface water. About a third of the county drains to Lake Michigan, and that third is the highest densely populated areas. And then the rest of it is draining to the Kankakee River, whether it's through streams, ditches, ponds, and lakes. There was a study done by Purdue University in the early 2000s that stated that they found in their study that one failing septic system contributed 76,650 gallons of raw sewage a year. One septic system. So with that in mind, and with this picture in mind of the groundwaters of LaPorte County, the commissioners, the LaPorte County Health Board, the administration felt that it was time that we were in a position that we could do something and that we should do something. And that brought us to our property transfer ordinance. And it's really, as far as ordinance goes, it's pretty simple, just two things. First of all, if you have a septic system, whether it's residential or commercial, before you can sell your property, the septic system has to be inspected to see that it's working properly. Second item is also having your drinking water tested, again, whether it's residential or commercial. And we're doing that for several different reasons. Why are we doing that? Trying to prevent the transmission of disease, trying to protect the groundwater, but we're also wanting to inform prospective buyers. This is what you're buying at this time. This is the status of your septic system and your drinking water. Because if you're a homeowner on a well or septic system, you're essentially responsible for your own sewage treatment plant in your backyard. Nobody else is taking care of that for you. That's your responsibility. And the same thing with your drinking water. Your drinking water is not going through a treatment plant. It's not being treated, tested, filtered. Nobody's checking that. It's your responsibility to know the quality of your drinking water. It's also giving a really great view and look on the status of on-site sewage systems in the county, whether they've been in the ground for a year, 5 years, 10 years, 70 years. We can look at them and we're seeing how they're functioning. We're finding the failed septic systems and the systems that are in the process of failing and maybe being able to repair them before they become that health hazard and hazard to the environment. but also finding undocumented systems, knowing that this area is on septic systems because they're so far out. We know they're not, city sewers don't go out that far, but we have no records of the systems out there. Now we know what's there and how they're functioning. And finding those non-systems, the homes that have the pipes going straight out to the ditch or going out to the lake, and they are out there. So it brings all those things together. Writing that ordinance was the easy part. It was a 6-page ordinance. Half of it is definitions. My boss isn't here, so I can tell him he had the easy part, and I got to sell it to everybody. So that's what we won our award for, is for the education and outreach for this property transfer ordinance. And it really was me talking to a lot of different people in a lot of different venues, and bringing our stakeholders together. First point of contact really was with the realtors and the LaPorte County Association of Area Realtors. Because when you're buying or selling a home, that's usually going to be your first contact, is talking to a realtor and getting them on board and letting them know what was needed and why we were doing this. And no, we're not trying to make anybody's life more difficult than what it already is, but this is why we're doing this. We formed a committee bringing a lot of the stakeholders together, and I spent a lot of time working with the realty agencies, having meetings, having conference calls, whether it was with 1 or 2 people or was it 30, 40 people at a time, over a period of a year. Doing the same thing with the title companies, and also with different conferences and meetings, not only in LaPorte County, but throughout the state. And I always tell everybody, if you're really in a crunch, I do birthday parties, I do bar mitzvahs, I do corporate events. So if you're looking for anybody, give me a call. I'll be more than happy to come tell you about our property transfer ordinance. Okay. So I took this picture one day out with actually Cindy. She's out here today at our booth. So it's not a bad day when you get to go out to the beach, right? And you're getting paid at the same time. But we were looking for sewage. We didn't find any that day, but hey, we still got to spend half the day on the beach. But standing there in Lake Michigan, I mean, you could be anywhere. You could be on the ocean someplace, right? But standing there looking, we're a little fish in a big pond, right? I mean, we're a really little fish in a really big pond. LaPorte County is only one of 92 counties in the state of Indiana. We're only one community out of how many hundreds or thousands in the Great Lakes region. And if we look back over our numbers over the last, it's almost 2 years now that our ordinance has been in place, with the number of inspections that we've seen coming through our office, and the number of failed septic systems that we've mitigated in that time, we've prevented 36 million gallons of sewage entering the groundwaters. So, being that number, we're just one, and how much more that we could be doing. So yeah, I get asked still if it was worth it. Is it still worth it? Yeah, I think it is. Definitely, even if it was only 1 gallon of sewage, just because that's who I am. So I'll keep talking about the ordinance. I'll keep talking about this, whether it's not even the ordinance, just about septic systems in general, because I am a septic nerd. But, yeah, give me a call. You need a birthday party hookup? I'm there for you. Thank you.
Works here. Yes, my last name is Lake. Yes, I'm in water resources. No, my parents didn't plan that. They wanted me to be a doctor, in fact. And in a way, we're all doctors. But our patient is the planet, and that's what we're trying to heal here. So you hear all these great presentations and things that are being done. It's all under the umbrella of protecting the environment. We previously won a governor's award, and what I like about this time around is that we didn't do a project that had a start, a middle, and an end. We implemented a policy and a commitment that starts and never ends. And that commitment is to incorporate recycled pipe into all of our stormwater infrastructure projects whenever feasible. And what I mean by recycled pipe, I don't mean we clean off pipe and then we repurpose it and put it back in the ground. This is brand new manufactured pipe, whereas 40% of the material is made from recycled products. So with that, we implemented our standard. And you think about how much pipe goes in the ground, how much pipe we're burying. Imagine if 40% of all that material is recycled. So we use a lot of double-walled HDPE, which is high-density polyethylene. And there's a couple pipe manufacturers that came up with pipe that meets our standards. And it's pretty impressive. And they're some of the biggest pipe manufacturers out there. And so you look at that and think, well, why don't we just do this everywhere? And you think about that. And when I first came across one of the manufacturers, one was from Prinsco, I asked him, well, how much extra is this going to cost? He goes, brace yourself, zero. It doesn't cost any extra. So there's no added cost to the project. You're just incorporating recycled materials, which to me is a win-win. And so, again, we do a lot of replacement. We got a lot of old infrastructure in town that needs to be replaced, a lot of old CMP that's rusting away, falling apart. That gets pulled out, that gets recycled because it's metal. In comes new pipe, and 40% of it's recycled material. So to me, that's a bit of a win-win. And now, think about it. With an award, it's not about winning awards, it's about using that to promote a concept here. And any municipality can do this tomorrow. And you think about those agencies that are out there, like NRCS. They put in a lot of drainage tile as part of their grass waterways. They just have to put that spec in their field office tech guide. You know, there's a lot of ways to implement this quickly, easily, and effectively. And so now you're incorporating reuse, recycle into your utility, into your program. And so all this pipe you're seeing here is stuff we've already got in the ground. And like I said, this project doesn't end. It keeps going. This is nonstop. So all this pipe here, this is EcoFlow 100. And then also ADS, one of the biggest pipe manufacturers, has Mega Green pipe. Same spec. At least 40% of that material is all recycled product. They even have a recycling plant. So you think about all the pipe that goes in the ground. Anytime you do a project, it can be a reuse recycle project. So this is typical what you're seeing when we pull out of the ground. So when we put plans and specs together and we put things out for bid, our contractor has to do the same thing. Internally, we use it on our own projects if we do something in-house. So all the engineering plans have that on there. So again, it's a detail, it's a spec, it's something you're adding to the plans. And it all comes from post-consumer recycled materials, 40% of it. So we have over 6,000 inlets and over 800,000 feet of storm drains. So we're continuously replacing pipe. We got a stormwater master plan that basically has over $24 million worth of upgrades we need to do. Anything that involves pipe is going to be using recycled pipe. So that's for internally. What about developers that come to town? What about someone that's going to do a project? Well, we have low impact development standards as a part of our stormwater ordinance. You will not get a stormwater permit from me without incorporating low impact development, BMPs. And this is above and beyond everything they have to do for flood control, everything beyond the regular MS4 requirements for water quality. This is above and beyond all that.
they also have to incorporate low-impact development BMPs based on the amount of disturbance they have. Simple ordinance change, didn't cost us anything, but as a result, we get these BMPs, a lot of rain gardens and impervious pavements and things like that, but you need at least 3. And a lot of times they're thinking, what can I do for that 3rd one? I kind of whisper, recycle pipe. How much is it going to cost us? Extra, other than nothing. It doesn't change your engineering. There's no size difference. There's no other parameters that change. You just modify your plans to have that as part of your specs. So that's a way that we have gotten a lot of recycled pipe in the ground, not through the town's projects, but through new development that comes to town. So it's great. You sit down with the developer's engineer, you're going through this, and you basically are kind of helping them plan out their site and incorporating these low-impact development practices. It's pretty straightforward, pretty simple. Cost of the town, 0. So to accent that, we're also an IDM clean community. So again, these are measurable goals. These are things you can measure. How much pipe did you put in the ground? Well, this much. How much of the site recycled product? 40% of it. So you think of the service life of a milk jug, it's months. Service life of recycled HDPE pipe, more than 100 years, maybe 200, 300. They said 100 plus because they don't know the limit. So if you think about it, we want to reduce the amount of waste in landfills too. I was thinking about Captain Dave out in the middle of the ocean in his great boat, talking to his volleyball Franklin, looking out there and saying, well, he sees a bunch of garbage in the ocean. And you think about, what can we do about it? This is one thing you can do tomorrow. If you're a decision maker, if you're able to incorporate these, if you're a utility department head, if you are a head of a business or corporation, or even a council member, or you know one, and you can say, hey, why don't we do this in our town? Pretty straightforward and simple. So, oil, think about it. Plastic, what's it made out of? Oils. One 20-foot section of 48-inch EcoFlow 100 pipe conserves over 82 gallons of oil. So again, it touches other areas. So the whole concept here is let's not bury our problems in landfills, but let's create solutions. Thank you. Mike was just mentioning what's the price difference between regular double-walled HDPE and the recycled. It's 40% recycled, and it's 0. There is no price difference. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chris Kraus. I'm the Executive Director of Shirley Hines Land Trust. There's a lot of friendly faces in the audience, so nice to see all of you. Our next speaker is from Louisville, Kentucky, and he has to drive back, so I'm going to make this really quick. Real quickly, I just want to give everybody a quick overview of what a land trust is and Shirley Hines, if you're not familiar with us, and then talk a little bit about our East Branch of the Little Calumet River Corridor project that received the Land Use and Planning Award from the Governor. So what is a land trust? There's really 2 functions of a land trust. One is to either acquire land or place a conservation easement on land. And then the other function is to steward that land that is protected, and in the cases of conservation easements, monitor them. In the United States in total, there's over 1,300 land trusts that have protected over 56 million acres. In the state of Indiana, there's 22 land trusts, and they've protected a little over 140,000 acres. Shirley Hines is proud that we're one of about 400 land trusts in the United States that's accredited, and that's upholding the highest land acquisition and financial practices as an organization. Who is Shirley Hines? Shirley Hines was an Ogden Dunes resident and environmentalist, and unfortunately she passed away of lymphoma in her early 50s. That was in 1978, and thanks to a generous gift in her memory, Shirley Hines Land Trust was founded in 1981. And our mission is to protect ecologically significant habitats in northwestern Indiana. We do that through acquisition and restoration. And we also do have an environmental component engaging children and adults about the value of the natural world we have here. This map depicts the conservation, it depicts our large project areas in the region, our 6-county geography, and what we like to think of as conservation areas, 2 of which I'm going to talk about, one the East Branch, but also a stone's throw away from here, not too far away, off of Highway 212, actually on both sides of that highway that connects 20 and 12 here in Michigan City. Shirley Hines has its largest project area, Ambler Flatwoods, and that's a spectacular boreal flatwoods complex I urge all of you to check out sometime. But the real reason we're here today is to talk about this blue blurry map. In 2014, several of Shirley Hines' partners got together. We developed this map and created a vision for the East Branch of the Little Calumet River that stretches from Red Mill County Park, that's the headwaters here in LaPorte County. It goes through the Heron Rookery, a disjunct part of the Indiana Dunes National Park, through a few of Shirley Hines' properties, and then into the Indiana Dunes National Park at Bailey Homestead. It's about a 12-mile river corridor. And so we took this map to the state of Indiana as they were accepting project areas for the Bicentennial Nature Trust program, and we had the good fortune of getting this pretty blue map accepted by the state, which resulted in $1 million for land acquisition funding. It was a dollar-for-dollar match program. So after that funding was made available to us, we did a landowner outreach program. We sent the brochure you can see on the right-hand side of the slide to landowners that were prioritized as having high priority land. Most of it was along the river corridor, and through those landowner outreach and acquisition efforts, we were able to protect an additional 350 acres on the corridor. The project snowballed. We started doing restoration with several partners thanks to a funding program out of Chicago known as the Chi-Cal River Fund. Some friends in the audience, including ArcelorMittal, support that program in a big way, and that allowed us to do 3 phases of not just restoration but public access amenities on the river. We also work with partners, particularly the Northwest Indiana Paddling Association, removing lots of tons, actually, of trash and debris to open up the river, and we continued our conservation planning efforts. And it's worth noting that this has been a great way to advance NERC's Greenways and Blueways plan. This is probably the most exciting thing. Historically, we have really focused on land protection and restoration, but as we have become more advanced as a land trust, we do also look at public access and amenities, and we are proud to note that on this river corridor, there's 5 miles that can be canoed or kayaked and is publicly accessible, with 2 kayak launches on Shirley Hines' properties in the town of Chesterton, so you can actually get on the river and kayak right into the lake shore. So that's pretty exciting. So that blurry blue map has become a little crisper. We updated that map in 2018, and I think it's worth noting that not only do we continue to do the land acquisition and restoration, there's a climate resiliency project we're working on within this corridor that will better inform us in how we do our restoration and land management work. We just completed a large-scale invasive species inventory of the river corridor, which will allow us to secure larger grants from funders who want a comprehensive view of what it is we're trying to protect. We are also working with the county, talking to consultants, and several of our partners are helping us do an analysis of where we might be able to develop a wetland mitigation strategy within the corridor. So this has continued to grow and it ultimately is serving as a model for how we can do conservation in a more comprehensive and collaborative way in the region. So we're really excited. It has, this project has transformed land protection for Shirley Hines in a lot of ways, and we're happy to be here today to share this project with you. So thank you.
I don't know, I just get so impressed every time I think about it. 7 awards for the entire state of Indiana and 4 of them right up here in Northwest Indiana. I just think it's a real tribute to the energy that we have here in Northwest Indiana for trying to protect the environment and doing what we can. And I'd just like to give all these people another round of applause. All right, our next speaker is from Louisville, Kentucky. He is here to talk about the interplay between the Clean Water Act and the Harbors Act. I am very excited for this presentation. Of course, I've had the opportunity to look through his slides already. Kyle Lewis will be our speaker, and he's been practicing law for nearly 10 years and currently serves as the Assistant District Counsel for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers in Louisville. He provides legal services and support to the formerly used defense sites, civil works, and regulatory programs. Prior to joining the Army Corps of Engineers, Mr. Lewis served as a supervisory attorney and advisor for the Federal Emergency Management Agency's Public Assistant Appeals and Audits Branch, handling agency-wide audits and administrative second appeals, contesting, enforcement, and eligibility determination. So all you lawyers out there in the crowd, you know, this will be right up your alley. Mr. Lewis holds a JD from Vermont Law School and a BSD in Civil and Environmental Engineering from Westchester Polytechnic Institute. Mr. Kyle Lewis.
It's the Bostonian accent, Worcester Polytechnic. But yeah, I got the afternoon crowd. Wow. It was a great meal. That means that you might be a little sleepy. And right before the last break, and I know you all probably want to grab some caffeine, but I got 2 tricks up my sleeve, I think, to keep you engaged and wake up. So the first one is fear. So the earlier presenters this morning, they all disassociated from regulation. They said, look, we're here to give you money and come talk to us. We do awesome projects. Well, I'm here to talk about regulations. And so hopefully that strikes a little bit of fear in you and wakes you up. The second trick up my sleeve is that this is going to be an interactive presentation. I'm not too sure if I should have made it interactive, seeing how big this room is. This is my first time here. I'm not too sure if it's going to work out. We'll try it out, but half of the slides here, we're going to be talking about the Clean Water Act and the Rivers and Harbor Act, and how different sections of those statutes give the EPA, the state, and the Corps different authorities, often conflicting and authorities, and how those interplay. And then the second half is going to give you some examples where I'm going to ask you all what you think, and we'll see how that works out. So here, second. All right, so overview of the Clean Water Act and River Harbor Act. We're just going to talk real briefly on some of the key enactments and amendments of the key sections that we're talking today. There are other sections of the Clean Water Act that can create totally other programs, but we're just going to be talking about a few today. So, we'll start off in 1948. That's when the federal government finally got its act together and put together the first major legislation to address clean water. Then in 1970, they added the 401 clean certification process, which is that whenever the federal government's licensing or permitting an activity, they have to get a certification from the state. The state says that, hey, whatever you're doing out there, it's not messing with our water quality standards. Then in 1972, they realized all the prior stuff that they did had no teeth in it. So in 1972, they enacted the structure of the Clean Water Act as we know it today. In addition to Section 401, there's 402, which the state should be familiar with. Are there IDEM people out there? Right there, okay. So that creates Section 402, it's this National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, which is administered by the EPA, but delegated down to states. And then the 404 program, which I'm most familiar with, which is the permitting of discharge and dredge and fill material into waters of the United States. There's also some other amendments in 1977, 1987 that expanded exemptions under the dredge and fill program to normal farming, silviculture, and then also the 1987 amendments, they expanded the NPDES program into storm sewer systems. So a little bit about the 401 water quality certification. So when is it required? I think I already mentioned this, but it's whenever the federal government is licensing or permitting something and that activity will result in a discharge into navigable water. This is a significant power of the state, especially when we're talking about constitutional law, states' rights and everything. That's where this is where the Congress was really trying to give states power over federal actions. And it basically grants the state with four major powers. You grant, which is basically saying, hey, yeah, it's fine, no problem, do the activity, it won't impact our water quality standards. They can grant with conditions, and those conditions we take word for word and incorporate into the permit. They can deny, which prohibits, we can't issue the permit. And then they can also waive. That is, if they just wait it out and they take no action for political reasons, it gives them a little way out, I guess, if they wait a reasonable amount of time, usually 60 days for core permits, but it changes from district to district, or not to exceed a year. But the federal government can't issue the permit or the license until there's a grant or a waiver. So 402 program, my IDEM people right here, correct me if I'm wrong, so this is not my forte. I do need to know it. But if there's this is required, you need authorization. If there's a discharge of a pollutant from a point source into the water of the United States, it sets limits on the discharge, not the entire body of water, the lake or the pond, just what is being discharged. And it covers, because of amendments to the Clean Water Act, it covers a multitude of different types of discharges, including stormwater runoff, mining operations, industrial, municipal discharges. So as I stated, is the EPA is primarily responsible for the program, but it does get pushed down to states. And it's been actually pushed down to all states and tribal governments too, to administer, except for two. I thought I had this up here. Let's see. Michigan, I know Michigan's up there. And for prepping for today, I wanted to figure out what's been delegated down to Indiana, and I listed that up here. I thought it was interesting that pretreatment and biosolids hasn't been delegated down yet from the EPA. So, 404, that's my forte, so that's authorization is required from the Corps under 404 when there's a discharge of fill material from a point source into waters of the United States. So this is where it gets really confusing, where the overlapping authorities between the Corps and the EPA. So the Corps issues permits, but the EPA can veto. The Corps determines what jurisdictional waters, but the EPA drafts up the regulations in conjunction with the Corps of how to determine those jurisdictional waters. Then the Corps has primary responsibility for enforcing the permits, but violations, the EPA handles. And the Corps, the EPA, not the Corps, similar to the 402 program, delegates responsibility down to states. You know what, I misstated, I'm sorry. 402 Jumping back, sorry, 402 program has been delegated almost to all states and tribal governments except a few states like, I think, New Hampshire or something like that. 404, that's mainly been retained by the Corps. The only two states that have received authorization to issue 404 permits, dredge and fill permits, are Michigan and New Jersey. Waters in the United States, as you all might be aware, is a moving target. It's been changing since the beginning. There's current rulemaking and litigation going on out there. That's a presentation in itself I'm not going to be jumping into, but generally, waters of the United States include wetlands, intermittent and perennial streams, rivers, lakes, etc. There are exceptions, and then there's also exceptions to fill material, which is very broad also. It includes replacing U.S. replacing waters with dry land or changing the bottom elevation of the substrate. And there's exceptions there, normal farming, silviculture, which I've touched upon already. Rivers and Harbors Acts, which I assume folks are a little less familiar with. Section 9, basically, Congress told the Corps that they have to permit or authorize whenever a dam or a dike is going to be installed, because that could mess up navigation. However, I'm going to jump back to the last slide. Because of how broad the definition is for fill material, whenever you have a Section 9 authorization, you automatically bundle in a Section 404 authorization. So is it getting confusing yet? All right, then there's Section 10 authorization, which says whenever there's a structure or work, not a structure, fill, whatever, or work, then you need authorization because that could impact navigable waters. And Section 10 uses a different definition for navigable waters, which is emphasized here. So you can see Section 404 waters are much broader, and then Section 10 are much more narrow, and they exclude things such as the streams or wetlands, upland wetlands, coastal wetlands. So that was a quick run through. Now that you guys are experts on the law, this is the interactive portion, where we're going to go through a few hypothetical examples that I thought up off the top of my head, and then some real-world examples. So for the hypothetical item, if I screwed up, just yell out, "He's a liar," and we'll correct it. So here's the first one. Farmer Joe, here's the scenario. Farmer Joe wants to expand his farm by 5 acres. Consequently, he will need to convert some jurisdictional, there's a hint for you, I'm being easy for you, jurisdictional wetlands into croplands. Do you need Section 404 authorization? Yes, the waters are jurisdictional. And notice, though, the exemption, normal farming, does not apply because he's not farming these lands yet. He's expanding into new territory. And also, if those fields lay fallow or unused too long, they can convert back into jurisdictional lands. All right, Section 9. So no dams or dikes. So no. So, and then what about 10? Section 10 authorization. No, the water's not navigable. It's a wetland. State 401 certification. Yes, because there's a Section 404 authorization that's required. NPDS permit. I'm looking at you guys now. No, really? Okay. I assumed yes, because I figured you'd have to clear enough land that it's more than 1 acre. So it's the 1 acre exception. So it's 5 acres, which is above the 1 acre exemption, so therefore yes. Yep. Oh, yeah. Hey, general permits are still authorization though. So, all right. So, Town of Conductor. The Town of Conductor would like to fund construction of a transmission line above the Ohio River so that they can finally get electricity to power their smartphones. Section 404. What do y'all think? I'm hearing yes. The answer is no. Suspension of a transmission above a jurisdictional water is not a discharge into waters or changing the substrate, the elevation of the substrate. So I tricked you again. So I'm going to try to keep tricking you, by the way. Okay, but don't hesitate. Yell out though. Section 9. No dam or dike. Section 10. There is a section 404 federal authorization, so do we need section 10? Yes. So yes, the structure may affect navigation. In case Captain David, is he here? Is he still here? If he's sailing down the Ohio River, he doesn't want his mast to hit the power line. So that's why you need section 10 authorization. All right. So we have, how about state 401 certification? I'm hearing no. And no is correct. Because even though the court is taking a permit action under section 10, 401 certification, again, only kicks in when there's a discharge. NPDES permits? I would say no unless the construction impacts more than 1 acre as well. All right. Regine's rustic regatta riverine retreat. So Regine envisions building a small multi-purpose complex that will feature a dike-hint, protected harbor, pier, and launch area for boats, as well as a club and commerce area along the embankment of the St. Clair River in Michigan. That's a jurisdictional one. All right, section 404. Yes, that's an obvious one. Section 9. Yes. Section 10. Yes, because the structural effect navigation. Section 401. Are you sure? No, because it's Michigan, and Michigan is a delegated state. So you don't have to get certification from a delegated state, but yes, for the section 9 and 10 authorizations. Gotcha again. All right, NPDES permit. I would say yes, for both the construction and the stormwater discharges that are going to be coming from all the activity, commercial activity there. But as you can see, there is a lot of nuance to just two statutes. There is so many nuances and conflicting, overriding authorities here. All right, now we're into the real world. Jordan Cove. Has anybody heard about this one? Very controversial. Very controversial. Well, if you're on the West Coast, but I guess the West Coast doesn't matter when you got the best coast in the middle, right? Okay. All right. The what, sorry?
The end coast.
End coast. Yes. All right. Pembina Pipeline Co. wants to build a liquefied natural gas line across the state of Oregon to a new export vessel terminal in Coos Bay. The terminal will service export vessels, and the pipeline will impact 5 major rivers, numerous streams, and 198 acres of wetlands. You can kind of see why it's controversial. All right, section 404. What do you think? Yes, for the construction of the terminal and also the impacts from all the pipelines. Section 9. No dam or dike. Section 10. Yes, the terminal will impact navigation in Coos Bay, which is a jurisdictional water. State 401 certification. It's not Michigan. Yes, for construction of the terminal and the pipeline. However, with the pipeline, to avoid a lot of these issues, they did directional boring underneath a lot of the major rivers to reduce conflict. And notice I'm leaving a blank there because I'm going to come back to what actually happened in the real world. But NPDES permit? Yes. So this is what actually happened though. The state denied cert due to concerns that the construction and operation of the facility would not comply with water quality standards. This was litigated and upheld. And what's interesting is that the state exercised its authority not under NPDES permit or under some other state water quality authority, but perhaps for political options, they chose the 401 certification because it's much more prohibited. It stops the federal government dead in its tracks. And that's what happened here at the Corps. All right, Scott County. This is Kentucky. Scott County needs a new water source. Instead of connecting to existing water lines, the county proposes constructing a dam to inundate 61,000 linear feet of stream and 2.1 acres of wetland. A lot more stream impacts than wetlands. I think there'd be more wetlands. But to create the supply reservoir. So, section 404. Yes, I'm leaving a little blank up there to tell you how it plays out in the real world. Section 9? No. So remember, the construction here is not in navigable waters of the United States. So that's the key difference here. So actually, you know what? I misled you when I first introduced Section 9, I think. I said whenever Section 9 is. So I apologize. That's only when it's in a navigable water. Here, this water is not navigable. Sorry, I'll correct that for next time I present. Trickery. That was a trick by mistake. So. Section 10. No, yes, because we just covered that with this clarification for Section 9, on which I apologize. It's not in navigable water of the United States. State 401 certification? Yes, the reservoir is a discharge that will impact water quality. Notice it's from the Corps' perspective. We are focusing on the construction of the reservoir, not necessarily continuous discharges from the reservoir. NPDES permit? Yes. And this is how it played out. We actually denied this and we were upheld in administrative appeal because the authorization, we denied it because they had less environmentally damaging options because they could connect to other existing water lines in other adjacent counties. And it was cost effective too to do that as well. All right, next one, Spruce #1 mine. Have you guys heard of this one? Very controversial, yes. Okay. Arts Coal proposes a large mountaintop removal operation that will fill 10 miles of stream. To manage water quality from the site, Arc Coal will dam slightly downstream from the fill to create sediment ponds. How about section 404? Yes. And I'm leaving a blank there to tell you how it plays out. But yes, the fill, the valley fill, and the fill to create the sediment ponds, that's changing the substrate elevation. Section 9. 9, right, because of that clarification that I had, the dam is not impacting the navigable waters. Section 10. Correct. No. State 401 certification. Yes, that is definitely creating changes to the substrate. Obliterating the substrate is changing the substrate. The NPDES permits. Yes, and that's also for the initial construction, but because there is going to be continuous runoff coming from the rock, when you have freshly blasted rock, it reacts with runoff that increases contaminants. And so those continued discharges from the sediment pond would also require NPDES permits. And what's really cool about this example is that you can see how the Corps takes authority for the initial discharge to create it, but then the state, in a delegated program, comes in to fix or make the full puzzle a joint, basically, regulatory action to then permit the ongoing discharges. So how this all played out, after the state gives 401 certification and the Corps authorizes the project, EPA comes in and says, hey, you guys forgot about that little veto authority we have. We're gonna veto the whole thing. It's the first time they've ever done that after authorization of a core permit. Typically, the EPA tells us ahead of time, like, hey guys, don't even try, we're gonna veto it. But here, they waited way after the fact and then vetoed the action.
So is that Obama or Trump era?
That was the Obama era. But you can see, I mean, this is a perfect example. Well, actually, I think a quick suite of examples of how the Rivers and Harbors Acts and Clean Water Acts, within the same acts, there's conflicting authorities given to different entities. And it's a crazy world. And that's all I got. So any questions? No? All right. You said public notice? We do typically, there's a joint notice with the 401 circuit. But sometimes it can be separate. If it's, I think the one that was done in Oregon, that had a separate public notice because it was more controversial. And PDS, yeah, that has to have a public notice. Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You have one back there.
How difficult is it to make jurisdictional determinations as to what is a water of the United States under Section 402?
Could you say that one more time?
Yeah, how difficult when somebody is asking you for a 402 and you're trying to make a jurisdictional determination as to whether it even is a water of the United States? Like up here we have tons of wetlands, but not all of them may be jurisdictional wetlands. How hard is it to make that determination?
It's very hard to make jurisdictional determinations because that's a really great question. I can't answer it all today, but that has been litigated in the courts for a very long time. It's gone up to the Supreme Court multiple times. And the latest decision was a plurality decision where there was different opinions on, but no majority on what to decide. And so there was, during the Obama administration, they said, hey, yeah, we're going to take the most expansive view and we're going to look at adjacent wetlands and this nexus analysis, and they put that into regulation, which is being litigated, and it was overturned for procedural reasons recently. But then the Trump administration said, hey, no, we're not going to follow the Kennedy decision, which was one of the decisions. He said, no, we're going to follow the Scalia decision, which, and they promulgated regulations recently that they put out for public comment, and it's closed right now, so they're going to be finalizing those soon. And those actually eliminate categorically ephemeral streams from jurisdiction. But there's so many more nuances, though. I mean, that's a very, I could have done a presentation just on that. So, thank you.
One more question for you.
Last one.
It's possible I might be the only one who deals with this, but could you kind of go into how you differentiate between waters of the U.S. and waters of the state? Because I have dealt with permits before that the Corps has said, no, that's not our jurisdiction, but the state of Indiana does claim that as at least the waters of the state of Indiana.
Yeah, are you talking about the Nugent Sand permit off of the Ohio River?
Actually, no, I'm not. This is in St. Joseph County for a Indiana Department of Transportation project.
No, okay, well, that question came up of whose waters are state waters. Does the state own it, or does the private entity own it? And typically the Corps takes the opinion, we don't care. We're going to look at it from our criteria. We don't care who owns the water right now. We're going to look at its current use, and then we'll evaluate it from that perspective. That said, it changes from district to district, so there could be a different perspective. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed that presentation. I know I really did. A young lady by the name of Janice Lingle was supposed to, hey Dahlia, why don't you hang on a second, because I was going to let you do your sustainability announcement. That Janice Lingle was supposed to speak with the Army Corps of Engineers out of Louisville, and her mother got ill, so she couldn't do it, and Kyle filled in for her, and I thought Kyle did a really nice job. So let's give him another round of applause. I wanted to give Dahlia a chance. She was going to, is there a microphone? Can you get her the microphone? She was going to read off the people that are on the Sustainability Commission, the newly formed Sustainability Commission in Michigan City. And then when she's done, we'll go to our last break. And then I want you to make sure you come back, because we're going to hear about Great Lakes Champions and then our two big projects that we have here in Michigan City, the Carwick and the Cheney Run. So Dahlia.
Hi everyone, my name is Dahlia Gigas, and I am the president of the new Commission on Sustainability for Michigan City, and I'd like to tell you who our commissioners are. Sharon Carnes is our council liaison, so she's not a commissioner, she is just our city council person who helped us get started. Deborah Chubb, Nancy Boldenauer, and if you're here you can stand. Oh, Nancy also took a little break. Andy Jans Davis. Clarence Hulse is representing the EDCMC. Larry Zimmer. Cherie Wilson. Daisy Lee. Faye Moore. And then we have 3 students so far assigned. 1 more will be assigned. That's Amory Watkins from Krieger, Madison Gresham from Barker Middle School, and Gwen Sarden from Michigan City High School. So look forward to hearing from us, and I hope you will engage with us into all of our projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Dahlia. And one of the first things we're going to take to the commission is going to be that green streets policy. So hopefully that'll work out well. Okay, we're going to do our last break. Make sure everybody comes back to hear about Great Lakes Champions and the 2 wonderful projects that we're doing here in Michigan City, Indiana. We'll round you up in a few minutes. All right, folks, we're going to get started again here for our afternoon session. I got to wake some people up back there in the back. People that didn't know any of the answers to the last guy's presentation. It's a little embarrassing, but what are you going to do? We got basically 2 more presentations for you today. One is the Great Lakes Champions program, of which we were participated in for a while, and I guess probably still are. And then the last one is going to be a presentation about our Carwick dump site remediation and our Cheney Run wetland stormwater project that we're doing. So our first speaker is Margot Davis. She's a program specialist with the Great Lakes Commission in one of my favorite cities in America, Ann Arbor, Michigan. Go Blue. And she's been with the commission since 2017. She works to integrate the water infrastructure and water quality program areas, including the Green Infrastructure Champions program, and with the Great Lakes Stormwater Collaborative effort. Margot holds a master's in environmental science and policy from Johns Hopkins University, and is an undergraduate and has an undergraduate degree in environmental science from Colorado College. So here's Margot Davis with the Great Lakes Commission.
I think this is good. Can people hear me? No? Yes? Perfect. All right. Well, thank you so much for having me. My name is Margot. I'm with the Great Lakes Commission. I'll be talking to you about our Green Infrastructure Champions program. But real quickly, I do want to introduce the Great Lakes Commission to you as well. We are an interstate agency working for and with the states to provide kind of this unified voice for the states and provinces. So we were established in 1955 by the Great Lakes Basin Compact. And this is just one piece of our mission, but I think it kind of succinctly describes it. It's kind of sustainable development before sustainable development was a term. So in 1955, the commission was formed to promote the orderly, integrated, and comprehensive development, use, and conservation of the water resources of the Great Lakes Basin. So we're really looking very integrated at how to protect Great Lakes interests, largely construed. It's a compact between the 8 states, and then the provinces joined as partners through a declaration of partnership in 1999. We are lucky. I do want to acknowledge that we have one of our commissioners here today, Commissioner Kay Nelson from the Northwest Indiana Forum. And so she's one of the many commissioners that works with us to make sure that we're kind of fulfilling the Great Lakes needs for all of the states and provinces. Glad to see you here. So we have a variety of program areas. Like I mentioned, we look to cover all of the Great Lakes interests. So I work in water quality and water management and infrastructure, but we also have commercial navigation program, coastal conservation and habitat restoration, aquatic invasive species, and information management. So those are our key program areas. I'll be talking to you about green infrastructure, which falls into both water quality and water management and infrastructure. We've heard some folks today kind of hint at stormwater, start to talk about stormwater management techniques, but we haven't really talked about why stormwater is so important. And I think that it can feel a little counterintuitive to folks sometimes, because we think of rain as this natural occurrence. It's not something that we really need to invest a lot in, but it's really important that we invest in our stormwater infrastructure, especially as we see increased urbanization. We're getting further away from that natural water cycle where it rains, the water's going to percolate in, kind of be taken up by the system. Instead, if we have all this development, the rain falls, it's going to be kind of travel over the surfaces, run off, and along the way be picking up all the things on the street, right? So it's not suspended sediment, it's on the street, but once it's in the water, it becomes suspended particles, dust, any type of pollutants that are on the roadway, oils, things like that. So in Michigan City, you just have an MS4 system. Michael mentioned that this is part of the MS4 education program, but what's an MS4? An MS4 is a municipal separate sewer system, which means that you have dedicated pipes just for your stormwater. So it rains, all the rain's going to pick up whatever it picks up, and then go into those dedicated pipes and go straight out to the receiving water body. The alternative is a combined sewer system. So there are not dedicated pipes for the stormwater, and the stormwater runoff is going to go into the same pipes that your sewage from your house and other sources goes, and it ideally will go to the treatment plant where stormwater and wastewater gets treated and then is discharged. But if it's raining too much, we've gotten away from this natural water cycle. If there's too much rain, it overwhelms the system, and the pipe can't actually hold that much water, can't bring that water to the treatment plant. So in that case, the combined rainwater, stormwater, and sewage is going to go directly into that water body. So in the Great Lakes, we don't have super up-to-date stats, but in 2014, for all the Great Lakes, there were 22 billion gallons of combined stormwater and wastewater, raw sewage, that went into the Great Lakes. Looking kind of a little more closely right here, Lake Michigan, there were 5.6 billion gallons. Those are 2014 numbers. We've gotten a little bit better, we think, but we don't have really accurate numbers right now for the full lake. So that's why we look at stormwater. That's a big piece of it, is the water quality concerns. We also have water quantity concerns, from an overwhelming systems standpoint, like we see with those combined sewers, but also just from flooding. We're not really able to manage our rainwater as much as we maybe historically have been able to, and those impacts are being enhanced by climate change when we see some of these larger events, more flashy events across the basin. Green infrastructure is a key piece of the stormwater management solution because it helps restore that natural water cycle. So green infrastructure can be a whole slew of options. It can be rain gardens, bioswales, pervious pavers, wetlands, a whole variety of natural or mimicking natural solutions to get a little closer to that natural water cycle. So that's why we push green infrastructure as a really helpful solution. In most cases, it's not going to be the only solution, but it can be used in conjunction with existing infrastructure to make sure you're managing that water quality and water quantity as best as possible. So we started the Great Lakes Green Infrastructure Champions program back in 2016 with the purpose to catalyze the adoption of green infrastructure practices and policies by removing barriers and addressing, giving resources that small and mid-sized municipalities commonly lack. So part of that is capacity, right? So we look at a mentoring network and workshops to build up some of that expertise and some of that capacity. We have funding opportunities and offer mini grants through the program to communities because we obviously recognize funding is a concern for communities. And then in the pilot phase, which was 2016 to 2018, we also completed a policy analysis, recognizing that communities can be doing a lot of good work and sort of toiling away, but some of those top-down pressures from the federal and state and also provincial policies can either enhance your ability to implement green infrastructure, or they can actually kind of create additional barriers. So we looked at that as another way to help some of our communities adopt green infrastructure. So the peer-to-peer mentoring network is kind of the bread and butter of the program. I think it's sort of the most important piece of the program, maybe. And what this peer-to-peer mentoring network does is it connects experienced green infrastructure practitioners with communities or individuals that really want to get green infrastructure on the ground. They really want to have a better green infrastructure program, but they're not really sure how to go about it. They're still kind of working on it. That really fosters the transfer of knowledge from these, what we call pioneer champions, these experienced practitioners, to our emerging champions, those that are kind of getting geared up to go. And this resource on the right here, I do recommend. It's a code audit book. But I just wanted to pull this one quote out because it really highlights the importance of, or kind of the reason of why we think peer-to-peer mentoring can be a really valuable tool. So from this, it says, the importance of a successful green infrastructure project to the goal of advancing green infrastructure in your community cannot be overstated. A failed project can have a crippling effect on subsequent green infrastructure initiatives. So in a lot of ways, if you're, a community just starting to do this, it feels like a first impression, right? And so it's different from your normal pipes and ponds. It's kind of deviating from the norm. And so it can feel like there's a lot more pressure to do well. And in some ways there really might be, because the community is going to have like this extra eye on it because it's something they're not used to. So to sort of alleviate some of that pressure and make it easier to kind of get that program growing, we pair folks with a mentor who's been there, who's had those challenges, so maybe they can share their lessons learned so you don't have to learn them the hard way. So that's kind of the role of that program. And I'll touch on the logistics in a little bit here, but the other aspect that we use for capacity building is green infrastructure workshops. We invite community members, engineers, planners, landscape architects. We know that green infrastructure involves kind of this whole big suite of people, so we invite them in to come to a workshop and learn about green infrastructure. You are, of course, invited to the workshops, not the May 30th one, that one already happened, so it'll be pretty difficult, but there is one June 20th right in Gary, Indiana, that is a really good opportunity to get some more of that exposure, hear some lessons learned, see some case studies, and then actually get out in the field and go on a site tour and help out with some of the maintenance. You're also welcome and invited to the one in Ontario, but I imagine that's a little trickier. But we use those workshops to educate folks and then also to help get them involved in the mentoring network. So the way that the mentoring network works is emerging champions, those mentees, fill out a needs form that says, here's where my program is at, here's what we need, here's what we're already good at. At the same time, we have these pioneer champions, these experts, fill out a skills form saying, I can help communities in these main ways. And then we use the information on those to match mentors and mentees based on those skills and needs. And the idea is that you don't just have a knowledgeable person at your fingertips, which you do, but you also have a person who really becomes intimately aware with the circumstances in your community or your neighborhood or your nonprofit. And then they're in a position where they can continue to help you and really help you grow, because if you reach out to them with a question, they already have that context of the world that you're sort of operating in. So we do need to do some additional mentoring recruitment, usually from we have an advisory team that leads our work. And we typically see more mentees apply than mentors, so we have to do a little bit of hustling to get some additional folks in the door. But and that's because we really want to make sure that the skills are matching the needs of our mentees. So we offer, we had some people in the initial pilot round one community that had 2 mentors because they had 2 different needs. Another thing we saw that I think really speaks to the strength of the program is we had nonprofits in one community that were involved as both mentors and mentees, recognizing that green infrastructure is a big set of things, right? So you can be really, really good in 6 areas, but have a little bit of a hole somewhere else. So you might be able to help a community in some of the areas you're good at. That doesn't mean you can't be getting support in other areas. You know, no one knows everything. Well, some people. Me, no, just kidding. So no one knows everything. And so the idea is that even if you're really good, you still can grow from it. And even if you're not in the mentoring network as a formal mentee, we have these quarterly webinars where we convene everyone. And so you're still going to benefit not only from being able to use your platform and share your kind of leadership and expertise, but also by hearing these other voices. So we convene the full network remotely every quarter. And it's a little cheesy, but we do this rose and thorn where we go around and each organization says their biggest win since our last call and their biggest thorn, like the kind of thing that's causing them the most problems. And you end up with this really helpful conversation of folks all across the basin who have these different experiences and are able to share that outside of just your one-to-one mentoring relationship that you have with your mentor. And we got a lot of really positive feedback from the program and the understanding that this mentoring support really allowed folks to take their programs to the next level. And some people came in and they said, we don't have any goals right now, I just need to learn. And some people came in and said, I got this grant, I'm doing this program, but I think I'm in over my head. So you can have this really, real laser focus or a little bit more vague. But we found that it was really helpful for our members that were in it. And champions can be communities, they can be neighborhoods, they can be nonprofits, they can be consultants. So we really have this real diverse range of folks in the network. Another key part of the program is the mini grants. We offer mini grants to US or Canadian municipalities within the Great Lakes Basin that can demonstrate a commitment to be in the mentoring network, take part in that sort of information knowledge transfer, and also have an idea of how to address the barriers that are in their community. So we look for projects that remove barriers and build capacity around green infrastructure, with the idea that these grants should provide a lasting impact. So we want those projects to kind of keep having impact beyond the grant cycle. So in our pilot phase, we awarded $60,000 of mini grants, including, as you'll see in the middle, one to Michigan City. And that was a really interesting project. It was, I know everyone's been singing Michael's praise, but him and his mentor did a phenomenal job with their work and also engaging in the mentoring network and bringing other folks along. So Michigan City Sanitary District was awarded $12,000 to develop the rainwater rewards calculator specifically for Michigan City. They worked with a partner in Grand Rapids who had this calculator, but only for a few communities. So they were able to update it with GIS data so that the exact kind of site-specific information for Michigan City was there. And then this rainwater rewards can become a decision-making tool or a decision supports tool. So you can look at a specific plot of land and say, if you put in a rain garden that was this many square feet and this type of plants, what is that going to look like for your community in that specific area? And so they worked with a mentor who had done this before. They were able to kind of get that going, but then they also worked on them with other things. And then through the experience, Michigan City has done a really great job realizing that they have a lot of leadership capacity as well, and a lot of expertise right here in Michigan City. So not technically formally through the mentoring network, but then they really expanded through their sphere of influence, other sort of champion mentoring opportunities and the ability to grow in that way. So looking forward, we did open the second phase of the RFP. We're being a little bit more strategic and specific and addressing some of the things that we heard in the first round from the mentoring network, from the communities that were involved. So instead of funding a specific rain garden or porous asphalt, we're looking at projects this time around that focus on developing strategies to overcome institutional barriers. So the rainwater rewards calculator that Michigan City Michigan City did for their grant would actually be applicable again if another community wanted to do something like that, because it's that more institutional support. So we're also looking at local code ordinance review and revision, green infrastructure operations and maintenance training, procedures and workforce development, and establishing sustainable funding streams. So that would be like a stormwater utility. You're looking at other kind of feasibility analyses, or other projects that address these barriers. So we want to leave it to be open. Creativity is encouraged. So here's just some examples of what each of those projects might look like. So there's the book I showed earlier is from Wisconsin Sea Grant, looking at some of those codes and ordinances. There's a wide variety of things that can affect your ability to put green infrastructure in the ground. So going through real carefully with each of those codes and ordinances and making suggestions to your city government about how those could be changed to improve green infrastructure is one sort of option. An operations and maintenance toolkit for green infrastructure would be an option. We hear a lot of folks that are kind of hesitant to put green infrastructure in because they're not sure how to maintain it. And they want to put it in and then walk away. But we know that any type of infrastructure needs maintenance, and we're just a little bit more used to some of those traditional systems. But the maintenance of green infrastructure can be efficient and easy and really built into part of your general O&M. So that's another thing that we're looking at. And then I think I mentioned, feasibility study for establishing a stormwater utility, which can provide that extra funding and incentives in your community to get green infrastructure in the ground. I'll wrap up by just touching on our policy analysis that was completed under the first phase of the program. It's not technically sort of formally involved in the second phase, but we think it can be a really helpful document if you're looking at how to reduce barriers and kind of come up with ideas, and we're still advocating for this report. So in this report, we looked at federal, state, and provincial policies that either hinder or enable local green infrastructure adoption. And then once we pulled that together, we went and shopped it around, because we really think that if these recommendations were put in place, it'll make it easier for communities to put green infrastructure in. So I'm not going to go too far into it. Anyone who's interested, it is available online. But I thought I would just touch on the US state recommendations and kind of give an idea of the types of things we were looking at. So the big things we would look at are what the NPDES permits, how or if they include green infrastructure, if there are performance-based standards for new development or redevelopment, and what type of funding is available and the ability to create new funding opportunities. So in Indiana, green infrastructure isn't required to be considered in those discharge permits. Some of our other states, they don't necessarily require that it's there, but you have to prove that you've thought about it, that you've considered it as an option, because we know a lot of people, just the fact of saying, hey, this is an option, this is there, think about it, that's enough to prompt someone to say, hey, maybe I should try this, maybe I should do something different. It's being very specifically encouraged. So if we specifically encourage folks to look at it, it's a lot more likely that they're then going to incorporate it into their design. We also looked at performance-based standards, which Indiana does not have right now. And we ought to be really careful when we frame this recommendation, because we all know people have lots of regulations and standards that they already have to deal with. So we worked with the members on our advisory team from communities to really shape this recommendation in a way that says, we don't want these, we would not recommend standards that are rigid or standards that wouldn't necessarily make sense for watershed conditions. So those standards can be really helpful ways of incentivizing green infrastructure, but we'd want to make sure that they're kind of couched in the context of the watershed and really based on watershed management targets. And then the last piece on funding, Indiana does have is a little bit more open to innovative funding options. So public-private partnerships it's easier to kind of implement in Indiana. There's less red tape to go through than in some of our other Great Lakes states. So that provides an opportunity for innovative financing. And there's also, we see a lot of stormwater utilities in Indiana, which is a really good sign, and it's not prohibitively difficult or sort of less likely that it'll get caught up in legal legal action if municipalities do try to put in a stormwater utility. So that's kind of some of the good things that Indiana has that we would recommend other states follow in. So that's really the long and short of our Green Infrastructure Champions program. I encourage you to come talk to me after if you have any questions. I think it can be a really valuable program for communities, and I did put our website and email up there in case you would like more information about joining the network, or if you'd like to attend our workshop in Gary. We would love to see you there. Thank you.
Margaret did a very nice job. The one thing that I really got out of this program more than anything was the networking. One of the requirements of this grant was that you had to participate, what was it, quarterly? We had meetings quarterly. You had a webinar, and you had to talk about your program and what you accomplished and listen to what everyone else, and I don't know, it seemed like 20, 30 different projects were going on around the country, and even, I think, somewhere in Canada too, weren't they? I want to say that, yeah, I want to say Canada too, so it was great around the Great Lakes. And the one thing that I really enjoyed, we had like conversations, like a guy from Toronto was talking about how they were getting a lot of sewage backups, combined sewers were backing up into people's homes. And I mentioned to him, I said, well, we have an area here in Michigan City that's, I don't really know how it's designed, it's not the best design, but in 2012 when I first got to Michigan City, we were having some of those issues, and we went out and put mats, these coconut mats on the storm drains in the streets to really slow the water down. In fact, some of them are almost, really the water doesn't even hardly go through it at all anymore, if at all. And he said, well, we have a rule that we can't have more than 3 inches of standing water in the street. You know, how do you get away with that? And I said, well, what would you rather have? You know, 3 inches of standing water in the street or sewage backing up into people's homes, you know? So to me, it was a no-brainer. But it was just one example of how I thought the collaborative effort and the Champions Network really can do a lot of good. And you guys all know sometimes, you know, I was talking with Jerry in the back just a few minutes ago just about wastewater treatment, and, you know, that's how you learn, seems like more than anything, just talking. So I really appreciate the presentation and the opportunity to participate in your program. Our next two speakers are going to speak together again, so I'm going to introduce them both now. Ted Blanick is our PE on our Cheney Run Stormwater Project. He is the technical director of ecological engineering for V3 companies. He's a graduate of Georgia Tech and Louisiana State University with an undergraduate degree in civil engineering and a master's in coastal science. He spent 30 years of experience in design, construction, monitoring, and maintenance of environmental systems such as wetland restoration, stream bank stabilization, watershed management, and ecological-based treatment systems. When he came here to Michigan City to talk to us, when they put a proposal in to be our engineering firm for this Cheney Run Stormwater Wetland Project, he was telling us that this is what he went to school for. So he was so excited when we chose his firm to do this work. And our next speaker is Ethan Brown. Ethan Brown is a senior community planner with the Great Lakes Alliance. Ethan works with coastal communities in Illinois, Wisconsin, Indiana to implement infrastructure projects, develop policies aimed at protecting and improving rivers, lakes, ravines, streams, anything that drains into Lake Michigan. Before joining the Alliance in 2015, he worked at the Heartland Alliance on the Illinois Assessment Building Project, and Ethan has earned a Bachelor of Science degree in English and Philosophy from the University of Missouri, and a master's degree in urban planning and policy from the University of Illinois in Chicago. Ethan is actually going to speak first, and then Ted's going to speak. It is with somewhat of a heavy heart that I introduce Ethan, because he's moving to Oregon, and we're going to miss him very dearly. He's been with us, and he's really helped us out on our SWAG. Don Babcock talked a little bit about our SWAG group, our Stormwater Advisory Group, or like we like to call it, the Blue SWAG. And Ethan has just really helped us out, and he's been very instrumental. And this is actually his last official duty as working for the Great Lakes Alliance, will be his speech here today. So Ethan Brown with the Great Lakes Alliance.
Hi everyone, I'm Ethan Brown. How lucky are you? This is my last official thing at the Alliance. once I'm done speaking, no longer an employee at the Alliance, so congratulations. One of the benefits of going last at a conference like this is that those who actually are still here, who remain, have endured like the weighty discussions and all the topics and all the emotions about hearing about sailboats crossing the oceans, and I just want to say, congratulations, you've done well. So I'm with the Alliance for the Great Lakes, which is committed 100% to protecting the Great Lakes for people and wildlife forever. I want to present the Carrick Nature Park and Cheney Run Wetlands, Michigan City's newest gem, with Ted Blunt. He'll be taking over about 15-20 minutes in. So the Cheney Run Wetland Project is a collaborative project led by the Sanitary District, in particular Mr. Cuss. The Alliance for the Great Lakes and Delta Institute provide project management, they help write a lot of grant applications, provide stakeholder engagement, and overall quality control. And V3 and Sierra Group are providing engineering designs that will eventually become built. So I want to center ourselves where we're at. So we're in Michigan City right now on Trail Creek. About 1.5 miles upstream of us on Trail Creek is the site we're talking about, Carrick Nature Park and the Cheney Run Wetland Project. So who here has been to Carrick Nature Park? Raise your hands. That is a surprising number of people. There is no sign to tell you that Carrick Nature Park exists. It is literally like a dirt road into the side of like a forested area, or it used to be forested area, but it actually holds some amazing salmon and trout fishing, including quite some beautiful land as well. So the overall site is roughly 37 acres large. We want to break it up into two parcels here. So think about east and west side of Trail Creek. So the east side of Trail Creek, or to the right, is the Carrick Nature Park. It's the part with that sort of circular parking lot, which is actually like dirt and it's full of ditches. It's terrifying to go park there if it's actually muddy outside. On the western side is wetlands. And you see that sort of hockey stick that looks, that's a channel? That's the Cheney Run Channel. Now that channel is filled with stormwater that comes out of a 9-foot wide stormwater pipe that drains 3.7 square miles of the city. So that channel flows perpendicularly into Trail Creek, and that's part of the cause of the problems of why we're doing this project in the first place. So this site is actually quite beautiful. We're talking about a natural stream that has some nationally and even federally, globally recognized incredible fishing stream. The habitat can be quite beautiful to look at, especially in the fall. So again, we're talking about two projects here. And the reason why we're breaking them up into two is because they have different funding sources and they have different goals. And currently, both sites have different uses right now. But in the future, we see them sort of as connected whole. So on the east side of Trail Creek is the Carrick Nature Park. On the west side is Cheney Run. So Carrick Nature Park right now is being used for fishing, for walking, for trails. Its past use, however, was as an old dump site. We'll go into that in detail, and I'll show you some disgusting photos of old trash. So get ready. So currently, we are in the process of constructing or putting into place corrective actions to mitigate old trash that was being exposed from creek scouring into Trail Creek. Those actions include trash and contamination sediment removal and replaced with clean fill, leachate collection systems installed to make sure that any of that trash water doesn't leach into Trail Creek. We're going to set the creek bank back. We're going to put it at a less steep angle, so that'll reduce any chance of further erosion in the future. And also we're going to revegetate the entire site using native species. We're planning on installing oak savanna and prairie grass, and it's going to be quite a wonderful ecological place. Now on the west side of Trail Creek, which is what we're going to be predominantly talking about today, is the Cheney Run Wetland Project, which myself and Ted have been leading with the Sanitary District and Delta Institute. So its current use is for stormwater. That channel that you kind of see in that inset picture there, that hockey stick look, that's about 50 to 75 feet wide, and it's all unfiltered, untreated stormwater that's flowing directly into Trail Creek that flows directly into Lake Michigan. So the current use is stormwater, but in the future we foresee fishing, wildlife, bird watching, hiking, etc., all throughout the site. Our planned actions are to capture floatable trash and settle out sediment before it ever reaches Trail Creek, so that the water that reaches there is much cleaner. We want to remove invasives in any existing wetlands, and we want to infiltrate the stormwater and filter it out through the wetlands themselves, new wetlands. And we also want to install trails and fishing access sites, so we know that for this large parcel It's a large sort of park-like atmosphere. It's important that people actually are able to use the site so that they can care for it in the future. So all of this sort of began from a 2014 through 2016 feasibility study that Smith Group, JJR, and Haas & Associates developed for the city. So they envisioned, well, how do we deal with this channel producing all of the stormwater that flows into Trail Creek? And they envisioned this idea of these trails interconnected, and they're able to sort of go from one side to the next, but there's already a pedestrian bridge that crosses it currently that we'd be using. And from there, we were able to deal with a lot of our future ideas and bounce ideas back and forth from regulators to ourselves to stakeholders and residents. But I do want to take a step back and remember why we're doing this in the first place. So the Carrick Nature Park timeline is that the way past Cheney Run, the storm sewer system that drains 3.7 square miles of the city, used to be a stream. Natural stream was turned into a pipe. This happened everywhere throughout the U.S. Well, that pipe was flowing into a channel, which flowed at Trail Creek, and at that site had been used as an unofficial dump site for about roughly 5 or 6 years. Now, this is not official. The city did not warrant this. People were just dumping trash there. In '72, the city closed it down, covered it with sand. Plants naturally took place. What they did, very smart, is they took insurance policies out on this site, make sure that it was going to function as correctly and as it was designed so that people wouldn't be seeing trash in the future. However, it didn't. In 2013, a especially strong storm event overloaded the channel, which overloaded Trail Creek, and ended up scouring out the side of the banks, exposing old trash that was dumping into Trail Creek. We're talking about tons and tons of decades-old trash, landfill waste, things that would normally be going to a landfill today. Tires, what have you. Now, the sanitary district heard about this through the Trail Creek Watershed Partnership Group and was able to very quickly start working over the course of, I think, 36, 48 hours or so. They installed protective netting to make sure that the trash would remain in place. They placed 250 tons of glacier stone on the stream bank to hold it in place. They installed erosion control silt fencing, covered the disturbed areas with clay and black dirt, and seeded it with grass. And they even went above and beyond to install walking trails along the bank. However, the site still today has trash coming up from beneath, not even at the bank, because the entire side, the east side of the creek, still has trash beneath it today. So the city has contracted with Weaver and Associates to produce designs which they are going to start being constructed and installed fairly shortly. And these again include trash and contaminated sediment removal. They're going to replace it with clean fill, so they're taking all the gross stuff out, putting it in clean fill. They're going to make sure that any sort of contamination that would be coming through via leachate trash water be collected before it ever reaches the creek. And really importantly, they're pulling that bank back and they're setting that slope at a less steep angle. That's really important for the future health of the creek. And they're going to be planting native species along the top of it, including potential oak savanna, prairie grass. It's going to be great. Total costs around $2.4 million, and it's going to be about $800,000 over 30 years to maintain. So now I'm diving into our project we're working on, the Cheney Run Wetland Project. I think this is pretty exciting. So the summary of this site is the Cheney Run stormwater system collects 3.7 square miles, which is a massive drainage area to go to one pipe. This pipe, 9 feet wide, flows into a channel, which flows into Trail Creek. This is the pipe. It's always filled with water. There's always a base flow going through here because it's effectively a stream. And one of the reasons why we wanted to do this project was because this channel has lots of coloration in it. See that coloring around the bottom left-hand side, that orange color? It's actually iron oxide. While it's not a pollutant or anything like that, it is really unsightly, and it disturbs, a little bit disturbing to see that in the creek. So we want to sort of filter out that coloring via wetlands. So this is not land, this is trash. This is trash that's gotten collected at a log jam. This is in the channel, and immediately to your right would be Trail Creek going from bottom up. In a close-up picture, you can see bottles and all these floatable things like that. We want to remove that before it ever gets into Trail Creek. And I will note that it's amazing that when we went out here with a photographer, we did not see any basketballs floating. Because every time I've been there, there's been at least one basketball, usually 2 or 3, and I don't know where they're coming from. So you can see the Trail Creek right here is the one flowing left to right. See that more of natural color, and that channel in the far back area in the middle, it's sort of brownish, that's the channel. That's coming towards Trail Creek. Currently it's being blockaded by a log jam, and that happens all the time. So if a big storm were to go through, the entire creek would be much faster, it would pull that log jam through, and all that trash would end up in Lake Michigan, which flows right past Washington Park Beach, where we go to fish and enjoy. And this is a picture of the pedestrian bridge, which is in fantastic shape because it's barely been used. So we are going to use it. We're going to install trails to connect both sides of the park to the chain ring wetlands in order to use in the future. And it's important to remember that this site is actually quite beautiful. So our overall project goals are to plan and install natural practices, wetlands, non-hard structures whenever possible, to filter and infiltrate stormwater in the channel and on the site before it ever reaches Trail Creek. We want to create or enhance 5 acres of wetlands in order to improve the overall riparian ecosystem there. And there are a lot of invasive species present, so we want to remove those. But very importantly, we need to reduce the likelihood of Trail Creek's banks ever being eroded again because of this channel. And while we're at it, we're going to install recreation amenities like trails and fishing access so people can use it. And during the summertime, actually, I think outside of 1 month of the year, there's a fish run going on all the time on Trail Creek. And this site is sometimes filled with like 30 or 40 pickup trucks and cars and people fishing daily. Doesn't matter what time of day. Our quality and quantity goals for stormwater include managing 37.5 million gallons of stormwater annually, 28,000 pounds of sediment, 156 pounds of nitrogen, 51 pounds of phosphorus per year. We believe in transparency and showcasing how awesome this project is. That includes the budget and our overall timeline for it. We expect the project to be around $2.2 million or so. We've already raised $1.27 million in grant funds from Great Lakes Restoration Initiative through EPA, from the Lake and River Enhancement Program from IDNR, from Sustain Our Great Lakes, from Illinois Coastal Management Program. And we also have another pending grant application out there. And with the match provided by the Redevelopment Commission and the Sanitary District of Michigan City, we have $1.95 million out of the $2.2 for the project. We're very excited. So, having been all the way in the back, I realize most people can't read this slide. Let it be known we are on schedule. We will be constructing in November, we foresee. We've already submitted permits out there, and we expect to be hearing back from the regulators shortly. One of the principles of this overall project was that stakeholders would be guiding designs. So we started by surveying 183 stakeholders, anglers, people who care about the project, who have been to the site and fish it regularly. We convened 5 workshops that were held with the Trail Creek Watershed Partnership Group, with local anglers, upwards of 30 plus people who fish the site regularly, with IDNR Fisheries, and with overall just city residents, people who care about the site. We asked for input and feedback on 10% conceptual designs and on preliminary designs. We incorporated that feedback starting at the very beginning, where with our feasibility study, the project team and the regulators, we sort of hashed it out. Okay, well, how do we want to improve upon this very rough draft conceptual idea? And our clarifications that we needed to know about were, how do we ensure sediment doesn't just fill up the wetlands? In 5 years, do we need to carve out all these wetlands just to make sure, and dredge it out just to make sure the water can pass through? We need to reduce any impacts to any existing wetlands so that they're not in danger. And while there is a lot of Phragmites and terrible invasives out there, there's quite a lot of skunk cabbage, which I did not know existed until 2 years ago, and other high-quality ecosystems. And we had a big concern over the cost, that so much earth-removing activities might be too expensive. For people who do not understand the site, it is a logistical nightmare to do anything there. It is ringed by 3 rail lines, a 25-foot steep slope, and a creek. So doing anything construction moving-wise was going to be a fortune. So we need to make sure that we are very smart and efficient with our time and resources. So we start off with some conceptual designs, like installing multiple basins, creating a secondary channel that would flow directly into Trail Creek instead of perpendicularly into it. I played around with an idea about installing floatable trash and sediment removal inside of the pipe before it ever reached the channel. And about removing invasives and improving the already impacted wetlands at the site. I just want to touch base on a handful of the main critiques and input that people had, and how we are addressing it. So the first was, do not mess up Trail Creek's fishing habitat. I cannot stress enough how incredible fishing is at this site. We agree. So one of our ideas was to create a low water crossing, which was going to be going across the creek, install a few culverts so that water would still pass through underneath, but people would be able to take construction equipment across the creek, much easier, much lower cost, and then afterwards, we could spread out the rock and not actually create riffle and run habitat for fish, which is desperately needed there. They did not want to let the second channel flow directly into a railroad ditch toward the top. So at the north side of the north boundary of the creek, going east to west, is the South Shoreline pedestrian train. So that's on top of like a berm, sort of a tall earthen structure. At the bottom of that's a ditch that collects water. One of our original ideas was to have the water flow into there. But then we're like, wait, we want to make sure we never ever destabilize that train tracks. Obviously, that'd be a terrible thing to do, so we're not going to do that. We're going to have it flow directly into Trail Creek instead via an agri-drain. That Ted will be able to explain, because I don't know exactly how it works. Next, we do not want to let the water get warmer than it currently is. This is a cold water creek. Salmon and trout need that cold water in order to live here and be happy. So what we want to do is keep as much tree cover as possible and install trees whenever possible. One of the brilliant ideas that Ted and his team have come up with is micro pools. They're going to be installing all these micro pools, which should have water in it all the time. It's very shallow. What it is incredible frog habitat. That sounds like a very simple thing. Why are you creating frog habitat? Well, frogs eat mosquitoes and other things like that. It should keep down the amount of mosquitoes at the site. And also, we want to make sure that fish are not able to swim easily into the second channel, and the agri-drain should be fixing that as well. So at this point, I'm going to let Ted come up and take over the 30% preliminary designs and how that moved into our 70%. Thanks, Ted.
All right. I am the last speaker of the last presentation. I'm real excited about this project. Permits have been submitted. It will go into construction, barring anything really weird happening. It'll get built between November and March, starting this year. We have to do that until, that's our window for, I think it's the salmon impact, right? Yeah, it's to keep from messing up the salmon. All right, let's see how to do this. All right, this is some stuff that Ethan touched on. This is more the strategery and what we did. The base flow in the original feasibility study, they were just going to try and divert storm flow into the wetlands. And we said, well, if we go after the base flow, we'll get a lot more treatment. And so what we're doing now is all the water from the pipe goes into the wetland, not just some of it. This is why. This is how, you can't read that. The sediment cycle in wetlands, if they're well vegetated, when the sediment settles out, it stays there. If it's open water and the water flows through it tends to pick up what was just dropped during the last storm, so it doesn't have that long-term storage effect. So what we're going to do is put a lot more plants out there and make it a lot thicker. This is how fast TSS falls out. I'll try to get through this here for you. This is important. This little blobbish diagram shows that those darker shades in the middle are where the water flows through a normal, non-engineered forested wetland. And all that light gray stuff and the white stuff is what we call bank storage, where there's very little water exchange. So one of the things we do with engineered wetlands, like the Cheney Run project, is take steps to make sure that water is more well distributed, that it comes in contact with a lot more of the wetland to increase the treatment. This is improved herbaceous understory I was talking about. There's some area, this is actually a photo taken out at Cheney Run, but very little of the wetland right now looks like that. So we want a lot more of this and a lot less open water. This is what we're going to put in the collection system. This is a mechanical separator. There's many different manufacturers. Right now, we're still trying to find exactly where to put that. We think it'll be up there near Rusky Avenue for those of you who are locals near the auto salvage yard, but there's a couple other sites we found during the study that might be better. Public access and habitat enhancement, this is what it looks like. The picture on the left is a trail system that we're going to employ out there to avoid damaging the trees that are on site. It's called FlexiPave. It's a proprietary material. It's made from recycled rubber tires, or recycled tire chips. And the nice thing about that is that where we're coming too close to trees or inside the drip line where you might otherwise kill the roots, we can lay this product at grade and avoid killing the tree. We've used it. It's really cool. It works. It costs a little bit more, but not much, and it's definitely worth it. There's some 36-inch diameter trees out there. If you haven't walked around out there, you probably haven't because you can't get to the site yet. It's really nice. Okay, this is the site map. I'm going to go real quick through what we're going to do. You can see on the map that we've got GAF to the west, we've got Cheney Run to the south, Trail Creek to the east, and Railroad to the north. So it's really hard to get to the site. These are the invasive species areas. The red is the Phragmites and green canary grass. I think you guys heard a little bit about Phragmites earlier. And the blue are more woody invasives like honeysuckle and privet, multiflora rose. But as part of the project, we're going to wipe all that stuff out and replace it with native, non-invasive species. All right, these are the 10 different things I'm about to talk about. Thank you for staying awake. We're almost done, I promise. But I think this is how it works. And some people like to know exactly how this stuff, how you do it. This is the first thing. To the north, we talked about not wanting the water to go into the railroad ditch. So we're putting in what's called a turf reinforcement berm. When we put it in, you'll know what it is. It'll be about 1 to 2 feet high and about 12 feet wide, a little mound in the earth. We put a long-lasting geotextile blanket and plant it so that when the floodwaters do go over it during very, very large storm events, they don't cause rilling and rutting. But during normal days, it's just going to be vegetated. You won't even know it's there. To the east, this is our paved containment berm. This is what we're going to have that trail system on top of. This is to keep the water from just going willy-nilly into Trail Creek where it wants to. Again, if it picks its own path down a non-reinforced bank, it's going to rill it, wash it out, and we'll have bank failure. What is this one? I can't see. Oh, this is the mulch trail. This is more public access. It looks kind of green. It's where I can't really point. You see where the trail splits when you cross the pedestrian? Well, that's the pedestrian weir. Okay, we come across the pedestrian weir from the south. If you remember the picture of the bridge, right? Well, that bridge leads to a trail that's going to lead to a pedestrian weir that goes across Cheney Run. This weir serves two purposes. Its primary purpose is to make sure the water from Cheney Run goes into our wetland and not into Trail Creek first. The second one is it's going to keep Cheney Run from blowing perpendicular to Trail Creek and washing out that opposite bank that caused the whole trash in that creek problem to begin with. This is a low flow channel. The original concept had this going in much deeper. We had no home for the dirt, and we really don't need it to be much deeper. So what its function is now is to help provide good connectivity throughout the wetland. There's lots of opportunities now for the water from Cheney Run to kind of work its way back into the wetland system that's there and avoid short-circuiting and not getting full amount of treatment. This is the sediment trap weir. We talked about floatables removals. This will keep any floatables that don't get captured upstream by our swirl chamber in the storm sewer from getting all the way down to the pedestrian weir. This is mostly for maintenance access and aesthetic reasons. Long term, if we need to get a backhoe out there or something to clean out sediment or floatables, We can come in from the south, drive on down there and clean it out. And what we really don't want is for all those plastic bottles and basketballs to make it all the way down to the pedestrian weir where people are really moving back and forth. Kind of keeps it out of sight in a safe place we keep it until we go get it. Use the micro pools. They're going to be kind of spaced everywhere. We're going to dig them where we can without killing trees. These are really shallow excavations. They're about a foot deep. And we'll plant them, and the frogs will very likely just show up on their own. There's the mulch trail. The mulch trail is not a real trail. It's just when anything we chip up out there, we're going to use the wood, spread it so that people can get back into the woods a little easier and kind of wayfind and not get lost. These are the aggregate flow control structures. Anybody here a farmer? All right. They're really cool. They look like this podium. The water flows in over a slot on one end, and inside of it, there's adjustable boards. And then it'll flow either through the boards, you can cut holes in them for low flow, and there'll be another weir inside that the water can go over. Why these are so good is that we're going to engineer it best we can to make our best guess as to where to set the weirs and the low flow orifice and that kind of stuff. But we can adjust it. So we can build it, we can put it in, and then we can change our mind based on what we see. And this is a temporary low water crossing. The importance of this is so we can access the site from a very convenient spot immediately across there in Carwick Park, and to let the salmon keep going back and forth through the pipes. The pipes are sized so that the water doesn't move through the pipes too fast and the fish can't get through there. And then long term, we turn that low water crossing into this. That cross vein and J-hook are fancy terms for rocks in the creek that direct the water away from the banks and back towards the middle so that we don't continue to erode the banks. That's what they do, and the fish like it. That's it. Sorry. That's a lot of fast stuff. Anybody have any technical questions on how all this really works?
In the final vision, on the east side of Trail Creek, between the road and the creek, is that area going to be put back as basically a nature, all natural, like it used to be? Or are they going to just make it a big lawn with a bunch of benches and a park?
Well, I'm going to answer that, and if I'm wrong, Michael can stand up and hit me.
Probably answer
Steve, you want to? Steve, yeah, Stanford?
That's going to be all natural. We're going to want to minimize need for mowing. We're going to plant trees everywhere.
So
it should be fabulous.
And I think the impact for me, everybody works too much. The few times that I could drive off the road, just walk there, see a turkey or two, and move on, besides when you would drive it back and forth if you're going to the store for groceries, is invaluable. Especially if you live in an area where it's all suburbanized or urbanized.
Yeah.
And I think what happens to that as a vision in the future reflects the spiritual character of Michigan City's future.
Yes.
And when I talk to regular people on the street, not all the politically connected people, but regular people, they pretty much have the same viewpoint that where Michigan City really is, heart and soul, and where determines where it'll be in the future. And what happens in places like that reflects where that spiritual momentum will go.
Yeah. The reason we had to clear those trees, in order to correct the landfill activities, we have to cap it. So we have to put more dirt on top of it. So we have to remove the trees to do that. We have hundreds of trees going back in. They'll get planted this fall. Once the trees senesce, there'll be hundreds of trees will get planted.
As an incidental to that, I was told that when they take up the tree roots, the ones that are there now, the roots actually contain trash and other stuff, and they will be removing some of the human artifacts, the negative human artifacts, from the area when they remove those trees, and they basically gut the forest, they take out a lot of bad stuff with it.
Yes, that's all going on. Yep, a lot of removal and a lot of excavation. It's going to look, unfortunately, a lot like a war zone for the next few months, but it's going to be beautiful when it's done.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just quickly, I'm watching all of Northwest Indiana, the explosive growth of Phragmites and bootstrap or whatever else. How do you manage that? I mean, how do you get rid of, keep it from coming in, I guess?
Well, we have a slight advantage in this site where it's kind of isolated. It's bound. We've got some railroad tracks, 3 sides. There'll still be some floating in there, some invasive species. But once we get it under control, we've got a 7-year maintenance plan as part of this project, where we're going to have professionals out there seasonally removing and then replacing all these bad species with good ones. But what we found is if you get a really strong stand of natives, let's say bulrush, we can get that established out there, it'll grow real thick together. It can ward off the Phragmites. Phragmites and re-canary grass, they take advantage of disturbed ground. They move in first. They're fast growers. They're fast colonizers. With re-canary, I don't want to get too technical. Re-canary grass is a cool season grass, which means it germinates first in the spring. One strategy to control re-canary is to keep it underwater longer, so you can manipulate the hydrology with the agri-drain to keep it flooded until it gets a little warmer, so that the natives have a chance to germinate before they re-canary. So it's a problem. There are ways to manage it. The first thing to do is to get rid of it, and then work from there. I got another one. Honeysuckle. If anyone here hates honeysuckle, its berries put off a toxin that prevents other things from growing. I mean, all these plants have very unique abilities that make them invasive and so prevalent when they show up.
After you remove all these various invasives, what are the native plants you're planting to
In that area, we usually put in as wide a variety as possible that may succeed given whatever condition actually develops. So, year to year, it's going to be wetter or drier. In a really wet year, some plants do really well, and a really dry year, others do. So we'll put down a seed bank that's pretty extensive. It'll all be local natives. It'll be from a local native nursery. That's where we get most of our seed mixes come through contact with the local native nurseries or the DNR, whatever they recommend for that region. So it'll be all natives, and there'll be, at least 60 species, if not more. So something's going to win. Oh, we haven't selected a contractor yet, but it'll be, we're fortunate there's several very good natural resource contractors in northern Indiana that will, I'm sure, be interested in the project.
Let's hear it from Ted. Thank you very much.
One last question.
What other projects are you working on here in the state of Indiana?
Me?
Well, I mean, VE companies, right?
V3 companies? Right now we're doing a giant project. I'll answer. I just started working on a project. It's called Arched Rock Rapids in the White River in downtown Indy, where we're going to replace a low-head dam with a 300-foot run-out that'll look just like a rapids going through a river.
You're on a computer. You got a home base someplace.
Oh yeah. Where do I live?
No, your company's home base.
My home base is in Indianapolis.
I'll have to get your card.
Yeah, you get my card. Yeah, but I work all over the state, so yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Great job. Just a couple of things I wanted to say about the project is that there will be, hopefully at the end of the day, there will be some parking at the Carwick dump site, nature park side, and we will eventually use the bridge that we call the Bridge to Nowhere, so that people could walk across that to go on the trails and to enjoy the nature, and it should be really a really nice place. I just got to tell one quick story. When we first when he was showing those pictures of the trash and stuff, after we stabilized the bank, we went out there one day, and there was a gentleman getting out of his car, and him and a young lady, and he had his fishing poles, and he says, "You're not going to kick me out of here, are you? You're not going to kick me out of here." And I said, "Well, we're really not supposed to let anybody out here because the state of Indiana has said we're supposed to keep the site secure." I said, "But, you know, we're probably not going to make an issue of it." He says, "Oh, I'm so happy." He said, "Today's my birthday, and my girlfriend told me I could do anything I want to do on my birthday, and I drove from the north side of Chicago all the way over here just to go fishing on my birthday." So that was what he did. So it is really a good fishing spot. I wanted to conclude with thanking everybody for coming to the conference today. It's something that we at Michigan City really enjoy doing. I know my IT department loves doing this and wishes that we had 2 or 3 a year. But let's give them a hand again. They do such a great job. And yes, very good. Thank you. I'd like to thank our keynote speaker again for the sail around the world. I think everyone really enjoyed that. And I want to let you know that next year's conference will be on June 12th. We're going to move it back a week. The facility wasn't open on the first Friday in June, so it's going to be June 12th next year. And Chad Begracki is going to be our keynote speaker. Chad is an individual from the Quad Cities area, Illinois and Iowa. And he has worked on cleaning up the Mississippi River, and I heard he's quite an excellent speaker, so he will be talking about his work he does cleaning up rivers and lakes and so forth, and we're going to try to get him out here on Trail Creek and maybe help us out with a few things while we're out here. We'll put him to work. So he's going to be our keynote speaker next year, June 12th, and again, thank you very much for coming to the conference, and I really hope you enjoyed it. Thank you.